Chapter 151. Wang Qingtian set down his teacup. His expression darkened as he shook his head. Based on the continuous tracking by the Wang family information network, after that catastrophe, the ancestral land of the Lucky Beast tribe was completely destroyed. Perhaps a very small number of stragglers among the common Lucky Beasts escaped. However, as for the Imperial Star Beasts, which held the core fortune of the Lucky Beast tribe, they were almost completely wiped out during that targeted massacre. Wang Qingtian fixed a heavy gaze on Little White. Today, in this starry sky, this one on Mr. Su's shoulder is likely the last one left. Little White was the last of the imperial bloodline. On its soft, white fur, crystalline teardrops appeared from nowhere. Tears traced past down its cheeks, dripping plop by plop onto Sowu's black trench coat. It made no howling sound. It only wept silently. Sowu remained silent. He reached out his palm, stroking the furry head of the beast again and again. As for that six-eyed tribe, Wang Qingtian continued his explanation. That is a group of true madmen. They are a rare anomaly among the star beast tribes. They are born with 6 eyes, capable of seeing through an enemy's weaknesses. Furthermore, they are extremely cruel and addicted to slaughter by nature. In order to quickly improve their own strength and evolve their bloodlines, they often launch genocidal wars against other weaker tribes, without any bottom line, relying on consuming flesh and blood to cultivate. Silence descended upon the courtyard after Wang Qingtian finished his account. The silence held until Wang Qingtian tactfully stood up and departed from the courtyard. Boss. In the quiet courtyard, Little White lifted its furry face, which was still streaked with tears. Its voice carried a deep sense of powerlessness and confusion. When will I have the strength sufficient to seek revenge? Currently, fed by various heavenly treasures from Sowu, it had only just reached the threshold of the Star Emperor realm. Yet its enemies were terrifying entities capable of uniting with the Star Demon sect to slaughter an entire race. There had to be super star beasts at the Domain Lord, or even World Lord realm among them. Relying on its own cultivation to reach a realm sufficient for revenge would take forever. It might not even be possible in this lifetime. Sowu lowered his head, staring into Little White's pitiful gaze. He suddenly flicked a finger against Little White's forehead with a heavy snap. Ouch. Little White covered its head, looking at Sowu with a grievance. Calling you stupid is an understatement. You are not using your brain. Have you forgotten you still have me as your boss? Your grudge is my grudge. It is not as if I have never killed members of that six-eyed tribe or the Star Demon sect. Little White froze for a moment. Despite being touched, a hint of the stubbornness and obsession belonging to an imperial star beast remained in its eyes. But I want to avenge my tribe with my own hands. I told you that you were a blockhead. Sowu rolled his eyes, staring at Little White as if it were a simpleton. He provided a simple, brutal solution. Once I improve my cultivation, I will go and beat the leaders of that so-called six-eyed tribe and the high-ranking members of the Star Demon sect who participated in the slaughter until they only have one breath left. Then I will toss you over. You can go and finish them off. Does that not still count as you avenging them with your own hands? Is there any difference? Little White stood stunned for several full seconds upon hearing this hoodlum logic. Then, its teary blue eyes lit up. It slapped its paw down, suddenly enlightened. Oh, that is possible. Boss is amazing. Boss is brilliant. Half a year passed by. On this day, at the Wiang Ancestral Land, King Yun Villa, sunlight warmed the bluestone pavement in the courtyard. Sowu lay lazily on a rocking chair, eyes closed as he rested. Days ago, the system sent a prompt. His son, Siyu, far away at Aolan Academy, had reached the 9th stage of the Star-Lord realm. A piece of paper, thin enough to be transparent, was all that remained between him and the qualitative change of the Star King realm. Sowu looked forward to that heavenly system notification sound almost every day during this period. Just as Sowu turned over, preparing to take a short nap, the event occurred without warning. Ding. The system detected that the bound descendant, Siyu, had accumulated great strength and successfully advanced to the 1st stage of the Star King realm. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation level has been synchronized and improved to the 1st stage of the World Lord realm. Your mastery of water, fire, thunder, and spatial laws has all synchronously reached the 2nd stage. Within the 1,000th of a second after the system notification sound fell, Sowu's closed eyes snapped open. A massive, extreme power erupted from within Sowu's body. World Lord, master of a world. At this moment, the star vortex above Sowu's Danchan underwent a tremendous change. It was forcibly opened and evolved into a microcosmic world that possessed independently operating laws in the true sense. In this micro-universe, every one of his cells was a star. His blood was a galaxy. His breathing was a cosmic storm. Sowu had just begun to experience the shock of creating a world within his body. Absolute center of the body of Sowu, the sky above the Wiang Ancestral Land, spanning several tens of thousands of miles, shifted. Law anomalies, enough to make every member of the Lin God Clan feel their scalps tingle, manifested and covered the sky. The sky divided in half. One side transformed into a crimson fire prison capable of burning holes in space and incinerating cause and effect. The other side transformed into a deep blue water abyss capable of dripping through stars. Above this dome were ice and fire intertwined, countless destructive heavenly thunders, as thick as 100 meters, and displaying a purple-gold color, shuttled and roared crazily through the clouds like ancient thunder dragons. Most terrifying of all was the space surrounding them, which twisted like paper being folded frantically. Soon, however, Sowu restrained himself and those anomalies slowly vanished. Chapter 152. The sky above the ancestral land of the Lin God Clan continues to tremble slightly. The immense pressure of the World Lord realm, woven together by the laws of the four elements, has been withdrawn into Sowu's body. Yet, the lingering echoes in the air force the birds and beasts within a radius of 10,000 miles to cower on the ground in terror. Within mere seconds after the strange phenomenon fades, three eye-catching ripples distort the peaceful space in the spacious bluestone courtyard like waves on water. Three figures cloaked in luxurious robes descend into the center of the courtyard. One figure wears a Confucian robe as white as moonlight, with features as gentle as jade. This is the second branch head of the Lin Clan, Liang Qingtian, whom Sowu already knows well. Standing beside him are two others. Sowu has never met them, yet as they appear, he scans their details clearly. The man on the left wears heavy dark gold armor. His features are rugged, as if carved by knives and axes. His messy hair dances wildly, and his every gesture carries a terrifying, overbearing aura, as if he could tear an ancient star beast apart with his bare hands. The man on the right wears a purple robe. His body is sturdy like an iron tower, and lightning flashes faintly when he opens and closes his eyes, projecting an unapproachable majesty. World Lords. The fluctuations emanating from these two are identical to Liang Qingtian's. They are genuine, authentic powerhouses of the World Lord realm. A subtle arc curls on Sowu's lips. He understands the situation instantly. Only the heads of the first and third branches of the Lin God Clan could stand alongside Liang Qingtian and possess such cultivation. Congratulations, Mr. So. You have successfully ascended to the World Lord realm. The three men land, showing none of the arrogance typical of heads of the 8 great god clans. They act in perfect unison, stepping forward together. Their faces show undisguised admiration and respect as they bow solemnly to Sowu, who stands on the steps. Liang Qingtian's reaction is most notable. Although he has mentally prepared himself countless times before arriving, he stands before Sowu now. He feels the aura within Sowu, as deep as an abyss and as vast as the sea. It causes him, a mid-stage world lord, to feel a jolt of alarm, and his inner shock remains profound. Only half a year. He has spent only half a year in seclusion. The man before him has crossed the chasm between the 7th stage of the Domain Lord realm and the World Lord realm. This is the World Lord realm. It is not some common Star King or Star Lord. Many brilliant, peerless geniuses have spent tens of thousands of years, exhausting countless treasures of the starry sky, only to die in regret before that threshold, turning into dust. He has not only broken through, but he has also leapt to become a 4th stage World Lord, mastering 4 cosmic laws. This speed of breakthrough, and this foundation of laws, are as shocking as a powerless mortal suddenly ascending to become a martial saint overnight. Liang Qingtian has lived for 10,000 years, however. He forces that surging tide of emotion down into his heart, and steadies his mind. He roars inside his heart. We have struck gold. This time, our Liang family has truly dredged a peerless piece of real gold from the mud and sand of the Sea of Stars. As Liang Qingtian's thoughts swirl, the rugged man on the left in dark gold armor steps forward first. His voice is like a booming bell. I am Liang Zhenchen, head of the first branch of the Lin Clan. To see you command the 4 element laws today, and step into the World Lord realm, is truly a great joy of my life. Congratulations, Mr. So. The sturdy, iron tower-like man in the purple robe on the right follows immediately, his voice low and deep. I am Liang Ye, head of the 3rd branch of the Lin Clan. Congratulations, Mr. So, on your successful ascension to the World Lord realm. Thank you, clan heads. Sowu stands on the steps, his expression calm. He raises his hand naturally, and returns the courtesy as an equal. A breeze sweeps through the courtyard, blowing the stray hair from Sowu's forehead. Sowu is completely different from the mature man of half a year ago, who seemed to have weathered the trials of life and carried deep, piercing eyes. He has shed all the weathering of the years. His entire being has transformed back into his peak, most perfect youthful appearance at 20 years of age. A head of thick, jet-black short hair lifts slightly in the wind. His sword-like eyebrows slant upward toward his temples. His star-like eyes seem to contain the vast, boundless starry sky. His face is cold and exceptionally handsome. His features look as if a master sculptor has meticulously crafted them, without a single flaw. He stands there casually. He wears a simple black casual outfit, yet he wears it with an elegant, otherworldly temperament. Beneath this otherworldly air, however, lies an extreme edge capable of severing the galaxies. Liang Qingtian watches the renewed Sowu. Undisguised admiration flashes in his eyes. He has a vague, absurd intuition. This man before him is definitely not just someone who has simply ascended to the World Lord realm. Deep within his calm gaze, he seems to hide some kind of trump card. Liang Qingtian is smart enough not to probe. He smiles heartily instead. Mr. So, not only is your cultivation heaven-defying now, but your demeanor is even better than before. Sowu smiles slightly and speaks calmly. You are too kind, Lin Clan head. I merely had a moment of insight and, by a stroke of fortune, managed to break through that thin layer of window paper. Ha ha ha. Mr. So, you are too modest. Liang Zhenchen is a straightforward man. He laughs heartily, his voice filled with ultimate admiration for the strong. To storm from the 7th stage of the Domain Lord realm to the World Lord realm in just half a year. If such talent and opportunity can be called mere fortune, then the warriors of this world, who have sat withered and waiting for death for millions of years, should all be ashamed enough to die. I dare to assert that with time, Mr. So will certainly behead endless powerful enemies in this vast universe, and forge a formidable reputation that will shake the sea of stars. Wang Zhenchen speaks thunderously as he gets into the spirit of it. But the moment those passionate words fall, his rugged face freezes abruptly. Wang Ye, standing to the side, keenly captures Wang Zhenchen's lapse in composure. He smoothly takes over the conversation, echoing his sentiment. Brother Zhenchen is quite right. That Mr. So has achieved such an earth-shattering accomplishment, and holds the position of guest elder in our Wang clan, is a great honor for our Wang family. With Mr. So here, our clan will surely grow wings like a tiger in the future. So Wu's gaze is sharp. He does not miss the unusually fleeting moment of hesitation from Wang Zhenchen just now. Although he feels some suspicion in his heart, he remains composed on the surface. So Wu bows his hands calmly. Thank you to the 3 clan heads for your affection. I so am a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I have received much care from the Wang family over the past half year. I keep this sentiment in my heart. If the Wang family ever needs my help in the future, I will certainly not hesitate. Upon hearing this weighty promise from So Wu, a burst of wild joy flashes in the eyes of Wang Qingtian and the others. A favor from a 4th stage world lord. Furthermore, a 4th stage world lord with extremely high talent. Wang Qingtian claps his hands in laughter and then suggests, Mr. So ascending to the world lord realm is a grand occasion. I will give the order now to have the entire clan celebrate for you properly. No need. So Wu waves his hand decisively, cutting off Wang Qingtian's suggestion. His gaze becomes extremely deep at this moment. Do not make such a scene. So Wu looks at the 3 world lords before him, his tone indifferent. I have never liked crowds. Besides, I am preparing to set off for the Lin God Clan now. Once these words fall, Wang Qingtian, Wang Zhenchen, and Wang Ye are all stunned. Chapter 153. They knew So Wu held a grudge against the Lin family. They knew So Wu would seek revenge eventually. But this was too fast. He had just ascended to the world lord realm. He had not even survived the consolidation period. He was a 4th stage world lord, yes. His battle power was shocking, but the Lin clan had ruled the 7th star sector for countless epochs. Their foundation was terrifying. They possessed 4 veteran world lords who had lived for over 10,000 years. A lineup like that, even 3 6th or 7th stage world lords would not dare to attack easily. Going there alone was like a moth flying into a flame. Wang Qingtian frowned, his face filled with worry. He spoke quickly to dissuade So Wu. Mr. So, do not be impulsive. The Lin clan's foundation is unimaginable. You have reached the world lord realm, but going alone to their ancestral land is dangerous. It is a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. Wang Zhenchen stamped his feet in agitation. True, Mr. So, your breakthrough is a happy event. Why rush to fight the Lin clan now? Keep your strength. You can settle the score with the Lin clan later. Wang Ye nodded, his face heavy with gravity. He tried to extinguish the crazy idea. Brother Zhenchen is right. Mr. So, this trip is no different than a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. If those 4 veteran world lords join forces to lay a net, combined with the killing array in their ancestral land, even long-famous 9th stage world lords would not dare to provoke them easily. So Wu heard their earnest persuasion. He did not retreat. Instead, he laughed. A burst of absolute confidence rang out. I appreciate your kindness, everyone. He looked at the 3 of them. His tone remained calm. My mind is made up. If I dare to take this step today, to head to the Lin family, then I have the strength to flip their entire chessboard. Wang Qingtian's heart shuddered. So Wu was not just a newly ascended world lord. The 3 men realized they could not dissuade him. To continue would make their family look weak. Wang Qingtian took a deep breath. Good. Since you insist, I will say no more. Wang Qingtian stepped forward. His right wrist turned in the void. A high-pitched, ancient dragon chant shook the courtyard. A wild, supreme ferocious power exploded from Wang Qingtian's hand. He held a long, dark silver war saber. Dense formation patterns flowed across the blade. The Lin God Clan had consumed many primordial god materials. Wang Qingtian had personally supervised the furnace to recast this weapon. It was the brand new white dragon battle saber. The aura it released had completely surpassed the 4th tier. It was a 5th tier ancient weapon capable of carrying the world-destroying power of a world lord. Mr. So, Wang Qingtian handed the weapon to So Wu. I have not failed the mission. This saber has successfully advanced to the 5th tier. A divine weapon for a hero. I hope it assists you on this journey to slash away all enemies blocking your path. So Wu reached out his right hand. He gripped the handle, which was carved with anti-slip dragon scale patterns. The 5th tier white dragon battle saber hummed with joy. A terrifying blade or a shot into the sky, carving a 10,000-mile crack into the clouds. Good saber. So Wu put the war saber back into his space ring. He bowed to the 3 men. Thank you. Farewell. He turned to leave. A strong hand pressed on So Wu's shoulder. So Wu frowned. He turned his head. It was Wang Qingtian. Do not be in a hurry. I will go with you. Not just So Wu. Wang Zhenchen and Wang Ye were shocked. Their jaws nearly hit the ground. The head of the 2nd branch of the Wang clan was going to accompany So Wu into the dragon's den of the Lin God Clan. This was a crazy move that could provoke a war between 2 great god clans. Wang clan head. What are you doing? So Wu looked surprised. Wang Qingtian flicked his sleeve. Cold light exploded in his eyes. His voice sounded like iron. That Lin clan scum ambushed my son. They nearly cut off the inheritance of my 2nd branch. How can I let such a bloody feud go unpunished? Since you are going to level the gates of the Lin family today, I will accompany you. I will seek justice from those old monsters in the Lin family. Suwu looked at Wang Qingtian. He laughed. Good. Let us go together. Two terrifying World Lord realm pressures shot into the sky. Suwu and Wang Qingtian did not use a shuttle. They tore through the cosmic space barrier above the Wang Ancestral Land. They turned into two brilliant streaks of light. They dived into the violent space turbulence and disappeared without a trace. Wang Zhenchen and Wang Ye stood alone in the courtyard. The wind blew away several ginkgo leaves. Brother Ye. Wang Zhenchen looked at the slowly healing space crack. The muscles on his face twitched. He turned to Wang Ye. Qingtian just left with him like that. Is there really no problem? That is the ancestral land of the Lin Clan. Wang Ye took a deep breath. He shook his head. His tone conveyed trust in Wang Qingtian. Qingtian always thinks before he acts. Since he dares to accompany him, he must have seen a trump card in Suwu. He has his reasons. Wang Zhenchen's face turned strange. A descendant flowing with the blood of a sinner has a talent stronger than us, the noble god clans. A fourth-stage world lord. What kind of monster is this? Wang Ye heard the complaint. His expression changed. He lowered his voice. Brother Zhenchen, be careful what you say. What sinner? The Empire has not been in contact for so many thousands of years. He sighed. He patted Wang Zhenchen's shoulder. His tone was clear. The human race is being beaten back by aliens on the borders of every star sector. We have no energy to worry about bloodline theories regarding sinners. As long as Suwu's saber points toward the aliens, as long as he can hold up the sky for our human race in this chaotic world, he is an honored guest of my Wang family. Wang Ye gazed deep into the starry sky. Chapter 154. Saint Spirit Star Sector, 7th Star Sector, Lin God Clan Ancestral Land. A terrifying prison that makes all Lin clansmen change color at the mere mention. The 10,000-year ice cave. The temperature here remains at absolute zero year-round. In the depths of this ice cave, a vicious wind known as the soul-eating cold wind rages. It does not just torture the physical body. It gnaws at the prisoner's soul like a blunt knife, tearing at it day and night without pause. Only those who have committed the most unforgivable capital crimes, or those who have betrayed the family, are thrown into this dark and freezing abyss. The two heavy gates, crafted from meteoric space ice, stand at the entrance of the cave. Two Lin God Clan guards, possessing cultivation at the Star-Lord realm and dressed in heavy cold-resistant armor, stand like statues outside the entrance. The sound of footsteps crunching on accumulated snow echoes in the empty glacier. The two guards tighten their grips on their spears. They lift their heads. A slim figure approaches along the snowy path, pushing against the freezing wind toward the cave entrance. She appears to be in her early 20s. A simple, thin white dress drapes over her frame. Long raven hair cascades down her shoulders like a waterfall. Stray strands frame her pale cheeks. Her appearance is stunning. It possesses a cold, breathtaking beauty, as if she does not belong in the human world. Yet, within this beauty lies a detachment, and an icy coldness that defies her age, as if she were formed from 10,000 years of glacial ice. She is Lin Yun, the peerless genius of the younger generation of the Lin God Clan. She is the daughter of Suwu, brought here from Earth 20 years ago. The cold, ruthless eyes of the two guards show no reverence for her genius. Instead, they exchange a look of naked disdain and contempt, etched deep into their bones. Although Lin Yun has created miracles in the clan assessments, and gained the attention of the ancestor due to her heaven-defying talent, she remains a half-breed in the eyes of these Lin clansmen, who value pure bloodlines. She is a bastard with dirty indigenous blood in her veins. She is a mark of shame that disgraces the entire Lin God clan. Stop. One guard shoves his spear across the entrance. He glares at Lin Yun. He only retracts his weapon with extreme reluctance after confirming the token in her hand, a pass personally signed by the second branch head that allows for one visit per month. Go in. You have only half an hour. You know the rules. The guard's voice is stiff, devoid of any warmth. Lin Yun says nothing. She does not even glance at the two guards who look down on her with such low prejudice. Her beautiful face remains expressionless. She silently puts away the token and walks into the dark, yawning mouth of the ice cave. The two guards sneer with disdain as her thin back vanishes into the dark tunnel. They whisper without restraint. Bah, that half-breed runs to this ghost place every month to see her shameless mother. What bad luck. The other guard peers into the ice cave with a lewd expression. He smacks his lips, his voice filled with base jealousy and malice. You have to admit, the second master gave birth to a spirited daughter back then. Both mother and daughter possess looks that could seduce any man. They look like fairies from a painting. It is a pity. What is the use of a pretty face when the blood flowing in your veins is low? One disgraced herself by eloping with a dirt farmer to have a wild child. The other has such monstrous talent, yet she is just a bastard with impure blood. The reputation of our Lin clan has been utterly ruined by this pair. These harsh, vicious insults reach Lin Yun clearly as she walks through the passage. For the past 20 years, words like bastard, wild child, and shame have accompanied her every day and night. Lin Yun pauses for a brief moment. With her current cultivation at the Star King realm, she could crush those two mouthy Star Lord guards into meat paste with a single backhanded slap if she wanted to. But she cannot. She knows that if she kills someone here, she will violate clan rules. Her grandfather, the high and mighty second branch head of the Lin family, would definitely use this as an excuse to lock her in the dungeon forever. If she falls, no one will be left in this 10,000-year ice cave to protect or visit the mother who has been suffering here for 20 years. Hold it in. Lin Yun warns herself frantically in her heart. You are not strong enough. You must become stronger. 10,000 meters deep into the ice cave, the temperature reaches an inconceivable extreme. Lin Yun stops before a confined cell, tightly sealed by thick, 1,000-year-old cold ice chains. She reaches out and pushes open the heavy ice door. The light inside the room is extremely dim. In the center of this absolute ice room, which lacks even a single bed quilt, a woman sits cross-legged on an ice bed as clear as 10,000-year-old cold jade. The woman appears to be in her 20s. Due to her God Clan bloodline, the years have not left any signs of age on her face. Her exquisitely delicate features share a 7-part resemblance to Lin Yun, yet they possess a quiet calmness born from enduring life's trials, along with a heartbreaking fragility. She is thin, so thin that a gust of wind could blow her over. Her once luxurious long dress has become tattered and ragged after 20 years of frost. Even more shocking, 4 chains emitting bone-chilling blue energy pierce the joints of her 4 limbs. These soul-eating ice chains act like blood-sucking leeches. They lock her shoulder blades tightly, constantly extracting the source energy from her body, while cruelly injecting vicious soul-eating cold energy into her meridians and deep into her soul. This is the punishment from the Lin God Clan for those who disgrace the family reputation. It is torture by 1,000 cuts, day after day, for 20 years. The woman opens her eyes, which have been closed for an entire month, upon hearing the door open. When she sees the girl standing at the door with red eyes, her hollow, numb gaze, which had been like stagnant water, ignites like a lamp in the dark. All pain and torment seem to vanish in this instant. She reveals a weak, tender, and breathtakingly beautiful smile. Yun. A soft call, as if she has not spoken for a long time, echoes in the deathly silent ice room. Mother. Hearing this call, the cold shell Lin Yun has worn for an entire month collapses completely. She rushes to the ice bed, carefully avoiding the ice chains, and gently takes her mother's bone-chilling hands into her own cold palms. Tears cascade like a broken dam, dripping onto her mother's hands. Mother. Yun has come to see you. Lin Yun looks at her mother's pale face. Her heart aches so much she can barely breathe. Her voice chokes with sobs. Mother, you have suffered here. Lin Waner feels the faint warmth from her daughter's palms. She struggles to pull one hand free from the tugging chains. She strokes Lin Yun's cold cheek with extreme tenderness, gently wiping away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Silly girl, why are you crying? There is not a hint of complaint about the 20 years of inhumane torture in Lin Waner's eyes, only endless doting and relief. Mother does not suffer. As long as my Yun is safe outside and grows up well, Mother is willing to stay here and suffer for a lifetime. Mother is at ease. This sentence strikes Lin Yun's heart like a sharp knife. At ease. How could she be at ease? In this man-eating God Clan, how did she survive these 20 years? Does Mother not know? Every day, she faces countless cold eyes and exclusions. She cultivates with her life. She proves herself with her life, just so she would not be crushed like a bug by those people. She does it so that one day, she can stand upright before that cold-blooded grandfather of hers. Lin Yun's nose aches. Tears roll down like disconnected beads once more. She suppresses her grief and anger, and lifts her head. Her tearful eyes erupt with determination. Mother, believe in me. Yun is about to break through to the Star Emperor realm. Wait for me. Once I am strong enough and have absolute power, I will force that cold-blooded old man. I will force everyone in the Lin family to let you out of this dark and lightless ghost place with grandeur. The old man in the girl's words is her biological grandfather, the second branch head of the Lin clan, who personally threw her mother into this ice prison. Upon hearing her daughter's rebellious yet filial words, the smile on Lin Waner's face stiffens. A trace of complex heartache and deep helplessness flashes in her eyes. She does not rebuke her daughter for her disrespect, but shakes her head silently and bitterly. Silly child. You do not understand what kind of cold-blooded, massive, man-eating clan you are facing. Star Emperor. Never mind the Star Emperor. Even if you reached the Domain Lord realm, you would still be a disposable tool in the eyes of those old antiques who value bloodline and face more than the heavens. Lin Waner slowly lowers her eyelids. A feeling of indescribable despair and coldness surges in her heart. 20 years. Locked here for 20 full years. In the countless nights when the cold wind tore at her soul, she had long ago seen through this so-called home completely. She can never forget 20 years ago, when she knelt in the pouring rain, begging her eldest brother and biological father to spare her husband and son. She remembers their looks of disgust, as if they were looking at garbage. In their eyes, she was not a daughter, not a sister. She was an unforgivable sinner, who disgraced the Lin God Clan's reputation. They even wished they could strangle her with their own hands to wash away this shame. If they had not discovered that the infant Yun possessed terrifying potential, and needed her mother alive to stabilize her emotions, she would have been secretly executed 20 years ago. Blood relatives. Lin Waner smiles miserably in her heart. The sound is filled with desolate irony. What God Clan, what family affection. In front of Prophet and Face, it is all a hypocritical joke not worth a damn. Now, she has no lingering attachment or fantasies about this Lin God Clan that gave her birth and raised her, only to push her into hell with their own hands. All that remains is deep despair and coldness. Every time night falls and the ice stings, the only thing that allows her riddled heart to feel a sliver of warmth is the memory of those scenes from the blue planet called Earth, which she treasures like a jewel. There is sunshine there. There is that silly man who always liked to act cool in front of her, but dared to draw his sword against the gods for her sake. And there is her poor son, whom she did not even have the chance to hold or kiss properly. Awu, Xiao Yu. 20 years have passed. Are you still living well in that remote place? Lin Waner closes her eyes. 2 lines of tears slide down her pale cheeks. She prays silently with her last glimmer of hope. As long as you can live peacefully in some corner of this starry sky, I am content. Chapter 155. The winds howled 10,000 meters above the Lin Ancestral Land. Thick, frigid clouds ripped open to reveal a gaping, jagged hole. 2 figures stood in the void, hands clasped behind their backs, staring down at the massive palace complex spanning millions of miles. Siwu, having just torn through the void to cross star sectors, hovered alongside Wang Qingtian, head of the Wang's second branch. So, this was the ancestral land of the Lin God Clan. Siwu scanned the earth below, inch by agonizing inch. 20 years. The land of hate, etched into the depths of his soul during that torrential rainstorm, now lay beneath his feet. Wang Qingtian drifted half a step behind him. He remained silent, measuring the man beside him. 2 world lord powerhouses hovered there, their presence unchecked. Even the leakage of their natural aura hit the quiet lake of this territory like 2 giant meteors. Less than 10 breaths passed. 5 or 6 streaks of light shot out from the palace complex below, rocketing toward the sky. An enraged shout shattered the air. The light faded to reveal 6 figures hovering in the void, barely 100 meters away. They formed a semicircle, locking onto their targets. Siwu raised his eyelids slightly. His gaze swept over them like a bolt of lightning. The 3 figures at the forefront carried energy fluctuations as deep and vast as an abyss. They were bona fide world lord powerhouses. The heads of the first, second, and third Lin branches hovered there. Beside the second branch head stood a man with a sinister, malevolent face. Although he held only the Star Saint realm, his status within the Lin family was clearly supreme. Siwu's steady breathing hid an almost imperceptible pause. He recognized him. Even if this man turned to ash, he would know him. That sinister glare belonged to the culprit who had crippled his cultivation 20 years ago on that desperate, stormy day on Earth. Lin Feng. Beside Lin Feng stood a man with an innate, commanding aura. His facial structure bore a faint resemblance to Lin Waner's, but his eyes were as ruthless as 10,000 years of black ice. This was Lin Ling, the biological father of Lin Waner, and the head of the Lin second branch. Enemies stood face to face. Hatred burned, yet Siwu remained strangely quiet. Opposite them, the 6 members of the Lin family locked their gazes onto the pair. When they realized who the man in the moon-white Confucian robe was, their brows knit together in confusion. Wang Qingtian, the head of the Lin first branch, a terrifying existence who had reached the 7th stage of the World Lord realm, narrowed his eyes like a hawk. He glared at Wang Qingtian. Why are you not staying in the 3rd star sector? You dare to run to my 7th star sector to cause trouble. Wang Clan head, you intrude on our Lin ancestral land without an invitation. What is the meaning of this? Does your Wang family wish to ignite a war between the god clans? Wang Qingtian did not counter the angry interrogation from the 7th stage world lord. He did not even bother with diplomatic pleasantries. He simply clasped his hands behind his back and stepped back, ceding the primary position to Siwu. This bizarre action stunned the members of the Lin family. Wang Qingtian was a hegemony in the middle stage of the world lord realm. Why would he willingly act like a subordinate before this strange young man in black? Who was this youth? The gazes of the Lin clansmen finally settled, fully and carefully, on Siwu's face. The moment Lin Ling and Lin Feng saw the cold, young face with features as sharp as if carved by a chisel, a sledgehammer struck their brains. The resemblance was too strong. This face, these contours, this temperament between the eyebrows. He looked exactly like the weak, incompetent, lowly indigenous man from that desolate planet with depleted energy 20 years ago. Lin Feng's throat bobbed. He could not stop his muscles from trembling, though he did not realize it. He stared at Siwu as if trying to pierce his very skin. How could 2 people in this world share such an appearance? Even Lin Ling, a world lord, felt waves crashing through his heart. It made no sense. 20 years ago, that man was merely an ant who had not even reached the status of grandmaster. Lin Feng had crippled his blood, bone, and foundation with his own hands, reducing him to a cripple. Yet, the person before them was a bona fide world lord. One was an ant, crippled decades ago. The other was an unfathomable world lord today. An absolute chasm, wider than the galaxy, separated the 2. They could not possibly be the same person. While Lin Ling and Lin Feng crashed internally, Siwu ignored the shouting from the first branch head. Where is Lin Waner? The 6 words struck Lin Ling and Lin Feng. Their bodies shuddered violently. Could it really be him? Could it really be that wild, indigenous bastard? You. Lin Feng pointed at Siwu. Impudent. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, the ignored first branch head erupted in rage. As a 7th stage world lord, and one of the helmsmen of the Lin God Clan, he had been treated like air by an unknown brat. What kind of thing do you think you are? You dare to yell in my Lin ancestral land? You dare to call the name of a sinner of the Lin family directly? The first branch head widened his eyes in fury. Boom. A terrifying pressure belonging to a 7th stage world lord crashed down towards Siwu's head without mercy. He intended to use this absolute suppression of realm to crush this arrogant, ignorant fool into a mist of blood as a warning to others. Siwu stood rooted to the spot. Not a corner of his clothing fluttered. He did not even glance directly at the first branch head. I do not have patience. I will ask one last time. Where is Lin Waner? Contempt. As the pressure of the 7th stage world lord neared within 3 meters of Siwu's body, It behaved like mud entering the sea. It vanished, unnaturally, into nothingness. Who on earth are you? Lin Feng shouted the demand. Chapter 156. Who? Lin Feng shouted his question. So Wu felt a wave of sarcasm beneath his gaze. We met 20 years ago. Why have you forgotten me so quickly? A few members of the Lin family looked at one another in the void. Lin Ling and Lin Feng felt their minds go blank. A loud ringing filled their heads. It was really him. There could not be two people in the world who looked so similar. The man before them radiated an unfathomable aura at the level of a world lord. He ignored the pressure of a 7th stage world lord entirely. He was truly that indigenous man from Earth, the one they once viewed as mud. So Wu. No, this is impossible. Lin Feng refused to believe it. This is fake. You must be fake. You used some kind of transformation technique. That indigenous man had his meridians crushed by my own hands 20 years ago. All his blood and cultivation were destroyed. He was a total cripple. It is impossible for him to grow into a powerful world lord in just over 20 years. Who sent you to impersonate him? Who tried to humiliate the Lin family this way? In Lin Feng's mind, a cripple cultivating to the level of a world lord in 20 years was something he dared not even dream of. So Wu slowly closed his eyes. He did not want to waste another second talking to this group of arrogant fools who called themselves noble. To reason with these beasts was futile. The only way was to use absolute violence, to grind their pride and bones into dust, bit by bit. Talk is cheap. So Wu opened his eyes again. His pupils, once pitch black, vanished. In their place sat two glowing spheres of purple and gold chaotic lightning fire. Boom. So Wu unleashed the chaos transformation technique. His aura began to climb. World Lord rank 1, World Lord rank 2, rank 3, rank 4, rank 5, all the way to rank 9. Boom. An aura far beyond a mere world lord exploded from within his body. The entire Lin ancestral continent shook violently the moment his aura descended. Countless holy palaces that had stood for 10,000 years began to crack. The friction from his pressure caused deep, jagged fissures to bloom across their surfaces. High above, behind So Wu, a magnificent silhouette appeared. It stood 1,000 meters tall, stretching from the earth to the sky, radiating infinite chaotic light. The face of this massive form matched So Wu perfectly. It held the power of a god, looking down upon eternity, indifferent to all living beings. Behind the 1,000-meter form, 4 giant law rings slowly emerged. The first ring glowed a deep, ethereal blue. It represented the law of water. The second ring burned with a fire-red hue that could incinerate everything. It represented the law of fire. The third ring was a violent shade of deep purple and black. It represented the law of lightning. The fourth ring was a semi-transparent, dusky yellow. It represented the law of space. The 4 elemental rings shone in harmony. A huge ancient character appeared on the center of the forward of this 1,000-meter form. It radiated the power to suppress the 10 directions, making all God Clan bloodlines tremble and submit. It shone like a golden sun. Clang, clang. Tens of thousands of purple and black lightning fire blade auras swirled around the form like hunting dragons, cutting through the air. Silence reigned. A deathly silence. Everyone's mind stalled. What kind of monster was this? Wang Qingtian, standing beside So Wu, stared in complete shock. His gentle eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. He knew So Wu was strong. He guessed So Wu had a trump card. But he never imagined So Wu's trump card was forcefully entering the pulse-conserving realm. And not just that, he had condensed a 4-elephant dharma form that controlled 4 types of laws simultaneously. Pulse-conserving realm form. Opposite them, Lin Feng's legs went weak. The heads of the first, second, and third branches of the Lin family turned as pale as death. A pulse-conserving realm expert. This was a strategic human nuclear weapon capable of destroying an entire god clan alone. Even if their ancestor, that peak rank 9 world lord who had been in seclusion, came out now, he would be nothing but an ant before such an existence. Boom. So Wu did not even need to move. The 1,000-meter form merely lowered its head, its massive, chaotic eyes scanning the Lin ancestral land below without emotion. A terrifying pressure, as if an entire galaxy had fallen, descended along with the gaze of the dharma form. Snap, snap, snap. The Lin palace complex, stretching across millions of miles, crumbled like fragile, shoddy construction under this pulse-conserving realm pressure. Massive, magnificent temples collapsed and shattered. Millions of Lin clansmen did not even have time to scream. The pressure pinned them to the ground, breaking their bones inch by inch, forcing them to vomit mouthfuls of blood. This was the true wrath of a god. Just as the Lin family faced absolute annihilation, a presence approaching the pulse-conserving realm, the peak of rank 9 world lord, shot into the sky. An old man in ancient grey robes tore through the void. He appeared forcibly in front of the 3 branch heads and Lin Feng. It was the ancestor of the Lin God Clan. The ancestor had just appeared. He had no time to ask what was happening. His muddy, old eyes took in the 1,000-meter 4-elephant form above. His heart spasmed violently. He could not retreat. Behind him lay the foundation of the entire Lin family. The ancestor formed a hand seal before his chest. Hum. A huge ancient character representing suppression appeared with great difficulty above the old man's head. He tried to use this suppression technique to resist the boundless pressure released by So Wu's form, hoping to protect his descendants and the collapsing palace complex below. So Wu floated before the forward of the dharma form, watching the Lin ancestor try to stop a chariot with his mantis-like arms, his gaze cold. Chapter 157. Suppression. The golden character on the forward of the 1,000-meter Dharma form erupted with blinding light. A force of suppression crushed down upon the giant character condensed by the Lin ancestor. There was no stalemate. The giant character formed by the Lin ancestor's full strength dimmed the instant it touched the pressure of Sowu's Dharma form. Beads of sweat broke out on the ancestor's forehead. His bones groaned, grinding under the backlash of the massive weight. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. His heart filled with extreme shock and despair. He could not understand. In the entire vast human race of the galaxy, other than that old monster from the Li family, how could there be another supreme pulse-conserving realm expert capable of manifesting a Dharma form? This was an earth-shattering monster. He had simultaneously grasped for laws of power. Where had his unfilial descendants gone to provoke such a deadly star? Crack. Bang. The giant character above the ancestors had shattered instantly into a sky full of golden spots. The unstoppable, terrifying pressure of the Dharma form struck the Lin ancestor like an invisible, 10,000-ton hammer. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a massive mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His aged body flew like a kite with a broken string, smashed into the earth below by this unstoppable power. Ancestor. Deprived of the ancestor's final protection, the three World Lord branch heads and Lin Feng had no ability to resist when facing the pressure of the pulse-conserving realm Dharma form. Bang, bang, bang. They slammed into the towering palaces below along with the ancestor. They were pinned firmly into the ruins, unable to move a single inch. The roar of collapsing buildings filled the entire Lin ancestral land. Above the void, Sowu reached out his right hand. Hum. In the ruins below, Lin Feng's body, riddled with shattered bones and covered in blood, was suddenly dragged by an overbearing force. He was ripped from the ruins and hauled into the sky, hovering less than a meter in front of Sowu. Lin Feng stared with bloodshot eyes, his expression frozen in terror. He looked at Sowu, who stood close enough to touch, like the god of death. He wanted to beg for mercy. He wanted to apologize. He wanted to say he had been blind and ignorant back then. But the terrifying pressure clamped down on his throat, preventing him from making a single sound. When you were high above, looking at me like I was trash, did you ever think you would end up in my hands like a dying dog? No, do not. Kill me. Lin Feng squeezed the words out between his teeth with immense difficulty. Tears, snot, and blood smeared across his face. Without a moment of hesitation, Sowu slammed his hand onto the crown of Lin Feng's head. His divine sense pierced through the soul defense barrier of Lin Feng, forcibly viewing his memories. Ah, a sensation of soul tearing, 10,000 times more painful than being sliced alive, forced a miserable scream from Lin Feng. His eyes rolled back. His body convulsed violently. Countless fragments of memory flashed through Sowu's mind like a rapid slideshow. Lin Yun. Sowu locked onto the memory anchor point with precision. The scene flashed. 20 years ago, the infant girl was brought back to the Lin family. Because she tested for top-tier talent, she was adopted by the second branch head, Lin Ling, and renamed Lin Yun. As expected, Yun Er is truly my daughter. Watching the memory fragments of Lin Yun growing up in the Lin family, and revealing astonishing talent, a feeling of intense fatherly love and comfort swelled in Sowu's heart. However, this comfort lasted for less than 1 second. As Sowu's divine sense delved deeper, searching for memories regarding Lin Waner, the scene shifted. The 10,000-year ice cave. Extreme cold. The peerless woman who had once smiled like a flower on earth, gentle as a fairy, appeared. Now, for ice chains emitting dark blue poison pierced her shoulder blades, cruelly locking her onto an ice bed like the lowliest criminal. That was not all. As the memories continued to unfurl, Sowu saw the reality. Because of the scandal of Lin Waner giving birth out of wedlock and eloping with an indigenous man, she had been imprisoned for 20 years. Even when her daughter showed heaven-defying talent, the mother and daughter suffered endless cold eyes and violence within this Lin God Clan that claimed to be noble and bloodline supreme. Those Lin clansmen, those so-called blood relatives, cursed them viciously, calling them bastard or mongrel to Lin Yun's face. He saw the young Lin Yun being shoved into the snow, punched, kicked, and spat upon by children of other branches for defending her imprisoned mother. He saw the high and mighty second branch head, Lin Waner's biological father, visiting the ice cave. He did not go to visit his daughter. He used the most vicious language to curse her for ruining the family reputation. When he was angry, he slapped Lin Waner across her pale face without mercy, drawing blood from her mouth. And this Lin Feng before him, the so-called big brother, had insulted her many times. Mongrel, shame, ruining the family reputation. The curses and scenes of abuse replayed in Sowu's mind. Sowu closed his eyes tightly. His right hand, gripping Lin Feng's head, clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. When he opened his eyes again, the purple and gold chaotic pupils were filled entirely with blood red. He had originally thought that even though Lin Waner was taken back, she was the biological daughter of the second branch head and the own sister of Lin Feng. Even if they looked down on him as an indigenous man, blood was thicker than water. Tigers would not eat their own cubs. He assumed Lin Waner was merely under house arrest, her freedom restricted. But he had never imagined that these animals who called themselves gods, these evil ghosts wearing human skin, could be so cruel and vicious toward their own flesh and blood, their own sister and daughter. 20 years of torture in the ice prison. 20 years of cold eyes and spitting insults. Sowu looked at Lin Feng, whose eyes were rolling back like rotting mud, and then at the shivering Lin clansmen in the ruins below. What a God clan. What a Lin family. Today, I will use the blood of your entire Lin God clan, all several million of you, to wash away the grievances my wife and daughter have suffered for 20 years. Chapter 158. Die. Suwu tightened his right hand. Lin Feng's skull shattered in his palm. Sticky red and white sludge mixed with fine bone shards sprayed outward. Suwu flicked his hand, and the mangled body dropped like trash from the vast heights, slamming into the palace ruins below. How dare you! An enraged roar exploded from the depths of the ruins. The Lin ancestor, his shriveled body looking like a cornered ancient beast, shot out from the pile of rubble. Blood drenched him. His skin, like dry tree bark, twisted in fury. He had watched his own grandson crushed like an ant. In that moment, the pride and dignity etched into his very bones ground into the mud. A clear, ringing blade song echoed, carrying an ancient ferocity capable of severing the galaxy. A dark red long blade appeared in the ancestor's withered hands. As the blade emerged, the temperature dropped for tens of thousands of miles. The dark red energy cut thin, black cracks into the void. This was a 6th-tier ancient weapon. It was the supreme treasure that Lin Waner had nearly died to retrieve for the Lin God Clan from the ancient Ancestral Land in the AO Land Star Sector. Suwu watched the blade, a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. Scarlet murderous intent burned in his eyes. A cynical smile curled his lips. It was the height of irony. They used the weapon she had bled for to enforce their cruel rule, yet they had imprisoned her without a second thought. Lin Waner ruined the family reputation. The ice prison punishment is simply a rule my Lin family uses to maintain pure bloodlines. The Lin ancestor gripped the 6th-tier blood blade with both hands. Veins bulged on his knuckles. Though fear gripped him, he maintained a facade of toughness. You indigenous dog. Do not think that because you used some evil technique to force a pulse-conserving Dharma form, you can do whatever you want in my Lin ancestral land. Do you truly think the foundation my Lin family built over 10,000 years is made of paper? Suwu faced the man who used rules to hide his vicious heart. He raised his head. The 1,000-meter 4-elephant Dharma form towering between heaven and earth lowered its godlike, indifferent head. Rules. Suwu's laugh rumbled through the broken world. It carried a violent malice, enough to scorch the entire universe. Good. Very good. Since you all love to talk about rules today, I will let the several million of you in the Lin family taste my rules. Boom. In that instant, the law of lightning circle behind Suwu's Dharma form erupted with blinding, extreme light. Under the absolute suppression of the pulse-conserving realm form, the sky across millions of miles of the Lin ancestral land transformed into an ocean of purple and black thunder. Tens of thousands of thunder columns, each 100 meters thick and roaring like ancient, world-ending dragons, poured down. They carried an irresistible will of destruction, slamming into the palace complex and the millions of Lin clansmen below. The thunder punishment descended. The Lin ancestor let out a miserable howl like a trapped beast. He burned his remaining essence blood, ignoring his wounds. He controlled the ancestral killing array, and gripped the 6th-tier blood blade, charging against the raining lightning. He hoped to carve out a sliver of life with this supreme weapon. It was a vain hope. If he had been at his peak, and if he had fully refined the 6th-tier ancient weapon over the last 20 years, perhaps his 9th-tier warlord Cultivation would have allowed him to carve a path to survival. But there were no ifs. The spirit of a 6th-tier ancient weapon was too terrifying to tame easily. He had used it as a family treasure for 20 years, but he had never removed the ancient restrictions, making it impossible to unleash its true, world-ending power. Bang! Just as the ancestor shot into the sky and slashed out a few blood-red blade auras, the first purple and black thunder column, thick as a pillar, smashed into his back with ruthless precision. The Lin ancestor vomited a massive mouthful of black blood mixed with organ fragments. The irresistible power of heaven sent him crashing from the air. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderstorm arrived. The Lin ancestral land, stretching across millions of miles, turned into a purple and black purgatory. Each thunder column brought an earth-shattering explosion. The halls of thousand-year ice and star-fallen stone, once called indestructible, stood no chance. They crumbled like sandcastles before the Dharma form's 2nd-tier law of lightning, turning into fine dust that choked the air. Save me. Ancestor, save me. I do not want to die. Millions of Lin clansmen, no matter their arrogance or claims of noble blood, became the lowliest ants in the face of such greatness. They shrieked and cried, scurrying through the burning ruins like headless flies. They had nowhere to hide from the dense, inescapable net of thunder. A single thunder column swept past. Hundreds of Lin elites at the Star Saint and Domain Lord levels vanished in the blinding purple light before they could even raise their protective auras. High temperatures and violent lightning laws vaporized them instantly. Not even ash remained. Despair. This was a one-sided slaughter. The Lin ancestor lay pinned deep in the ruins. He widened his bloodshot eyes. He watched the apocalypse. He watched the family business he had protected for tens of thousands of years crumble in minutes. He watched his descendants howl as they turned to dust. His heart bled. Despair overwhelmed his sanity. Block it. Block it for me. He swung the 6th-tier blade with all his might, slashing out red blade auras to tear through the thunder net. Before the thunder punishment fueled by the pulse-conserving Dharma form, his resistance appeared small and laughable, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom! A second, thicker thunder column slammed into his chest with savage force. Snap! The clear sound of breaking ribs echoed. The thunder fire ignited the Lin ancestor's body. His skin charred, and blood gushed, turning him into a blood-soaked man. His consciousness grew fuzzy under the extreme pain and paralysis of the lightning. High above, Suwu hovered like a god before the ford of the 1,000-foot Dharma form. His purple and gold lightning eyes looked down upon the hellish ruin of the Lin Ancestral Land with cold resolve. Not a shred of mercy or hesitation stirred in his heart. In his mind, he saw Waner. He saw her gentle figure shivering in the extreme cold of the ice cave, the soul-eating chains piercing her shoulder blades. He saw the young Yun crying in the snow, her finger pointed at by Lin children calling her a mongrel, while they kicked and spat on her. He saw Lin Ling's ruthless, high and mighty slap. He saw Lin Feng's vicious mockery. These memories stoked the fire of vengeance in his chest, making it burn brighter and crazier. Under Sawu's deathly gaze, the thunder punishment continued without pause. In just a few minutes, the Lin Ancestral Land, which had thrived for tens of thousands of years, had turned into a charred ruin where not a blade of grass could grow. All that remained were blackened walls and millions of mutilated corpses, burning and emitting a sickening stench. Millions of Lin clansmen had been wiped out by this relentless thunder punishment. Bang! Deep in the ruins, the Lin ancestor was struck by another thunder column, this one as thick as a water vat. His shriveled body flew hundreds of meters high before slamming into a massive, charred stone pillar. His bones were powder. Every breath pushed out fragments of his organs. His ninth-tier world lord aura flickered, a flame in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Yet, in that final second of near death, the ancestor's unfocused eyes suddenly erupted with determination. Chapter 159. Die. Suwu tightened his right hand. The Lin ancestor bit his tongue, using the last of his strength to grip the 6th-tier long blade. He turned the sharp edge inward. The blade pierced his own shriveled abdomen. A golden orb, the size of a fist, pulsed with an ancient, multidimensional light before his chest. It appeared from thin air. The violent thunder and fire laws surrounding them stalled for a heartbeat. Without warning, or even the sound of space tearing, the sphere became a stream of light. It ripped through the void, rising into the deepest reaches of the universe with speed beyond Sawu's comprehension. Sawu's brow tightened. The gold sphere moved too fast. Even his Dharma form failed to intercept it. He had no idea what the object was. Beside him, Wang Qingtian stared, shock flooding his face. It is over. Suwu ignored the fleeing orb. He stared coldly at the 4 figures struggling in the blackened ruins. They were the heads of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd branches, and the dying ancestor with his own blade still impaling him. Suwu's gaze sharpened, his will shifting. A hum vibrated through the air. The 1,000-meter 4-elephant Dharma form rose behind him. It raised a massive right hand composed of pure energy. A 10,000-meter blade of destruction materialized within the giant's grip. The form swung the blade down upon the weak signatures below. A razor-sharp, terrifying blade light slashed the dim, silent void. Space tore like a piece of cloth ripped by brute force. Deep, pitch-black chasms opened along the path of the strike. Below, the 3 branch heads stared in horror. They saw the destructive trench approaching at breakneck speed. They tried to burn their essence blood to dodge. They found only despair. Locked by the power of the pulse-conserving realm, the space around them had hardened into iron. Their bodies remained frozen. They stood like lambs waiting for slaughter. The Lin ancestor lay in a pool of blood, too weak to even lift his eyelids. He breathed in ragged gasps, his unfocused eyes reflecting the approaching light of death. The blade light struck the ruins. Under the absolute force of destruction, those 4 world lord powerhouses, standing at the pinnacle of the Saint Spirit Star sector, vanished. They and the ruins beneath them became a void. The Lin God Clan's tragedy came to a close. Suwu dispersed the Dharma form. The violent 4-elephant light faded into his body. He exhaled a long breath. The burning fury in his black eyes returned to a deep, calm abyss. He stowed the 6th-tier ancient weapon and looked toward the depths of the Ancestral Land. That was where the 10,000-year ice cave held Lin Waner. Suwu paused, turning to the visibly shaken Wang Qingtian. Wang brother, he asked, what was that gold sphere the Lin ancestor unleashed? You seemed to recognize it. Wang Qingtian blinked, snapping out of his shock. He glanced at the empty crater where the Lin ruins had been. Awe and fear for this young man rose within him. In less than a quarter of an hour, one man had wiped out a god clan with 4 world lords. If word of this feat spread, even the Li family ancestor would have his jaw drop. Wang Qingtian remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. That sphere was not a weapon. It was an ancient coordinate beacon. If I am not mistaken, the Lin ancestor used his final breath to send a message to the Qiushan Empire. Qiushan Empire, Suwu repeated. He had read countless books on Earth and studied endless ancient intelligence records in the stars. Yet the name meant nothing to him. I have never heard that name before, Suwu said bluntly. That is to be expected, Wang Qingtian replied, gazing into the deep starry sky. He sighed, his tone conveying the smallness of a frog in a well. Not only you, but in this star sector, even most ordinary domain lords have never heard the name. That entity is too distant, too high to reach. Awe filled Wang Qingtian's eyes. Suwu, the galaxy we inhabit seems vast. On a cosmic scale, it is a drop in the ocean. According to the records kept by the Wang ancestor, our galaxy, and the countless clusters around it belong to a massive, supercosmic civilization. The Qiushan Empire. Rumors say the empire rules over 1 million vast galaxies. Our galaxy is merely a backward, marginal corner on the edge of their map. 1 million galaxies. Even Suwu, now a world lord, who had slaughtered the Lin family like a god, felt his heart skip a beat. An empire commanding 1 million galaxies. The foundation, technology, and peak combat power of such a civilization defied imagination. Was the pulse-conserving realm even considered peak power in such a place? Su Wu's eyes locked onto the core of the problem. How does the Lin ancestor have the means to contact the upper echelons of the Qiushan Empire? That is the troublesome part, Wang Qingtian said with a bitter smile. Legend says our human race, in the distant past, was exiled to this marginal star sector by the Qiushan Empire. It was a race of. Wang Qingtian stopped abruptly, the word sin caught in his throat. He swallowed it hard. They were allies on the same front now. He did not agree with the tired clichés about descendants of sinful blood from countless millennia ago. He shook his head, avoiding the slip of the tongue. In short, the origin is ancient. Only ancestors who have lived for hundreds of thousands of years know the truth. We branch heads only heard vague warnings when we took office. So Wu, Wang Qingtian said with solemnity, this move by the Lin ancestor is not simple. Once a behemoth like the Qiushan Empire takes notice, trouble will follow. A super empire of 1 million galaxies. So Wu's brow tightened. He had never imagined a giant force like that crouched above the vast starry sky. If the Qiushan Empire truly intervened, his current strength might be enough for a single family, but against a galactic empire, he would be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, so what? A sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. So Wu always acted according to his conscience. He would kill until he felt satisfaction. The blade was drawn. Even if gods stood in his way, he would hack through them. Let them come, he said, waving off the heavy topic. That is a problem for later. Right now, I only want to retrieve my wife. Without waiting, So Wu transformed into a violent, purple and black thunderbolt and surged forward. Wang Qingtian shook his head at the eager back. He did not waste words, flashing forward to follow. Deep in the Lin Ancestral Land, at the 10,000-year ice cave entrance, two dull sounds of tearing flesh rang out. So Wu appeared before the two Star-Lord guards like a ghost. He did not glance at them. The mere microscopic space fissures trailing in his wake cut the two Lin guards into 4 pieces with ease. Blood froze instantly into red ice crystals in the freezing air, scattering across the ground. Chapter 160. In the deepest cell of the ice cave, tension hung heavy. Outside, the thunderous roar of divine retribution, and the earth shaking like the end of days, leaked through the thick ice. Despite the frozen barrier, the terrifying energy pulses reached into the chamber. Mother and daughter clung to one another. Anxiety etched deep lines into Lin Yun's beautiful face. She swung a star-fallen dagger, striking the soul-devouring ice chains that bound her mother. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks showered the cell, but the chains remained unmarred. Lin Yun's eyes turned red. The Lin God Clan must be attacking, she said. We have to get out of here. If warriors of that caliber assaulted the Lin family, nothing would survive. In this prison, they would only serve as collateral damage. Lin Waner watched the futile effort. The ice chains pierced her shoulder blades, leaving her skin white as paper. She raised a weak hand and gripped her daughter's wrist, where the skin had split from overexertion. Yuniar, stop wasting your strength. Unless a World Lord Realm expert acts, these soul-devouring locks will never break. Her voice grew thin, shivering in the cold wind. Her eyes filled with worry, and the agonizing refusal of a mother to let go. She gathered her final reserves. From her robes, she produced a primitive half-moon jade pendant, and pressed it into Lin Yun's hand. Yuniar, listen to me. Lin Waner locked gazes with her daughter, her tone a desperate command. It is too dangerous out there. Leave now. With your Star King cultivation, as long as you avoid the center of the battlefield, you can escape. If you survive and escape this star sector, take this token to a place called Earth. Tears fell like broken pearls. Her voice choked, struggling to form the words. Go and find your father. The instruction sounded like a final farewell. Lin Yun's tears burst forth, cascading down her cheeks. No, mother. Lin Yun grasped her mother's ice-cold hands, shaking her head vigorously. I will never leave you. I will stay by your side. If we die together. As mother and daughter sobbed through their parting words, two figures appeared at the cell door. Behind stood Wang Qingtian in his moon-white robes. In front, dressed in black casual wear, stood a man vibrating with barely contained emotion. It was So Wu. Upon seeing the face of the man in black, Lin Waner, who had been shielded by her daughter, felt her mind go blank. A ringing filled her head. Her breath stopped entirely. Her cracked, bleeding lips trembled violently. She tried to speak but could only manage an incredulous, wheezing gasp. Her stunned eyes brimmed with a complex rush of emotions. Disbelief mixed with shock. This was a longing so expensive, she dared not even craft it in her dreams. Was this a hallucination? The beautiful final vision of a dying mind yearning for the past? Was it really her Wu? How could he be here? Lin Yun, standing in front, froze when she saw his face. Though she had been torn from her father's side when she was too young to remember, a bond forged in blood stirred deep in her soul. Despite the stranger's appearance, an unprompted wave of affection welled up inside her. So Wu looked at the mother and daughter huddled together. He saw Waner's pale cheeks, and the soul-devouring chains piercing her shoulder blades. Pain seared through him. So Wu vanished from the threshold and reappeared instantly before the ice bed. With a flick of his hand, for crisp cracks echoed. The 10,000-year ice chains that had imprisoned Lin Waner for 20 years shattered into fine powder and vanished into the air. Lin Waner collapsed, no longer held upright by the chains. She did not strike the freezing ice bed. A broad, solid embrace caught her and the stunned Lin Yun, pulling them both into his chest. As they held each other, a stream of pure, gentle energy flowed into Lin Waner's dried and damaged meridians, beginning to repair her broken foundation. They clung to the familiar chest and breathed in the familiar scent. "Father," Lin Yun whispered. "Wu," Lin Waner murmured. They spoke the names at the same time, their voices dreamlike and faint. 20 years of grievances, pain, and torture, all the long separations, burst forth in that narrow, cold cell. 1,000 words dissolved into tears. The family of 3 stood locked in a tight embrace at the heart of the 10,000-year ice cave. Lin Waner leaned into Siwu. Her thin, trembling hands gripped the fabric of his back. She feared that if she let go, this beautiful dream would shatter, and he would vanish once more. Her cheek pressed against his solid chest. She listened to the steady beat of his heart as tears soaked his shirt. Time drifted by. Siwu's gentle energy finally purged the soul-devouring frost poison from her body. Slowly, Lin Waner tilted her head up, her body still shaking. Her red, bloodshot eyes fixed on his young, cold face. They brimmed with an unshakable tenderness and love. She reached out and traced his cheek. "Wu, it is really you. You came. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." He felt the cold, shaking touch on his face, and looked at his wife's tragic state. Siwu drew a deep breath and forced back his own tears. He gripped her cold hand. "Waner, do not be afraid. It is me. I am late. You and our Yun have suffered too much." Chapter 161. Siwu. Wiang Qingtian waited until the emotions of the family of 3 had settled. He projected his voice with energy, his tone respectful. "The leaders and elites of the Lin Ancestral Land have all been wiped out, but the 7th star sector is vast. The Lin Clan still has countless side branches, subsidiary powers, and hidden strongholds scattered outside." Siwu turned his gaze to the Patriarch. "Patriarch Wiang, the backbone of the Lin Clan is broken. The 7th star sector needs a new owner." Siwu gestured toward the horizon. "Treat those remaining Lin stragglers as a gift from me to the Lin God Clan. Handle them as you see fit. My way of doing things involves no loose ends. My advice is to pull the weeds out by the roots." In this vast universe where the strong prey on the weak, who could guarantee that a survivor from the Lin Clan would not suddenly emerge with heaven-defying luck? If a remnant managed to survive a fall off a cliff, only to find a ring containing an ancient master, or accidentally discovered a mysterious little green bottle that could ripen spiritual herbs, they might endure for centuries before returning for revenge. That would be a disgusting headache. He had no desire for a Lin descendant to jump out in the future and cause him trouble. Patriarch Wiang cupped his hands in a respectful salute. "You are far-sighted, sir. I have learned much." Siwu nodded. He understood well. Even if Wiang Qingtian did not go so far as to exterminate every last person, simply absorbing or enslaving the Lin Clan's subsidiary powers would cement the blood debt in the eyes of the public. To the outside world, this would look like the Lin God Clan swallowing the Lin God Clan whole. "I leave it to you, Patriarch Wiang. My family has just reunited, and we require some quiet. Please excuse yourself." Siwu issued the dismissal directly. Wiang Qingtian bowed again, then transformed into a streak of light, and hurried away from the Lin Ancestral Land. He had to mobilize the Lin God Clan army immediately to seize and take control of all the Lin Clan's resource mines and subsidiary planets in the 7th star sector. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Lin God Clan to unify 2 star sectors. Half a day later, a solitary peak stood within the Lin Ancestral Lands, having narrowly survived the thunder punishment. A soft, green meadow covered the summit. A breeze swept over the area, and sunlight spilled gently onto the grass. The family of 3 sat on the ground. The scene was so tender it brought tears to the eyes. For the past 20 years, Lin Waner and her daughter had suffered unimaginable, inhuman torture in the dark, sunless ice cave, surrounded by cold sarcasm and ridicule. Their lives had been devoid of color, filled only with coldness, despair, and gritted teeth. There were no happy memories worth sharing. During these few peaceful hours, Siwu did most of the talking. Lin Waner and Suyungzi, the childhood name she had reclaimed, sat as his loyal audience. Lin Waner leaned against Siwu's broad, solid shoulder, while Suyungzi rested her chin in her hands, her beautiful eyes fixed on this father who stood as strong as a god. They listened intently, sometimes tense, sometimes breaking into tears or laughter. Through his storytelling, they participated in the 20 years that this man and his son had carved out in a parallel dimension. Siwu's voice was gentle, lacking the violent, murderous intent he had shown while slaughtering the Lin Clan. He spoke of how he had scraped by, and how he had embarked on the path of martial arts again in the face of despair. He skillfully omitted the existence of the system that had aided him. He told them about Suyu, that rascal, and how he had gone from an ignorant youth to pushing through his peers like he was using cheats. He recounted Suyu's glorious achievements. Siwu even gossiped about the girlfriend Suyu had in the academy, a girl named Sulele, describing the straightforward girl with vivid detail. Wu. Lin Waner's eyes reddened as she listened. Her slender fingers traced Siwu's cold, sharp face, her voice so soft she feared breaking the moment. "You brought Xiao Yu all the way to this Saint Spirit Star sector. You must have suffered more bitterness than any ordinary person could imagine. But it is better now." Lin Waner wiped her tears and buried her head deep in Siwu's chest, greedily breathing in his scent. "Our family is finally reunited. Dad. Su Yungzi's heart swelled with emotion. A brilliant smile bloomed on her beautiful face, sweeping away the gloom of the past 20 years. You make my brother sound so incredible. Now I really want to see my brother, whom I have never met, and his future wife. Just as the family of three immersed themselves in the happiness that was 20 years overdue, a sound interrupted them. Meow, meow. White, who had been lying obediently in Su Yungzi's arms, letting her fair hand stroke its fur, suddenly protested in dissatisfaction. It jumped out of Su Yungzi's arms and leaped nimbly, landing steadily on Su Wu's shoulder. Hey, boss. That is not fair of you. White placed its front paws on its waist in a human-like fashion. Its sapphire blue eyes widened, and it proudly tilted its head up, shouting, You brag so much about your glorious deeds, and those of little brother Su Yu, but why do you never mention the great achievements of your little brother here? Back at the Yanjing base, if I had not heroically helped, you would have been done for. Praise me. Quick, praise me. Seeing White's cheeky, proud, and funny appearance, the sentimental atmosphere vanished. Ha ha ha, all right. You are a big hero. Su Wu could not help but laugh loudly. He rubbed White's furry head hard, messing up its fur into a chaotic tangle. That is right. White is the most amazing. White is our family's greatest contributor. Su Yungzi covered her mouth and giggled. The coldness in her beautiful eyes vanished, replaced by the liveliness a young girl should have. She gently pulled White back into her arms and rubbed her chin against its soft fur. Lin Waner watched this warm scene. The sunlight shone on her face, drying the last trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. Her gaze sparkled with a happiness she had never known before. The 20 years of torture had finally found their redemption. Unknowingly, the sky over the Lin Ancestral Land darkened. Although the massive continent lacked a traditional star to light it, the ancient formation simulated the natural cycle of day and night. Perhaps the events of the day had been too overwhelming, or perhaps the nerves of the mother and daughter, which had been stretched tight for 20 years, finally found release in this warm atmosphere. As they leaned against Su Wu, a deep fatigue washed over them. Su Wu retrieved a small spaceship from his storage ring and carried the two of them into the bedroom. It was a small storage vessel. The speed was not much to speak of, but it served well as a temporary home. He watched their peaceful faces, noting the sweet smiles even in their sleep. Su Wu stepped out of the ship, moving softly. Chapter 162. The night wind blows cold. Su Wu stands outside his starship. On his shoulder, little White gnaws on a divine fruit. This fruit was loot Su Wu took from the core treasury of the Lin family after he wiped them out. Sleeping in the starship is not a long-term solution. Su Wu looks at the ruins of the palace, now a charred and battered wasteland. He shakes his head in resignation. He regrets that the lightning tribulation he summoned was too fierce, leaving nothing behind that could serve as a living space. This ancestral land will be a villa for the Su family, he thinks. He will need to find time to notify Wang Qingtian to send skilled craftsmen here to plan and rebuild the area. He cannot let his wife and daughter live in these ruins. Su Wu calculates these plans in his mind. He walks to an open space far from the starship. Open the panel. Following his quiet whisper, the translucent pale blue system interface, visible only to him, unfolds before his retinas. At the very top of the panel, a golden notification message hangs silently. The system has detected that the host has successfully reunited with his long-lost direct descendant, Su Yungzi. Do you wish to bind with this descendant immediately? Role clarification. After successfully binding multiple descendants, the host cultivation realm will be determined by the descendant with the highest realm. The unique constitutions, cultivation techniques, martial arts, combat skills, talents, and comprehension of laws possessed by the descendants will be applied in an additive mode and perfectly integrated into the host. The rule of always being 4 realms higher is only effective for the descendant with the highest realm. Seeing this rule, Su Wu's heart begins to beat uncontrollably. This notification actually appeared in his mind back when he was deep in the ice cave. However, he was then immersed in the joy of the family reunion and the heartache he felt for Waner. He had no energy to pay attention to system prompts. Now, in the deep silence of the night, it is the best time for him to upgrade. Additive mode. What does this mean? It means he can enjoy the 4 elements laws and chaos constitution provided by Su Yu while perfectly integrating all of Su Yungzi foundation into himself. Bind. Su Wu does not hesitate. He whispers the command in his heart. Success. You have bound with your descendant, Su Yungzi. Su Yungzi current realm is detected at the 9th stage of the Star King realm. Congratulations. Your cultivation realm is synchronized to the 9th stage of the World Lord realm. Su Yungzi is detected to possess a natural ice attribute Supreme Cultivation Holy Body, the Ice Cold Constitution. Congratulations. You have successfully acquired the Ice Attribute God Body, the Ice God Constitution, which surpasses the Holy Body. Su Yungzi has cultivated the secret Lin family technique, the Icewood Cannon, to the Great Completion stage. Congratulations. You have forcefully pushed the Icewood Cannon to the Perfection stage. Su Yungzi has cultivated the top-tier martial art, the Profound Ice Sword art, to the Great Completion stage, and has successfully realized the Ice Sword intent. Congratulations. You have cultivated the Profound Ice Sword art to the Perfection stage, and elevated the Ice Sword intent into an absolute divine skill, the Perfection stage Ice Sword domain. Su Yungzi has a deep fundamental comprehension of the Wood attribute and the Ice attribute. Congratulations. You have directly mastered the 3rd level of the Wood law, and the 3rd level of the Ice law. A series of rapid mechanical system sounds ring out in Su Wu's mind. At the same time, a terrifying transformation occurs within his body. The third level of the wood law, and the third level of the ice law. These two new cosmic forces surge into the miniature universe star vortex that Sowu recently opened within his body. The nascent small universe, which had already perfectly integrated the laws of water, fire, thunder, and space, does not collapse or conflict with these two powerful laws. Instead, it accepts them perfectly. The primitive inner universe instantly becomes more stable, vast, and complex in its law network. Above Sowu vast soul sea, beside the four law imprints of water, fire, thunder, and space, two new imprints descend. One is the emerald green wood law imprint, radiating endless vitality and the power of rebirth. The other is the deep blue ice law imprint, radiating extreme cold, as if it could freeze time and soul. Sowu cannot help but let out a muffled grunt. This terrifying power, enough to burst many world lords, causes his bones and meridians to transform. In this instant, his realm surges to the 9th stage of the world lord realm. A layer of faint blue, absolute frigid energy naturally emerges on Sowu's skin. Crack, crack. With this unique aura of the ice god constitution leaking out, the moisture in the air within a radius of tens of thousands of miles instantly freezes. The temperature drops to hundreds of degrees below zero in a heartbeat. The rocks on the cliff face crack under the violent thermal contraction, emitting a piercing sound. Dude, big brother, what are you doing now? Little White, still standing on Sowu's shoulder, shivers from the sudden frost. It drops the half-eaten fruit from its paws, eyes wide with terror. Big brother, you are showing off again. Sowu ignores the shock of Little White. He hovers in mid-air with his eyes closed, feeling the brand new, powerful energy flowing through him. Ice God Constitution, 2 third-level laws, and an ice sword domain. Interesting. Sowu moves his will ever so slightly. A hum fills the air. Around him, across a vast expanse of space extending for hundreds of miles, hundreds of thousands of terrifying ice swords, formed from ancient profound ice, hang upside down in the air. The sword tips point toward the ground, and the blades shimmer, with the deadly perfection-level ice sword intent, that can easily pierce space itself. The cold, ruthless aura, capable of erasing all life within 100 miles, is suffocating. It is clear that if Sowu were to frown, these 100,000 swords would pour down in a thousandth of a second, shredding everything on the ground. This is the control of the perfection-level ice sword domain. Yet, despite this terrifying, bitter cold, the dead wood and withered grass roots, which had been charred by the lightning tribulation, suddenly react. As they come into contact with the gentle, surging life force of the third level wood law radiating from Sowu, they miraculously sprout tender green buds. In just a few breaths, the buds grow and stretch upward. The deadly frost and the vibrant life force, 2 polar opposite cosmic laws, weave together perfectly around Sowu. They form a strange yet magnificent picture, as if a creator god had descended upon the world. Chapter 163. Ku. Sowu exhales a long, heavy breath. He pulls his focus back. The 10,000 ice swords hanging in the night sky vanish into tiny, glittering ice crystals. The terrifying cold and the pulsing waves of life force retract into his body. The surrounding air grows still once more. Sowu calls up the translucent, pale blue system interface. Host Sowu. Bound descendants Soyu Soyumzi. Descendant realm Star King realm 9th stage. Host realm World Lord realm 9th stage. Constitution Supreme Chaos Constitution. Thunder God Constitution. Ice God Constitution. Cultivation techniques UN Canon. Perfection stage with 4 laws. Icewood Canon. Perfection stage with 2 laws. Martial arts Nameless Blade Technique. Perfection stage, 3 Fire Thunder Blade, Perfection stage, Blood Fiend Transformation, Perfection stage, UN Evasion, Spatial, Profound Ice Sword Art, Perfection stage, Combat Skills, Yellow Grade, Divine Abilities, Blade Domain, Perfection stage, Zen, Chaos Transformation, Ice Sword Domain, Perfection stage, Comprehension, 2nd stage Water Law, 2nd stage Fire Law, 2nd stage Thunder Law, 2nd stage Spatial Law, 3rd stage Wood Law, 3rd stage Ice Law, Holy Spirit Star Sector, 3rd Star District. The ancestral land of the Lin God Clan hangs high in the atmosphere, inside the celestial divine palace. In the center of a spacious, ornate hall, the Lin Clan head Liang Zenshin and the 3rd branch head Liang Ye stand up abruptly from their luxurious jade chairs. What? Liang Zenshin, his voice rising an octave in agitation, stares ahead. Qing Tian, you are not joking with us. You say that Mr. Su destroyed the entire Lin God Clan, alone, in less than 1/4 of an hour. Liang Ye swallows hard. The calm expression on his face vanishes, replaced by utter shock. This is too exaggerated. The Lin clan had 4 world lords guarding them. Their ancestor reached the 9th stage of the world lord realm. Their foundation was deep. We thought Mr. So was only going to kill a few enemies to seek justice, but he ignored the conventions and leveled their ancestral home. He even strung up the Lin ancestor and obliterated his body and soul. This is not seeking justice. This is genocide. Seated in the highest chair at the front of the hall, the elder with long white hair and beard, emanating an unfathomable aura, is the Wang ancestor. He has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Hearing the reports and exclamations from the 3 branch heads, a rare look of gravity flashes across his face. He remains silent for a long time before speaking. The strength of Sowu far exceeds our expectations. From now on, we must befriend him. We must not make him an enemy. Hearing the command, Liang Qingtian, Liang Zenshin, and Liang Ye all clasp their hands in salute. We obey the ancestors' decree. Tee-hee. A charming, crisp laugh drifts in from the void outside the hall. Oh my, the Wiang family is quite lively today. A purple ripple shimmers in the center of the hall. A tall figure with a seductive, curvy silhouette appears. The woman wears a luxurious gown that flows with starlight, perfectly hugging her physique. Her hair falls like a waterfall, and her beautiful, cold, and arrogant eyes possess an air of high-ranking royalty. If Siwoo were present, he would recognize the cold woman in the purple dress immediately. She is the mysterious person he traded with years ago, at the Star Meteor Secret Realm, in the Ao Land Star Scepter. The three clan heads hurry forward to bow deeply. Even the Wang ancestor, who has remained firmly seated on his throne, rises to his feet. My, it is the arrival of Ancestrally. Why is Ancestrally here today? What brings you to visit our humble Wang family? Ancestrally. This woman, who appears to be in her early 20s and radiates in exotic beauty, is the ancestor of the Lin God Clan, the first of the 8 God clans in the Holy Spirit Star Scepter. Ancestrally glances at the Wang ancestor, waving a slender, fair hand. Leisure is not exactly the word for it. She walks to a guest seat and sits down, crossing her long, slender legs. I sensed activity at the Lin Ancestral Land. Since there were waves of energy from the pulse-conserving realm, the Lin family must be finished. A powerful being capable of such destruction has appeared in the Holy Spirit Star Scepter. It is not convenient for me to go and investigate myself. She lifts her head, her gaze pinning Wang Qingtian. I came here personally to ask the clan head. Facing the ancestor who holds absolute power over the Holy Spirit Star Scepter, Wang Qingtian dares not hide anything. He produces a photograph of Siwoo. This is Siwoo. Siwoo. Ancestrally raises a delicate eyebrow. When her eyes fall upon his face, she freezes. It is him. Ancestrally whispers to herself in shock. It seems this was destined to happen. Chapter 164. The Ao Land Academy stands on the first planet, atop the towering administrative spire that pierces the clouds. Fierce winds howl thousands of meters above the ground, tearing the surrounding clouds into ragged shreds. Two figures stand quietly on the edge of the rooftop, overlooking the vast academy city below. One of them is a burly man with a firm face, dressed in the purple gold robes that signify a core leader of the academy. This man, who usually commands great authority within the academy, bends his waist in a constrained posture, a layer of fine cold sweat beads on his forehead. Standing beside him is a boy who appears to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, with skin as fair as carved jade. He wears an oversized Taoist robe, his hands clasped behind his back, creating a comical image. Despite his youthful appearance, his eyes hold a majesty that seems to have witnessed the passage of countless ages. The middle-aged man swallows hard, trying to break the silence with the utmost caution. Academy head. What kind of world-shaking disaster has occurred in the Holy Spirit Star Scepter? It has even caused the higher-ups over there to tremble. This seemingly absurd title reveals the true identity of the child. He is the mysterious head of the Ao Land Academy, a figure who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and is rarely seen by anyone. The child turns his head slightly, glancing at the man with cold indifference. I do not know the specific details myself. The child speaks in a voice that is crisp and youthful, yet carries the undeniable pressure of a supreme authority. Secret messages have arrived from the ancestral family. They only say that a massive incident has occurred in the 7th Star Scepter. Our own mess here in the Ao Land Star Scepter has not been cleaned up yet. Why are you wasting time worrying about matters that do not concern you, you fool? Before the words fully fade, the child kicks out with a leg that looks short and small. The speed is absolute, and the force is terrifying. The middle-aged man, a 9th stage domain lord, fails to even see a shadow. He feels as if his abdomen has been struck by lightning. A muffled groan escapes him as he stumbles backward a dozen paces. The academy head is angered. The subordinate knows his mistake. The middle-aged man ignores the sharp pain in his stomach, hurriedly stabilizing his form. He bows repeatedly, offering an apologetic smile. The subordinate asked without thinking. I would never dare to pry. Head, I have already arranged for personnel to handle the affairs within the academy. Everything is basically resolved. Basically resolved. The child sneers. His youthful face is filled with impatient irritation. I demand absolute cleanliness. It must be completely handled. So many remnants of the alien races and the Star Demon sect have infiltrated the Ancestral Land. If there are any hidden fish that have slipped through the net within the academy, you cannot even handle a simple investigation. Why does the academy even keep you? Facing the fierce barrage of insults, the middle-aged man wears a bitter expression, defending himself in a low, aggrieved voice. Head, this is not due to any failure on my part. Those alien spies and Star Demon sect members carry concealment laws planted by pulse-conserving experts. Such high-level stealth techniques are extremely difficult for us to detect. Dealing with them is truly an intricate task. The child hums coldly, though he does not press the matter further. He is well aware of the difficulty. The academy leadership had sensed a clue and intended to play along, intentionally leaving a gap to capture all the alien infiltrators in one sweep. No one could have predicted that the experts behind them would grant them pulse-conserving level concealment, resulting in infiltrators whose strength far exceeded the estimates. If not for the little monster named Siyu turning the tide, the human race would have lost many geniuses. Enough. The child sets his anger aside. He reaches into his wide sleeve with a withered hand. A hum vibrates through the air. A plain bronze mirror, dark green in color with complex and profound star orbit runes carved along the edges, hovers steadily in midair. Take it. The child lifts his chin. The middle-aged man does not hesitate. He reaches out with both hands to receive the mirror with extreme respect. He lowers his head to examine it closely. The surface of the bronze mirror is as smooth as autumn water. While it shows no reflection, the depths of the glass radiate a faint, clear light that seems capable of piercing through the origin of one's soul. Head, this priceless treasure is. The middle-aged man gasps, his eyes filled with doubt and shock. This mirror is called the soul-gazing mirror. The child puts his hands back behind his back, his youthful face showing confidence. It is one of the foundational treasures bestowed by the ancestral family years ago. It ignores cultivation levels and only reflects the origin. Any disguise or concealment law is rendered useless before it. You will take it immediately and conduct a thorough investigation of the entire academy. Every teacher, every student, and even every servant. You must root out every parasite hiding in the shadows. The subordinate obeys. I will not fail the mission. The middle-aged man treasures the mirror, tucking it away close to his body. Knowing the gravity of the task, he does not waste a single second. He turns and transforms into a sharp streak of light, disappearing into the howling winds of the rooftop. The child stands quietly in place, his deep gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The fierce wind makes his Taoist robe snap and flutter. A rare look of deep worry flashes across his youthful face. The crisis hidden within the academy cannot be eradicated in a single day. The situation in this starry sky is becoming increasingly bizarre. A single moment of negligence could drag the entire AO Land star sector into an abyss from which there is no return. Time flows like an unceasing river in the sea of stars. 1 year passes in the blink of an eye. Holy Spirit Star Sector, 7th Star Sector. The ancestral land of the Lin God Clan, once completely leveled, and reduced to a wasteland of blackened ruins by a terrifying pulse-conserving level lightning tribulation, has changed completely. The night falls. On this vast continent, the remnants of the past have been cleared away. Through the tireless work of countless top-level craftsmen and masters sent by Wang Qingtian, brand new buildings have sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain. However, the architectural style of this rebuilt territory appears quite eccentric. Looking across the horizon, between the elaborate, ornate palaces, one finds a series of modern, luxurious private villas that look as if they were plucked straight from Earth in the 21st century. This jarring, eclectic style is the work of Siwu, the new master of the land. For Siwu, the dignity of a god clan, or ancient heritage matters little compared to living in comfort. Since the 7th star sector has become the private property of the Sa family, it should be built to suit his own happiness. The night deepens. In one of the villas, Siwu sleeps soundly on a wide, soft, supersized bed. Beep. Suddenly, a crisp mechanical system sound, audible only to Siwu, rings out in his mind. Detected that the bound descendant, Siwu has accumulated great strength and broken through the shackles of his realm. His cultivation has successfully ascended to the 9th stage of the Star King realm. Chapter 165. The sound of movement cuts through the air. Siwu's closed eyelids snap open. Sharp brilliance flashes in his black pupils. He is wide awake. Star King realm 9th stage. Siwu clicks his tongue in his mind. A satisfied smile tugs at the corners of his mouth. Over the past 1 year, he poured vast resources into his daughter So Yungzi. He expected Yungzi to be the first to break the bottleneck and step into the Star Emperor realm. He never expected that the brat far away at Aolan Academy would accumulate such strength and reach such a monstrous level. The boy bypassed the expected path and soared to the 9th stage of the Star King realm. This boy's talent truly exceeds expectations. Perhaps he will be the one to step into the Star Emperor realm before Yungzi. Just as Siwu sighs to himself, the bedding rustles softly. A soft, warm body exuding an intoxicating natural scent presses tightly against him from behind. Slender, fair arms wrap around Siwu's sturdy waist. What is wrong? Did you have another dream? Lin Waner's voice drifts into his ear, heavy with sleepy laziness. Siwu turns around. Through the faint starlight outside the window, he studies his wife's breathtaking face. A lingering flush of excitement remains on her skin. Several strands of dark hair, dampened by perspiration from their previous intensity, stick to her jade-white cheeks and slender neck. It possesses a lethal allure. Siwu is busy doubling his efforts this year to make up for the 20 years of debt he owes her. It is nothing. I just remembered a minor matter. Siwu's gaze turns provocative and fiery. He reaches out a finger to gently brush the hair from Waner's cheek. A wicked smile curls his lips. Was that not enough? Sensing Siwu's predatory gaze and the shift in his posture, Lin Waner's beautiful face reddens until it seems ready to bleed. You are a beast. Are you doing it again? She shoots Siwu a bashful glare. Her voice is as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Yet, her hands honestly wrap tightly around Siwu's neck. The night is still long. The next morning, soft light spills through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, warming the messy bed in the villa. Siwu opens his eyes. He turns his head to look at Lin Waner, who is still sound asleep with a sweet, satisfied smile on her lips. A flash of tenderness passes through his eyes. He carefully lifts the covers and climbs out of bed, terrified of waking his wife. Today, he has an important matter to attend to. He is going to see someone today. The original top powerhouse of the Holy Spirit Star Sector, the ancestor of the Lin God Clan. A few days ago, Wang Qingtian sent a message. The Li ancestor intends to meet with him. Both parties agree, feeling that meeting in the neutral territory of the Wang God Clan is most appropriate. Saint Spirit 3rd Star Sector, Wang Ancestral Land. Before the majestic and sacred celestial divine palace floating high in the sky, Sowoo's figure lands steadily on the white jade plaza outside the palace, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the void. He appears, and the Wang ancestor, who has been waiting outside the hall, leads Wang Qingtian and the others to greet him immediately. Senior Su, you have finally arrived. The Li ancestor has been waiting inside the main hall for a long time. The Wang ancestor smiles courteously, keeping his posture humble. Sowoo nods slightly without excessive pleasantries. He follows the Wang ancestor's footsteps into the main hall of the magnificent celestial divine palace. Once inside the main hall, Sowoo's gaze lands precisely on the guest seat. There, a woman with a cold and arrogant temperament sits lazily in a purple dress with a high slit. Her long, fair legs are crossed casually. A faint yet soul-trembling terrifying aura radiates from her body. It is her. Seeing the woman's face, Sowoo's pupils constrict slightly. This is the mysterious woman who traded with him in the Star Meteor secret realm back at Ao Land Star Scepter before it opened. He should have guessed it. How could the status of a woman who can casually produce treasures that point directly to the origin laws of the universe be simple? Sowoo never expected her to be the supreme authority of the Lin God Clan, who governs the entire Holy Spirit Star Scepter. I underestimated her background by far back then, Sowoo thinks to himself. As Sowoo studies the woman in purple, the Li ancestor raises her head. A strange light flows within her charming, soul-captivating purple eyes. She laughs, a crisp sound that seems to melt the bones. A bewitching smile blooms on her beautiful face. I never imagined that in just a few years of not seeing each other, you would grow to such a realm. You even leveled the arrogant and overbearing Lin family single-handedly. It is truly eye-opening. Sowoo harbors a rare sense of goodwill toward this Li ancestor. Back then, the disparity in their status was immense. Yet, she did not use her position to bully him or take by force. Instead, she engaged in a completely equal trade. This mindset and structure far exceed those of other conceited old antiques. Sowoo walks calmly to the guest seat opposite her and sits down. The world is too small. It is quite a coincidence. Sowoo leans forward slightly. He skips all pleasantries and stares straight at the Li ancestor with sharp, black eyes. He goes straight to the point. I am here for only one thing today. Tell me about the Qiushan Empire. The Wang ancestor sits on the lowest seat in the distance, keeping his eyes on his nose and his heart focused, refusing to interject. Hearing Sowoo's tone, which borders on a command, the Li ancestor shows no anger. Instead, she looks at the man with sharp edges and corners with appreciation. Your temper has not changed at all. You are still this direct. The Li ancestor lifts the spiritual tea beside her lazily. She stirs the tea lid gently, her red lips parting. Actually, even if you did not ask, I came here specifically for this trip. I intended to tell you all the secrets here from beginning to end. Since you have already heard the name Qiushan Empire from Wang Qingtian, I will not beat around the bush. Chapter 166. Old Ancestrally set down her teacup. Her gaze grew deep and distant. It seemed to pierce through 10 million years of the river of time. The outside world assumes this vast starry sky is full of crises and alien races running rampant. Actually, the truth you do not know is that the superhegemon ruling over more than 1 million star systems is the Qiushan Empire. Its true masters are just like us. They are all human. Within the territory of the Qiushan Empire, humanity is the ruling class that holds absolute dominance. Those races that struggle against us around the Milky Way, such as the Rakshasa, the Death Sha, and the Angel races, are nothing more than a small, itchy scab in a remote corner in the eyes of the Empire. Sowoo's heart churned with monstrous waves upon hearing this truth. Humanity is the superhegemon ruling over 1 million star systems. Why then would the humans of the Milky Way be forced into such a pathetic state by a mere few alien races? Old Ancestrally pierced through Sowoo's confusion. She scoffed and unveiled this dust-covered, dark history. The root of all this traces back to 10 million years ago. Back then, the old monarch at the peak of power in the Qiushan Empire died suddenly. His two princes launched a war for the supreme throne that lasted for 1,000 years. In the end, the ruthless second prince emerged victorious. He ascended that blood-stained throne. The second prince won, but he knew the first prince's lineage had deep roots in the empire. They had not given up hope. To avoid losing the hearts of the people, or earning the reputation of a brother killer, he did not order the total extermination of the first prince's line. He branded all the core forces and loyalists of the first prince as sinners. He then exiled them to the most marginal reaches of the imperial map, to a few desolate star systems surrounded by various vicious alien races. This is the origin of the humans in the Milky Way. You are all the descendants of those exiled sinner bloods. And we, the so-called 8 great god clans, were not from the first prince's line. We were sent by that second prince. Our mission was to monitor and suppress the remnants of the first prince's line in this land of exile. We were the overseers. Put simply, we were the prison guards. Sowoo finally understood. Why did the 8 great god clans possess such absolute ruling power in this star scepter? Why did they claim their bloodline was noble? It was because they were the imperial envoys representing the orthodox power of the empire. Of course, old Ancestrally sighed. Her tone held the helplessness of the changing world. 10 million years is too long. In time, the core bloodline of the first prince died out completely. We, the once high and mighty overseers, were also forgotten by the imperial center in this lost sky. Lacking support from the empire, the the former overseers had to survive in this cruel starry sky. They eventually became the 8 great god clans that dominate this star sector. They became the local emperors ruling over the descendants of these humans. Everyone lived in peace for so many years, but old Ancestrally fixed her sharp gaze on Sowu. The Lin Clan ancestor unleashed a coordinate before he died. That action will shatter the peace this starry sky has maintained for 1 million years. Once that coordinate reaches the imperial center and attracts the attention of those high and mighty figures, this forgotten land of exile will surely face a storm of upheaval once again. Sowu remained calm after hearing this ancient secret. He raised his head and pointed to the core of the problem. Just how strong is the Qiushan Empire? Old Ancestrally rarely put away her laziness and smiles. Her expression turned serious. Very strong. Strong to the point of despair. Old Ancestrally drew a deep breath. She slowly unveiled a new ladder of power for Sowu. You have reached the 9th tier of the World Lord realm. You should know that after the World Lord realm comes the pulse-conserving realm. But in the center of a civilization like the Qiushan Empire, the pulse-conserving realm is merely a ticket to join the high-level power structure. Above pulse-conserving is the immortal realm. One's body and soul become immortal, lasting through eternity. Above the immortal realm is the demigod realm. Above that are the god realm powerhouses, who can create or destroy star seas with a single thought. Above the god realm is the authority realm, where one can forcefully seize and control the laws of the universe. Old Ancestrally swallowed hard. Her voice trembled slightly. The old monarch of the Qiushan Empire, who ruled over 1 million star systems, was a terrifying powerhouse of the authority realm. His power might not be absolutely invincible in the vast universe, but for the Milky Way, which lacks even pulse-conserving realm experts today, it is different. Even if the Empire just sends an envoy at the immortal realm, it would mean total dimensional crushing for us. Pulse-conserving, immortal, demigod, god, authority realm. Sowu's brow locked tight as he listened to these suffocating divisions of power. He had thought that reaching the 9th tier of the World Lord realm, with his chaos transformation as a trump card, was enough to walk freely through this starry sky. He had not expected that in front of that true super empire, he was still just a slightly stronger ant. How long will it take for the coordinate to transmit to the empire, and for the empire to send an envoy? The transmission of that coordinate is ancient, and the speed is extremely limited. Counting everything, from the signal reaching the imperial center to the empire designating an envoy to cross 1 million star systems, it will take at least 3 years. 1 year has already passed since you slaughtered the Lin Clan. Old Ancestrally stared intently into Sowu's eyes. This means the preparation time left for you, and for this star sector, is only the final 2 years. 2 years. In the vast history of the universe, that was not even enough time to take a nap. Even now, with all his trump cards exhausted, and the peak enhancement of the chaos transformation forced on for half an hour, his actual combat power barely reached the threshold of the immortal realm. If the Qiushan Empire truly sent a genuine immortal realm expert, or perhaps a terrifying high-level envoy, how could he block it? How could he protect the wife and daughter he had only just reunited with? 2 years. Sowu muttered in his heart. It seems I cannot relax. I must find a way to keep training and upgrading that boy Sowu. With the treasury left behind by the Lin God Clan, Sowu did not need to worry about heavenly materials or earthly treasures. Furthermore, the ancestral lands of the 8 great god clans all contained a spatial transfer point called a star gate, which connected to important locations in other star sectors. The Ao Lan Academy was one of them. Sowu could easily travel between the Lin Ancestral Land and the Ao Lan Academy through the star gate. He simply had too much to handle recently to try it. Chapter 167. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In a desolate suburb far from the Academy district, a chilling silence permeated the air. A thick gray mist, impossible to disperse, had quietly spawned, shrouding an area of several miles. This mist carried an eerie quality. It did not drift with the wind. Instead, it pooled in midair like stagnant water. If a warrior wandered here and released spiritual sense to investigate, they would discover with horror that their sense vanished into the gray mist like mud entering the sea. It devoured everything. No images could penetrate the interior. Deep within the gray mist, the temperature dropped, cutting like a knife. A figure in a wide black robe knelt heavily on the wet, cold mud. Beneath him, the soil had long been soaked by dark red, viscous blood. The blood did not dry. It flowed on the ground, tracing a complex, twisted blood array, as if it had a life of its own. The kneeling man was the middle-aged official sent by the dean to investigate the traitor within the academy. This backbone of the academy, a trusted confidant, held his arms crossed over his chest, head bowed. He muttered a bizarre, tongue-twisting spell. As the rhythm of the incantation quickened, the blood array beneath him erupted with blinding red light. Shrieks of resentment echoed within the light, shooting into the sky and painting the surrounding fog a tragic shade of crimson. The blood light twisted and wove in the air. The surrounding space tore open as if ripped by an invisible hand. A 2-meter-tall illusionary blood shadow formed from viscous blood hovered before the middle-aged man. It carried a terrifying, evil aura that caused the surrounding grass and trees to wither instantly. If Sowu were present, he would recognize the silhouette. The outline and form of this shadow, radiating such overwhelming ferocity, matched exactly the half-step domain lord-level star demon god he had destroyed on the 7th yellow sand planet. This was a shrunken projection of that abyss demon god. The middle-aged man knocked his head deep into the muddy blood pool. His voice trembled with intense awe and fear. He pressed his forehead to the dirt and spoke. The Great Master, the subordinate has not failed his mission. All the array nodes, weak defensive points, and the hidden Holy Sect allies and Rakshasa allies are ready. He swallowed hard, madness flashing in his eyes. He continued his report. Now that everything is prepared, you only need to tear through space and descend upon the AO Lan Academy. We will coordinate from inside and out to create a fatal pincer attack. This time, we will surely conquer the entire AO Lan star sector. The demon god's voice was dull and hoarse. Very good. You have done well. Once the Holy Sect conquers this AO Lan star sector, this place will become another fertile pasture for our Holy Sect in the Milky Way. The middle-aged man heard this and suppressed the churning blood in his heart. He dared to lift his head and offered a flattering suggestion. Master, I have another proposal. A giant stargate connecting to the outside world is hidden deep within the AO Lan Academy. To ensure success, I suggest that while you descend, I sneak into the dungeon and destroy that stargate first. The man's eyes turned cold and vicious. Once the stargate shatters, the AO Lan Academy will become an isolated island. Even if humans from other star sectors want to send reinforcements, they will spend time crossing the void. By then, this place will already be in your grasp. The blood shadow demon god felt its illusionary body ripple. Destroy the stargate. That is indeed a good way to eliminate future trouble. The demon god's lips curved into a cruel, evil smile. Looking across this starry sky, the only force capable of threatening my plan is the Li family, who also possess pulse-conserving realm masters. As long as we cut off their support route, this AO Lan star sector will have no way to escape. The blood shadow looked down at the middle-aged man and issued a command. Before my true body descends, see this task through. Once it is done, I will grant you supreme demon blood, allowing you to shed this weak human flesh. I will follow your orders, master. I will not shirk from death. The middle-aged man trembled with excitement and knocked his head against the ground again. The next moment, the light of the blood array dimmed instantly. The terrifying blood shadow demon god shattered into pieces like foam in the air, disappearing without a trace as if it had never existed in this world. Only the middle-aged man remained in the cold forest. He stood slowly, wiping the mud and blood from his face. He looked at the spot where the demon god had vanished, his expression deep and complex. Do not blame me for being ruthless. The middle-aged man comforted himself, trying to dispel the guilt that rose from betraying his own kind. He knew the situation all too well. Between the Star Demon sect and the brutal Rakshasa race, there were 4 pulse-conserving realm masters capable of destroying stars with a flick of their hands. 4 pulse-conserving realm masters. What a desperate lineup that was. Based on the meager foundations of the AO Lan star sector, how could they contend with such a behemoth? Was he supposed to fill the gap with his own life? In this cruel starry sky, nonsense like racial justice and academy honor are all deceitful tricks. Only absolute strength, only survival, is everything. The middle-aged man clenched his fists. He understood that once the demon god's true body descended, the AO Lan star sector would face devastation and turn into a sea of blood. He was merely a poor soul seeking a path to survival and preserving his life amidst the coming storm of destruction. What is wrong with relying on the strong? With that thought, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes vanished. He waved his sleeve, and the gray mist that had blocked his spiritual sense dispersed like a receding tide. The middle-aged man transformed into a streak of light and sped silently toward the depths of the earth beneath the core of the AO Lan Academy. Deep within the core of the first planet of the AO Lan Academy, a giant dungeon had been hollowed out from the rock layer. It was vast enough to accommodate several starships. The 4 walls of the dungeon were embedded with countless star-fallen crystals, emitting a soft light. In the center of the dungeon stood a giant transport gate, 5 meters tall. It was crafted entirely from unknown ancient divine gold, its surface carved with complex spatial coordinate runes. This was the Stargate connecting the AO Lan Academy to other major star sectors. As a core high-level official of the Academy, the middle-aged man knew the defense array and the guard rotation pattern like the back of his hand. Relying on his status, he traveled unimpeded until he arrived directly in front of the Stargate, which emitted a faint blue light. As long as I destroy it, my mission is complete. The middle-aged man looked at the Stargate, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand. A violent domain lord-level energy began to gather madly in his palm. You have come here. Why? Are you trying to destroy the Stargate in secret? Chapter 168. The voice exploded in the dead silence of the cavern without warning. It sounded crisp and young, almost like a child. But to the ears of the middle-aged man, it was like a thunderclap from the heavens. It shattered the energy gathering in his palm. His entire body stiffened. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His scalp tingled with extreme terror. The voice was all too familiar. He turned his stiff neck toward the sound. In the shadow of the massive Stargate base, a 7 or 8-year-old child stood. The child wore wide, ancient robes. His hands were clasped behind his back. He watched with a blank expression. The dean, who should have been managing the academy, stood guard at the Stargate early. The man cursed internally. How could the dean be here? Dean, how are you here? The middle-aged man's voice trembled violently. His mind went blank. It was over. Everything was over. The child stepped out from the shadows. Dim light illuminated his young yet frost-covered face. I told you to take the heaven-peaking mirror to root out the traitor in the academy. The dean's voice trembled. It was a tremor born of extreme anger. I trusted you so much. I saw you as my right hand, a core member of the academy. But you are the deepest hidden traitor, colluding with aliens and betraying the human race. The dean roared the last two words through gritted teeth. Facing the harsh questioning, the man's psychological defenses collapsed. The disguise was torn away. The shadow of death gripped his throat. What do we have to win with? The middle-aged man shouted at the child. Fear twisted his facial muscles. For pulse-conserving realm masters, 4 of them, a flick of their fingers could grind this planet into dust. I do not want to die. I do not want to die in vain for some ethereal human cause. I just want to live. What is wrong with that? The strength drained from him. He fell to his knees with a thud. His legs softened, and he collapsed on the cold rock floor. His body shook like a sieve. Dean, I was wrong. He banged his forehead against the hard ground repeatedly. The dull thud echoed. Blood flowed down his forehead. Act as if you never saw me. Let me go like a fart. Please give me a way to live. The joint army of the Star Demon Sept and the Rakshasa race is too strong. Going against them is just seeking death. He pleaded. Snot and tears covered his face. The dignity of a teacher was long gone. The child stood still. His eyes were filled with deep sorrow and disappointment. Short-sighted. The dean reprimanded him sharply. Human dignity. The glory built by the flesh and blood of our predecessors. Is it all to be trampled upon for your ridiculous self-interest? You think that by defecting to those bloodthirsty alien demons, by offering up the heads of your own kind, you can earn the immortality and peace you desire. That is nothing but a stupid act of seeking tiger skin or drinking poison to quench thirst. Once they squeeze dry your utility, you will not even be qualified to be cannon fodder. The man kept his head low. He did not dare to meet the dean's eyes. He bumped his head against the ground while mumbling pale, self-deceiving excuses. But we really cannot beat them. The gap in strength is too big. Instead of the whole star scepter being buried with us, it is better to be a smart person and leave myself a way out. Shut up. The dean's eyes widened. A pressure like Mount Tai pressed down from his small body. Even if the enemy's butcher knife is at our throats, even if we only have the last shred of hope, we must fight for our home behind us until the end. Look at the border. Look at the soldiers who sacrificed their lives to protect the human star scepter. Look at those nameless heroes in the depths of the starry sky, who died with the aliens. Are they all fools? Are they not afraid of death? Fire flashed in the dean's eyes. They are afraid, of course, but they have conviction in their hearts. They have responsibility. That is why they dare to face aliens stronger than themselves. And you enjoyed the Academy's top resources, yet when the storm arrived, you pointed your knife at your own people to survive. You are not worthy of being human. The dean walked slowly toward the kneeling man. He intended to clean the house himself. 1 step, 2 steps. However, the moment the child came within 5 steps of the man who had been banging his head on the floor changed. A glint of a poisonous snake flashed in his lowered eyes. Since you will not give me a way to live, then go to hell, old thing. The man sprang up from the ground. Boom. At the same time, a demon shadow emitting monstrous demonic energy materialized behind him. Under the blessing of the demon god, the man's aura broke through the shackles without obstruction and soared to the World Lord realm. Die. The man looked ferocious. Carrying World Lord level power, his right hand transformed into a giant blood-red demon claw. Taking advantage of the moment the child approached and lowered his guard, he aimed directly for the child's crown. He wanted to kill this old monster with 1 strike using the borrowed power of the demon god. As long as he killed the dean and destroyed the Star Gate, he would be the greatest contributor to the Star Demon Sept's rule over the AO Land Star Scepter. The wind howled from his palm. Blood energy surged into the sky. It was too close. The speed was too fast. The child showed no trace of fluctuation on his face. He was an old-school World Lord powerhouse who had lived for countless years. This clown-like death struggle had countless flaws in his eyes. Stubborn. The dean did not even raise his hand. He just spat out the word coldly. Swish, 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 swish. A fraction of a second, before the blood-red claw touched the child's hair, the rock-hard ground of the cavern exploded. Dozens of thick vines, glowing with brilliant holy gold and covered in complex runes, broke through the ground like dozens of awakened golden dragons. These golden vines moved with extreme speed. They wove into a net in midair, wrapping around the man in the air and trapping him. Ah, break, break. The man twisted his body madly. The World Lord energy borrowed inside him slammed into the vines. The demon shadow behind him roared, trying to corrode these bonds with demonic energy. But these vines glowing with gold were the result of the dean combining the law of wood with his own divine powers. They contained absolute suppressive force. No matter how the demon shadow struggled, the golden light on the vines grew brighter. They tightened and pressed the demonic energy back into the man's body. The man's struggles appeared ridiculous and powerless. You think selling your soul and defecting to those monsters will grant you real power? Utterly stupid. The dean looked coldly at the traitor struggling in despair in midair. As the words fell, a flash of murderous intent crossed the dean's eyes. Chapter 169. With a sharp hiss, the golden vines did not give the man any chance to beg for mercy. They transformed into the sharpest golden spears in an instant. They pierced his limbs, heart, and Danchin star swirl without mercy. Blood splattered. The energy in his body, which had been forced up to the World Lord realm, collapsed instantly. The madness and cruelty faded from his twisted face. Only extreme fear remained as death approached. His unfocused eyes widened. His lips moved weakly. Even before he died, there was no repentance. He only muttered in a weak voice filled with unwillingness and fear, "I really just did not want to die." A dull sound echoed. His life force extinguished completely. The golden vines retracted slowly into the ground. The corpse of the middle-aged man fell onto the cold floor in front of the Stargate. A thunderous rumble shook the first planet, where the Lan Academy stood. The ground roared in madness. Rocks at the top of the dungeon collapsed in large sections. The Dean released his vast divine sense. It covered the entire Academy sector. Not only the first planet beneath his feet, but the second, third, fourth, and fifth planets shook as well. 5 massive, terrifying crimson arrays appeared simultaneously. They blocked the sky. Strong blood-red light stained the skies of all 5 planets dark red. A plot that had long been dormant finally bared its fangs. As the blood arrays activated, countless figures wearing Lan Academy uniforms tore off their hypocritical human skins. They were seeds, instructors, and logistics personnel. Clothing ripped on their backs. Sharp bone spurs, the iconic mark of the Rakshasa race, emerged. Their eyes turned into bloodthirsty crimson. Others were surrounded by black mist, bursting with the poisonous demonic energy dedicated to flesh sacrifices of the Star Demon sect. Tens of thousands of traders poured out from every corner and dark shadow of the Academy. High-level Academy traders surfaced. The Academy had been infiltrated by so many. They turned their butcher knives toward their former classmates. Kill, leave no one alive. For the master to descend, cleanse the pasture. The battle began. Inside the dungeon, the Dean saw the situation on the surface. He wanted to rush out immediately. He wanted to slap those rampant aliens and cultists into meat paste. But he could not leave. If he left, even for a few minutes, other hidden experts lurking in the shadows might destroy the Stargate. The entire Landstar sector would become a trapped beast. It would be isolated without any reinforcements. The Dean forced himself to suppress the urge to rush out. He sat cross-legged in front of the Stargate. He formed hand seals. A vast world lord-level divine sense descended onto every corner of the 5 planets of the Lan Academy. All students and faculty, listen to the order. The Academy has been fully invaded by aliens and the Star Demon sect. This is not a drill. Everyone, abandon your fantasies. Pick up your weapons. Prepare to fight to the death. Planet 4 served as the planet specifically established for second-year seeds of the Lan Academy. Everyone living here was a seed student who had already stepped into the Star King realm. The night looked eerie, like dusk, reflected by the blood-red array in the sky. Outside an independent villa by the mountain and water, 12 figures exhaling sharp auras landed silently on the ancient trees. They surrounded the building in the center. These 12 individuals were all Star Emperor realm experts. 12 Star Emperors. This force could walk sideways in a remote star sector. Now, they were here just to deal with one person in this villa. A breeze blew. On the roof of the villa, a slender, upright figure stood in the highest spot. He wore a loose black training suit. He tilted his head slightly. He looked at the inverted blood-red array in the sky. His deep, cold eyes held no panic. This person was Soyu. He twisted his neck. His bones made a crisp sound. He scanned the 12 Star Emperor auras in the treetops. He faced this luxurious assassination lineup that would make any Star King realm genius despair. No fear touched Soyu's face. Soyu muttered to himself. 12 Star Emperor realm experts to block the door for one second-year student. These bastards from the alien race and the Star Demon sect truly think highly of me. Soyu understood clearly. This was definitely because of his performance in the Ancestral Land. He had become a key target for the aliens and cults. To deal with one Star King realm warrior, they had sent 12 Star Emperors. A crisp blade sound cut through the night sky. Soyu held the pitch-black, blood-glowing ghost shadow soul-devouring blade tightly in his hand. He held the blade with one hand. The tip pointed diagonally at the shadows below. The aura of the 9th-tier Star King realm released explosively. Since you are all here, Soyu looked at the 12 figures. His voice sounded extremely arrogant. I am too lazy to deal with you one by one. Do not waste time. Attack together. To deal with them, Soyu did not even need to use the Chaos Transformation Divine ability. Chapter 170. Arrogant. The 12 shadows lurking in the surrounding ancient trees bristled at the provocation. One of them, a Rakshasa warrior with cultivation at the 2nd tier of the Star Emperor realm, took the initiative to break the stalemate. He roared. Muscles on his back writhed violently. With a ripping sound, 2 rows of savage, sharp-boned spurs tore through his skin. A mere Star King realm brat, daring to spout such nonsense. Die. The Rakshasa warrior kicked off the thick tree trunk. Under his terrifying explosive force, the entire tree disintegrated into sawdust. He became a black cannonball. His hands transformed into bone blades. He hacked down toward the top of Soyu's head. One action triggered the rest. At the exact moment the Rakshasa warrior struck, the other 11 Star Emperor realm powerhouses hidden in the shadows rose up from all directions. Kill him. The sky above the villa filled with chaotic elemental energy of every color. Corrosive magic clouds summoned by Star Demon cultists mingled with sharp blade beams and sword shadows slashed by alien warriors. The terrifying attacks wove together into a web of death. It enveloped the entire villa where Soyu stood. A thunderous, earth-shaking blast erupted. The villa, built from high-strength alloy, was like a paper toy in the face of the combined strike from the 12-star emperors. A violent energy storm tore it to pieces in an instant. The hard load-bearing walls turned to powder. It leveled the area into a massive ruin, 10 meters deep. The Rakshasa warrior who struck first hovered above the ruins. He looked at the swirling smoke and dust. A sneer curled his lips. Contemptible ants. However, before the smile could fully bloom, it froze on his face. The smoke and dust dissipated. In the center of the ruins, a straight, black figure stood quietly. Not only was he not reduced to meat paste, but the black training suit he wore did not have a single speck of dust on it. Siyu held the battle blade in his left hand. In his right hand, he held a bloody head. The head's eyes were wide open, still holding the cruelty and sneer from a second ago. The cut at the neck was smooth. Blood dripped onto the gravel of the ruins. The owner of the head was the Rakshasa warrior, the one who had attacked first and charged in front. How is this possible? The remaining 11-star Emperor Realm powerhouses saw the scene. Their hearts contracted violently. They had not even seen it. They had not seen when the human boy, only at the 9th tier of the Star King realm, found the gap in time, or with what terrifying speed and means, he twisted off the head of their companion. This speed. This could not be the strength of a Star King. Siyu ignored their ghostly expressions. He flicked his wrist forward casually. The Rakshasa head rolled across the rubble like a bowling ball. It dragged a glaring bloodstain on the ground. Finally, with a bitter irony, it stopped at the feet of the other 11. There were 12-star emperors. The highest was only at the 3rd tier. Siyu had not used his chaos transformation. Relying on his own strength and his chaos body, his true combat power in his normal state was enough to crush ordinary 5th or 6th tier Star Emperor realm powerhouses. Killing this group of entry-level assassins was like slaughtering dogs. Do not be bluffed by him. Even if he is a monster, he is just a Star King. If we work together, we can exhaust him. Attack together. A leader from the Star Demon cult roared, trying to stabilize morale. Exhaust me. Siyu flashed an arrogant look in his eyes. I do not have time to play house with you. The energy inside Siyu exploded. He turned into lightning that the naked eye could not catch. He dove into the encirclement of the 11 men. This was a one-sided slaughter. Siyu moved too fast. Too fast for the Star Emperor powerhouses to see anything but residual images in the air. The 3-fire thunder blade technique was executed to the extreme in his hands. No flashy moves. Just pure violence and speed. A blade beam of thunder and fire, tens of meters long, swept across. 3-star demon cultists who could not dodge in time, along with the blood-red shields they had summoned, were cut in half as if by a hot knife through butter. Crack. Siyu appeared behind a Rakshasa powerhouse like a ghost. His left hand turned into an eagle claw. It brutally pierced the hard back scales of the opponent. He crushed the beating heart inside. Screams, bones breaking, and the dull sound of flesh flying filled the air above the ruins. Those high and mighty Star Emperor assassins, who had thought they held the absolute advantage, finally understood true despair. Facing this violent human youth, who resembled an ancient beast, their prideful cultivation was a ridiculous joke. Only a few minutes later, the last assassin had his head kicked to pieces by Siyu's whip leg. Siyu held the blade with one hand. His breathing remained steady. At his feet lay exactly 12 broken corpses, scattered and miserable. Siyu shook the blood off the blade. He prepared to turn and support other areas of the academy. However, the moment he turned, his keen divine sense detected something. A terrifying aura approached his location with extreme speed. The depth of this aura was 10 times greater than the 12-star emperors combined. This pressure. Siyu tightened his fingers around the shadow soul-devouring blade. His nerves, which had just relaxed, tensed again. Star Saint realm. And it was definitely not a beginner Star Saint. It was likely a terrifying existence in the late stage of the Star Saint realm. Siyu quickly assessed his combat power. Even if he activated the 5th grade token right now to forcibly boost his strength, facing an old monster of this level would be a desperate situation. This was the real killer move for tonight. Clapping sounded. With the applause, a plump female figure wearing an instructor uniform appeared less than 50 meters from Siyu. Siyu saw her face. Instructor Lu. Siyu blurted out. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Ruian, the veteran instructor of the Ao Lan Academy, who taught second-year energy array studies, held high prestige among students, and had always been caring toward Siyu. I never expected. Siyu took a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes turned cold. That an ace instructor of the Ao Lan Academy is also a traitor among these rats in the gutter. You bastards, how deep have you infiltrated? Looking at Siyu's defensive and hostile posture, Lu Ruian's mature, charming face showed no annoyance at having her identity exposed. Instead, she laughed charmingly. Her eyes wandered with undeniable admiration and greed. Siyu, oh Siyu, your talent and combat power surprise me again and again. Lu Ruian glanced at the 12 terribly mangled Star Emperor corpses on the ground. She shook her head with regret. You are not simple. To be able to slaughter 12-star Emperors Aeolin cleanly in just a few minutes with the status of a Star King. This talent, even placed among the high and mighty 8 God clans, is absolutely a rare existence. Chapter 171. She took 2 steps forward, and her tone suddenly grew gentle. It was filled with a seductive power, as if she were still the mentor who had carefully taught her students. Siyu, why suffer and die for this doomed Ao Lan Star Scepter? Smart birds choose their trees. I have always thought highly of you. It is such a pity that you would die here with your peerless talent. Lu Wurian reached out a fair hand toward Suyu. A strange, fanatical light glimmered in the depths of her eyes. As long as you nod your head now, I will immediately plead with the Great Master for you. The Master possesses supreme power beyond your imagination. He can not only ensure your survival, but he can also grant you a supreme demonic bloodline. At that time, he can allow you to easily break through your current cultivation bottlenecks. You will possess strength 1,000 times greater than you have now. This vast starry sky, with endless glory and longevity, will be yours to command. Is that not 10,000 times better than being a seed waiting to die in this broken academy? Facing this temptation that struck at the deepest desires of his heart, a look of surprise and temptation appeared on Suyu's face. His hand holding the long blade even lowered slightly. A fanatical light of extreme thirst for power flickered in his eyes. His voice was even a bit rushed as he asked in return. Really? Instructor Lu? No, Lady Lu. Can the Master really make me stronger? Can I really avoid death and still gain supreme power? Seeing Suyu in this extremely eager state, thirsting for power, the smile on Lu Wurian's face grew more intense. She assumed Suyu had taken the bait. She nodded with satisfaction and continued to throw out the lore. That is only natural. The Great Master has always been extremely generous. As long as you put down your weapon now and join us, you will be a hero of our saint sect. I have one request. Suyu paused. A request. The Master will agree to anything as long as it is not too excessive. My request is very simple. The fanaticism on Suyu's face had not yet faded. He walked toward Lu Wurian step by step. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. Watching Suyu get closer and closer, a trace of extremely faint surprise flashed in Lu Wurian's eyes. This brat was a little too enthusiastic about surrendering. But relying on her absolute crushing cultivation, at the 8th rank of the Star Saint realm, she did not take Suyu, who was only at the 9th rank of the Star King realm, seriously. No matter how incredible Suyu might be, he could not make any waves in the face of such an absolute chasm between major cultivation realms. Speak. What do you want? Lu Wurian crossed her arms, waiting for Suyu's loyalty. Suyu stopped his footsteps at a distance of only 10 meters from Lu Wurian. He lowered his head, and his shoulders shook slightly, as if he were trying hard to suppress something. What I want. In the next second, Suyu suddenly raised his head. That face, which had been full of fawning and fanaticism, instantly transformed into endless murderous intent. I want to borrow your head for a moment. Within 1,000th of a second of shouting this sentence, Suyu did not hesitate to activate the 5th grade ancient treasure token that had been hidden in his body. In an instant, a vast and boundless, terrifying ancient energy erupted within Suyu's body. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The aura on Suyu's body shattered all the barriers of the Star King realm. 1st rank of the Star Emperor realm, 3rd rank, 6th rank. In the blink of an eye, the aura around him was actually closing in on the 9th rank of the Star Emperor realm. What? Feeling this terrifying aura suddenly swell by more than a major realm right in front of her, Lu Wurian, who had thought she held the victory in her hands, saw her pupils contract to the extreme. She could not understand it at all. What kind of trump card had this ant, who was clearly only at the Star King realm, used to erupt with such terrifying power in an instant? Although she had been on guard, because Suyu had agreed too easily, she had never expected Suyu's speed to be so fast. It was too close. The distance of 10 meters did not even require 1/10 of the time it takes to blink for Suyu, who had erupted with the strength of the 9th rank of the Star Emperor realm. Die. Suyu did not give Lu Wurian any chance to use a martial technique or open up distance. He gripped the shadow soul devouring blade, which had erupted with a dark red blood glow, because it was infused with a massive amount of elemental energy, and slashed fiercely toward Lu Wurian's beautiful head. You are courting death. At this critical moment of life and death, Lu Wurian could only let out a sharp, shrill roar. She hurriedly lifted her hands upward, and the viscous Star Saint level demonic energy inside her body surged madly, instantly condensing a black demonic energy shield that felt like solid matter above her head. She attempted to block this long premeditated blade. However, she had still seriously underestimated the destructive power that Suyu could erupt with, supported by the 5th grade ancient treasure and that battle blade. Rip. Accompanied by a loud sound like tearing silk, the blade edge of the shadow soul devouring blade, which burned with thunder and fire energy, slashed fiercely onto that black demonic energy shield. There was no stalemate at all. The moment the demonic energy shield touched the blade edge, it was like a fragile piece of black tofu. It was brutally split in two by a single slash, instantly disintegrating into black mist that filled the sky. Lu Wurian was terrified, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped her. She twisted her waist desperately, attempting to adjust her position at the last second to dodge this fatal blade glow. But Suyu's blade momentum was too fast and too fierce. The residual momentum did not diminish in the slightest. Thwack. Blood light appeared. Although Lu Wurian managed to dodge the fate of having her head exploded by the blade in an extremely miserable fashion, that black long blade, burning with violent thunder and fire, still slashed deeply into her left shoulder, cutting all the way to her chest. Ah! Lu Wurian let out a shrill scream. The blade edge directly severed her scapula and embedded itself deeply into her flesh. The violent purple-black thunder and fire energy surged madly into her body along the wound, burning her meridians and flesh. Blood splashed out like a fountain, staining half of her uniform red. The severe pain caused Lu Wurian's body to violently retreat backward for hundreds of meters in a frenzy, leaving a long trail of shocking bloodstains in midair. You damned bastard, you are courting death. Lin Waner clutched her terrifying wound, which was deep enough to see bone, and kept emitting scorched smoke and electric arcs. That beautiful face was now completely twisted and deformed by severe pain and anger. She stared fixedly at Suyu, her voice trembling violently with malice. She was a top powerhouse at the 8th rank of the Star Saint realm, yet she had suffered such a massive loss due to the schemes of a Star King realm ant. This was simply a great humiliation. Chapter 172. Suyu, I am the protagonist. Lin Waner's gaze burned with venom. Suyu gripped his blade with one hand, hovering in midair. His eyes held no trace of mercy, and that wild, arrogant smirk remained fixed on his lips. You seek death? I already told you. He shifted his stance, his blade gleaming. I need your head. Do you not understand human language? He sneered as she retreated. Why do you keep dodging? Since you insist on dying, I will grant your wish today. Suyu's arrogance fueled Lin Waner's rage. Demon eyes. Abyss tail sting. Lin Waner's back, previously voluptuous and enchanting, twisted with violent, sickening movements. Her clothes tore apart instantly. 7 muffled sounds of flesh tearing erupted in rapid succession. 7 thick, dark blue demonic tails, each over 10 meters long and covered in hook-like barbs, surged from her spine. They writhed in the air like 7 venomous pythons, releasing a spine-chilling, icy demonic aura. Lin Waner gestured sharply. The 7 terrifying demonic tails tore through the sound barrier. They shot towards Suyu from all directions at a speed no mortal eye could track. Too fast. Suyu's pupils constricted. Alarms blared in his mind. He relied on his reflexive speed, twisting his body in midair to dodge. He cleared 2 of the tails, then slashed backward at the third one, aiming for his chest. Shock gripped Suyu, as his shadow-devouring blade, charged with violent thunder-fire energy, slammed into the dark blue tail. The expected jarring feedback of impact never came. The blade passed through the tail as if cutting into empty air. It barely stirred the demonic energy, failing to sever even a fraction of the limb. Impossible. Physical immunity? Suyu stared in shock. Ha ha ha. Foolish ant. Lin Waner laughed, her mouth curling into a cruel, feral grin. Her abyss bone spikes were forged from pure demonic energy bestowed by the Great Lord, existing between reality and illusion. Suyu's crude physical attacks were nothing but a pipe dream. Die now. Under the control of her terrifying 8th stage Star Saint Cultivation, the 7 physically immune demonic tails attacked with increasing savagery. They clung to Suyu like bone-eating parasites, compressing his room to maneuver. Suyu fell into a purely defensive state. While the dark gold token granted him strength comparable to a peak Star Emperor, the massive gap between his cultivation level and that of this Star Saint became insurmountable. After 10 seconds of high-intensity dodging, Suyu's stamina plummeted. Several bloody gashes appeared on his body, where the tail barbs had grazed him. He found himself completely suppressed, unable to mount a single counterattack. No, if I keep dragging this out, I will be exhausted to death. Suyu gritted his teeth, his brain racing to find a way to break the deadlock. Defense always fails eventually. As Suyu twisted his body in midair to dodge 2 intersecting tails, he performed a distorted backward bend. A muffled sound tore through the air. A demonic tail, previously hidden in the shadows, pierced Suyu's lower abdomen. Ugh. Suyu's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting across his whites. A pain beyond words flooded his entire body. But the physical strike was not the most lethal part. The moment the tail pierced him, Suyu perceived something burrowing through the tail and into his flesh, diving deep into his blood and muscle. What is this? Before he could react, he realized with horror that the vast ocean of energy within him was pouring uncontrollably toward the foreign object in his abdomen. The strange entity acted like a greedy black hole, devouring his strength. In mere seconds, Suyu's flushed face turned deathly pale. Humph, kid, how does it taste? Lin Waner's beautiful face twisted into a perverted, bloodthirsty smile as she watched Suyu's aura wither. Did you really think that by using some shady external force to boost your level and landing one scratch on me, you were impressive? Lin Waner hovered in midair, staring at him like a predator watching prey trapped in a spiderweb. Her tone turned freezing cold. You dared to hurt me, so you will die today. I will pull out your soul and torture you with demonic fire for eternity. She unleashed her killing intent, refusing to give Suyu a moment to breathe. Abyss Demon Realm. Open. She swung her hands outward. The sky within several miles turned into a thick, pitch-black ink. Rolling demonic energy spread rapidly, swallowing all light, and enveloping the heavily wounded Suyu. In this pitch-black demon realm, Suyu discovered with terror that his divine sense felt covered by a thick cloth. His ability to sense the heaven and earth energy around him dropped by more than 70%. To make matters worse, as the demonic energy eroded him, the pain in his abdomen became agonizing, and the loss of his internal energy accelerated. Suddenly, in the dead silence of the darkness, blood-red eyes blinked open within the swirling demonic energy surrounding Suyu. They stared at him like countless hungry ghosts. Clang, clang, clang. Chains, thick as an infant's arm and burning with black demonic flames, erupted from those blood-red eyes. These chains resonated with the strange object consuming his energy. Like a swarm of violent vipers, they chased and coiled around Suyu from all sides. Damn it. Suyu cursed in his heart. You want to lock me up? Keep dreaming. He bit his tongue to stay awake, enduring the excruciating pain in his abdomen. He drove his internal energy to the absolute limit. Water, thunder, and fire curse. Explode. His left hand formed a seal, and a small, destructive orb shimmering with 3 colors materialized at his fingertips. He hurled it at the incoming chains, attempting to use the shockwave to shatter the bindings of the demon realm. However, in this absolute demon realm dominated by a star saint, the water, thunder, and fire curse, usually invincible, failed to produce even a single sound of explosion. It vanished like a stone tossed into the sea, silently swallowed and dissolved by the eerie demonic energy. All his resistance was suppressed. The chains moved with a life of their own. No matter how he dodged or how bizarre his movement techniques, the chains trailed him, tightening the circle. Finally, a metallic ring echoed. One blood-red chain lashed around Suyu's left leg. "Get out." Suyu flashed a look of ruthless determination, swinging his shadow-devouring blade to sever the chain around his leg. But the moment he cut it, 3 more blood-red chains erupted toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 chains bound Suyu's wrists and his other leg. Clang, 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 clang. Seeing Suyu finally immobilized, more blood-red chains flooded in from every direction, wrapping him into a giant cocoon. Some chains constricted around him, while others pierced his shoulders, thighs, and chest. Ahaha. Even with a will of iron, Suyu could not suppress a scream of agony. It felt as if countless burning steel needles had pierced his body at once. Every inch of skin and every nerve endured the extreme pain of being sliced apart. Despair filled him as the chains pierced his body like vampires, locking onto every meridian. His energy lay imprisoned within his star vortex, unable to circulate even a fraction. Suyu hung spread-eagled in the middle of the demon realm, blood dripping from the chains. Unable to move, he became a target for slaughter. He. Lu Ruian's beautiful but twisted face emerged from the darkness as she watched Suyu suffer like a dying dog. Her eyes filled with sadistic, vengeful pleasure. A genius? A monster? In the face of absolute power, do you not ultimately end up like a dog? Lu Ruian savored the power to decide life and death. She did not rush to kill him, preferring to watch him gasp his last breath in despair and pain. Yet, to Lu Ruian's surprise, the young man, tortured to the point of passing out and soaked in blood, stubbornly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes held no submission or pleas for mercy. He looked at Lu Ruian, blood trickling from his lips, and curled them into a crazed, almost hysterical sneer. Cough. Old woman. Suyu coughed blood, his voice slurred. You think you have already won? I am the son of destiny, favored by fate under this starry sky. I am the protagonist. How could I possibly die at the hands of disgusting villains like you? You are babbling nonsense at death's door. Lu Ruian frowned in disgust. Killing intent surged, and she prepared to crush Suyu's skull. But in that exact instant, a boom thundered throughout the realm. A pure, vast energy erupted from deep within Suyu's body, instantly forcing him into the Star Saint realm. What power was this? It was the pure, compressed energy Suyu had devoured and stockpiled within his body from the energy cave. Stimulated by the life and death desperation of this final moment, it exploded with violent force. Chapter 173. A low hum vibrated through the air. The sound of snapping metal filled the space. Snap, snap, snap. The blood-red chains binding Suyu groaned under the impact of the terrifying energy. Slowly, inch by inch, the chains succumbed to the pressure. They fractured and disintegrated into a mist of blood-red dust. Suyu released a roar. His aura, which had withered to the point of exhaustion, surged upward. It shattered the previous limit and solidified at the Star Saint level. A shockwave of terrifying power swept outward, centered on Suyu. The blast tore Lu Ruian's domain into fragments of black debris. How is this possible? Lu Ruian's face twisted into a mask of disbelief. She stared at Suyu, who hovered in midair like a god of thunder and fire, radiating the genuine aura of a Star Saint. She surrendered. At the same time, in the Holy Spirit Star domain, within the ancestral grounds of the Lin Clan, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Sowu's mind. The system detected that the host's descendant Suyu is in a near-death state. Stimulated by the extreme conditions of life and death, Suyu's potential exploded. His true cultivation shattered the shackles and reached the first level of the Star Emperor realm. Congratulations to the host. Your cultivation has synchronized and reached the first level of the pulse-conserving realm. Upon hearing the words near-death, Sowu's deep black eyes constricted to the size of pinpricks. Suyu is in danger. Meanwhile, above the 5 planets of the Ancestral Land Academy, the 5 colossal blood-red sacrificial arrays glowed with a blinding light. From the center of these arrays, 5 cold and evil presences emerged. They felt as though they had crawled from the deepest abyss of the universe. Each of these 5 presences reached the limit of the half-step pulse-conserving realm. 5 1,000-meter-tall demon god avatars descended upon the 5 planets of the Academy. What are these monsters? Every student and every instructor fighting in the battle looked up. They saw the blood-red demon gods emitting the terrifying pressure of the half-step pulse-conserving level. Their will to fight, already stretched thin, shattered completely. Star Emperor, Star Saint, World Lord. In front of the half-step pulse-conserving demon god avatars, they were all ridiculous ants. It is over. Everything is over. The Ancestral Land Academy is beyond saving. Despair consumed countless people. Yet, this stifling despair was only the beginning. After descending, the 5 half-step pulse-conserving demon god avatars did not immediately begin the slaughter. They tilted their terrifying heads in unison. Their massive bodies transformed into 5 columns of blood-red light. They pierced through the atmosphere of the 5 planets and emerged into the vastness of space. In the vacuum, the 5 demon god avatars intertwined and fused. A roar that shattered souls and caused the surrounding starry sky to collapse erupted. The 5 half-step pulse-conserving avatars fused perfectly into one. They reached 10,000 meters in height. They radiated endless evil demonic energy. They truly crossed the threshold into the pulse-conserving realm. The true demon god had arrived. Within the tunnels of the first planet, a dull rumbling passed through the thick rock layers. The vibrations caused rubble to roll down the walls. In front of the Stargate, the Aolandine, in his childlike body, looked upward. His gaze seemed to penetrate the heavy crust above, observing the chilling scene in space. Even the true form of the demon god has descended. His face filled with gravity and bitterness. As the guardian of this top institution, he bore the future of the billions of lives in the Aoland star domain. Now, facing the supreme demon god in space, who had merged 5 avatars and truly entered the pulse-conserving realm, a deep sense of powerlessness drowned him. Is the heritage of Aoland, which has lasted for millions of years, to be cut off just like this today? The Dean sighed in misery. He had already secretly used a secret technique to send a request for help to the god clans of the Holy Spirit star domain. Now, all he could do was guard the Stargate, protecting this final hope of passage. A low hum resonated. At that moment, the Stargate behind him emitted a deep vibration. A violent ripple of space appeared on the previously stable blue light curtain without warning. The Dean's dead eyes flared with a burst of ecstatic light. Transmission fluctuations. Could it be that the reinforcements from the god clans have arrived? He whipped his head around. However, a blurred black shadow, which even his divine sense could not capture, shot out from the light curtain of the Stargate. It vanished from his perception instantly. It left not even a phantom image behind. The Dean froze in place. What on earth was that? Chapter 174. On the 4th planet, within the ruins of the Seed Villa area, Suyu stood proudly in midair. Violent purple-black lightning and crimson flames intertwined around his body. He looked like a god of war bathed in divine punishment. The shadow-devouring blade in his hand crackled with destructive thunder and fire arcs. It emitted a heart-stopping sizzling sound. He appeared majestic and invincible. In the air not far from him, the arrogant female instructor, Luvurian, looked miserable. She clutched the terrifying wound on her shoulder. The bone was visible, and the thunder and fire continued to burn her flesh. Her face turned as pale as paper. Her peach blossom eyes, usually full of charm, held only deep apprehension. She did not dare to move. She truly did not dare to act rashly again. The boy in front of her, clearly only at the 9th stage of the Star King realm, defied her understanding. During their brief exchange, he had surged in strength twice. He first forced his power up to the peak of the Star Emperor realm. Then, at the brink of death, he exploded with power, showing strength capable of rivaling a Star Saint. Who knew what other trump cards this monster hid? Suyu held the blade with one hand. Did you not find it fun just now? He sneered. Now, it is my turn. Suyu snapped his fingers. A sharp crack echoed. Over a dozen translucent beads appeared in the void behind him. They glowed with interwoven blue, red, and purple-black light. These were the water, fire, thunder curses. Even worse, fueled by the energy now comparable to that of a Star Saint. The destructive waves radiating from these beads were several times stronger than the one released in the demon realm. Luvurian felt her scalp tingle as she sensed the world-destroying power within those beads. Something was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. The boy's combat power seemed to have surpassed her own. Only one thought remained in her mind. Escape. With her foundation at the 8th stage of the Star Saint realm, she usually would not end up so miserable even if she lost. But Suyu's deception, and that one blade strike had depleted her blood and energy. Her combat effectiveness likely fell below the 4th or 5th stage of the Star Saint realm. She spun around, turned into a black stream of light, and fled toward the distant dense forest. Do you want to leave? Leave your head behind. Suyu's eyes turned cold. He swung his left hand forward. A series of piercing sounds tore through the night sky. The dozen beads, radiating destructive light, flew toward Luvurian's back like a meteor shower. They dragged long, 3-colored tails behind them. Their speed was impossible to dodge. Damn it. Luvurian sensed the deadly crisis at her back. She had nowhere to hide and turned around sharply. She recited a demonic spell. The demonic energy in her body poured out like a broken dam. Thick black fog condensed in the night sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge black snake over 30 meters long. It looked ferocious and radiated monstrous killing intent. The black snake opened its bloodthirsty mouth, attempting to swallow and block the flying 3-colored beads. She underestimated the power of the water, fire, thunder curses. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted in midair. The 3 different attribute powers reacted violently the moment they touched the black snake. The massive snake formed by demonic energy could not withstand the onslaught. It did not even last half a second before it was torn to shreds and dissipated into black smoke. Ugh. The aftermath of the explosion slammed into Luvurian. She flew backward like a broken kite. Her clothes lay in tatters. Large patches of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, covered in charred scars. Her hair stuck messily to her pale face. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She looked incredibly miserable. Before she could stabilize herself or catch her breath, a figure appeared in front of her. He had already pierced through the sea of fire. Suyu had finished charging his attack. The 3-fire thunder blade, final form, slaughter everything. The blade of the shadow-devouring blade erupted with unprecedented scorching fire and blinding thunder. The 2 violent powers intertwined perfectly on the blade edge. They seemed ready to split the heaven and earth apart. Slash. Suyu gripped the handle with both hands and swung at Luvurian. A terrifying blade aura burning with purple destructive lightning and crimson flames roared toward Luvurian like a thunder dragon. The space along the path of the blade aura groaned under the weight. It ripped open black cracks like spiderwebs in the void. This blade aura possessed the attribute of space. Run. Luvurian watched the thunder fire blade aura grow rapidly in her pupils. Only one thought of despair remained in her mind. She used the last bit of her strength to try and dodge. Unfortunately, every struggle proved futile. The violent thunder fire blade aura moved with unstoppable momentum. It crossed the distance of space in an instant and engulfed Luvurian. Ah! A short, sharp scream echoed. The light of the thunder and fire faded gradually. The sky was empty. Luvurian had vanished without a trace. Only a few charred scraps of cloth and flying ashes drifted in the wind. These prove that the senior instructor, who once held a high position in the academy and betrayed them to the demon god, had been cleaved into nothingness, along with her flesh and soul. Suyu exhaled a long breath. The thunder and fire light on the shadow-devouring blade faded inward. His tense muscles relaxed slightly. Finally, that trouble is resolved. Yet, the moment he relaxed, a large hand rested gently on his shoulder without warning. A thunderclap exploded in Suyu's mind. A terrifying crisis washed over his limbs and bones. How was this possible? With his sharp divine sense, comparable to the 7th or 8th stage of the Star Saint realm, someone had approached him silently. They even placed a hand on his shoulder without him noticing. Could it be a great being of the Domain Lord realm, hiding in the shadows of the alien races and the Star Demon sect? Suyu's heart sank to the bottom. If a Domain Lord level fighter made a move, he would surely die, even if he gave his life. He gritted his teeth and prepared to swing his blade backward, regardless of the cost. Chapter 175. At that moment, a lazy yet familiar voice drifted into his ear. The trouble was handled cleanly and efficiently. The tone carried a touch of amusement. Suyu stopped his blade mid-swing. He jerked his head around to see a young man standing tall, in a black trench coat. The man possessed sharp, cold features, as if carved by a knife. Though he looked barely 20, his deep, black eyes held a calm, ancient weight. A small, fluffy white beast lay lazily on the youth's shoulder. Suyu stared blankly at that familiar yet youthful face. His mind stalled for 3 full seconds. Dad? Suyu's voice trembled, his eyes wide with a mix of disbelief and overwhelming joy. Is it really you? How did you become so young? And little white? The little beast perched on Suyu's shoulder heard the call, and bounced up with excitement. Wahaha, little brother Suyu. Long time no see. Did you miss your big brother? Suyu looked at his son, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He reached out to pat Suyu's shoulder firmly, his tone laced with teasing. Little you, it has been a long time, but your cultivation speed is a bit slow. Slow? Suyu almost choked. He stared at his father with wide eyes. He had been training with his life on the line all these years. In the history of the AO Land Star Domain, his speed was legendary. This old man was showing off the moment they met. Where am I slow? I just fought a battle above my rank. Suyu puffed out his chest, ready to argue. But Suyu did not listen to the excuses. The smile on Suyu's face faded slowly. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the atmosphere of the 4th planet to lock onto the 10,000-meter demon god in space. We can save the chatter for later. Suyu grabbed the bouncing little white off his shoulder and tossed him into Suyu's arms as if he were a sack of sand. I will be back in a moment. Suyu left those words behind and flickered, vanishing into thin air. He left Suyu hugging little white. In the orbit of the AO Land Star Domain, the 10,000-meter tall blood shadow demon god, fused from the 5 avatars, stood in the void. Its massive head loomed over the 5 academy planets. Demonic energy rolled off its body, like a black tsunami. It did not care for the star demon sect disciples dying for its sake, nor for its so-called Rakshasa allies. In the eyes of a true demon god, they were merely pawns to be discarded. It raised its arms, thick as mountain ranges. In its palms, 5 black, destructive light orbs capable of annihilating these special planets condensed and swirled. It intended to blast these planets into cosmic dust in one stroke. Just as it prepared to hurl the orbs, it froze. Its massive head turned toward the 4th planet, with a hint of suspicion. It sensed something. A terrifying aura radiated from that direction. Rise. A voice, majestic and authoritative as a decree from heaven, echoed through the void. Outside the atmosphere of the 4th planet, Suyu, having activated the chaos transformation technique, hovered in the air. Rumbles shook the stars. Behind him, a magnificent manifestation, 10,000 meters tall, and rivaling the blood shadow demon god, solidified in the starry sky. This time, the manifestation had changed drastically from the one seen at the Lin Clan grounds. Beyond the towering figure, 6 wheels of law rotated slowly behind its head. Previously, there were 4. Now there were 6. A deep blue wheel of water law, a fire-red wheel of fire law, a purple-black wheel of thunder law, a translucent wheel of space law. New additions included a deep green wheel of wood law radiating life, and a dark blue wheel of ice law frozen in eternal stasis. The 6 laws shone in brilliance. Even more terrifying to the 10,000-meter demon god was the view behind the manifestation. 6 enormous wings, radiating dazzling golden light, burst from its back. An angelic manifestation. This served as the symbol of a warrior breaking through the shackles of the pulse-conserving realm, merging flesh and spirit to step into the immortal realm. Immortal? The 10,000-meter demon god trembled as it saw the 6-winged angel manifestation. Its hands, holding the destructive orbs, shook violently. An indescribable terror flooded its mind. This was impossible. How could a supreme expert of the immortal realm descend here? It was absolute suppression, spanning a full major realm. Suwu hovered at the brow of the angel manifestation, looking at the demon god with cold disdain. I have killed you so many times. This must be your true form, right? He lifted his right hand. Following his movement, the 10,000-meter angel manifestation raised its own massive right hand. A hum resonated. A spirit energy blade, tens of thousands of meters long, and fused with the 6 laws, formed in the manifestation's hand. Die. Suwu uttered the word without expression and waved his right hand. The angel manifestation gripped the blade with one hand and swung it at the 10,000-meter demon god with casual grace. A blade beam, faster than time itself, sliced through the massive body of the demon god like a hot knife through butter. The first stage pulse-conserving abyss demon god froze in space. It lowered its head slowly to look at its indestructible demon body. A smooth golden line stretched from the top of its head down to its groin. Immortal. It only had time for one final despairing whisper in its mind. A microsecond later, it shattered. The body of the 10,000-meter demon god disintegrated under the force of the blade. This was an absolute one-shot kill, spanning a major realm. Suwu looked at the empty starry sky. He retracted his hand. The manifestation behind him, along with the 6 wheels of law, transformed into golden light, and retreated into his body. Suwu rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck. That was a satisfying battle. He turned and flew back toward the 4th planet as a streak of light. In the deep core of the 1st planet, the Dean, who held his post at the star gate, wore an expression of undisguised shock. Though deep in the planet's core, his divine sense remained focused on outer space. He clearly sensed the sudden eruption of that terrifying aura, a supreme divine power. Could it be that the figure who stepped out from this stargate earlier was the ancestor of the Lin God Clan? Chapter 176. The 10,000-meter demon god fell in the vacuum of space. The apocalyptic catastrophe that should have doomed the Ancestral Land star domain reached its end. The demon god perished, but the flames of war across the 5 planets of Ancestral Land Academy did not cease immediately. The Rakshasa suicide squads and star demon sect traitors continued their slaughter. They were blinded by bloodlust. They did not know their master in the stars had been erased by a single blade. They rampaged through every corner of the academy, attempting to harvest as many human lives as possible. Their madness would not last long. On the 1st planet, at the massive central drill grounds, dozens of star demon sect members joined forces to weave a bloodthirsty demonic array. They trapped hundreds of wounded instructors and students inside, preparing for a flesh sacrifice. The cultists sneered and reached to activate the array. A deep blue frost sword energy, cold enough to freeze the soul, slashed out of thin air. It struck the center of the formation. The movements of those dozens of cultists stiffened. A thick layer of black ice formed on their skin, and they shattered into frozen dust under the light breeze. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th planets, similar scenes played out across different battlefields. Crimson thunder blade auras appeared from nowhere. Invisible space blades sliced through the air. The alien races and heretics, who had been slaughtering students only a second before, did not even see their enemies. This absolute power erased them instantly. The crisis of Ancestral Land Academy resolved itself through this precise and divine cleansing. On the 4th planet, within the ruins of the Seed Villa area, the wind carried a faint scent of burning. Suyu sat cross-legged on a broken stone wall. He channeled gentle chaotic energy to repair his organs and meridians, which the demonic chains had pierced. Opposite him, the fluffy royal star beast Little White danced and gestured, delivering a passionate lecture. And then you will not guess what happened, Little White squeaked. The beast gestured wildly with his front paws. His blue eyes burned with fervor. Boss suddenly became even more terrifying. With one move, he crossed several realms. And that is not all. Upon arriving in the Holy Spirit star domain, Boss suddenly became even more powerful. That so-called world lord of the Lin God Clan was like a fool before him. Boss slapped him to death. And then, just now, Boss became terrifying again. He summoned a 1,000-meter manifestation. Thunder punished the earth. He flattened the ancestral grounds of the God Clan that ruled a whole star sector. He even hung their ancestor up and hammered him. Finally, he naturally found the mistress, who is your mother, and your beautiful older sister. Siyu sat on the stone slab. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. His mood shifted from gravity to confusion, then to uncertainty, and finally into a blank shock. Is that really how it happened? Siyu asked. He swallowed his dry saliva, filled with doubt. He stared at Little White, who looked completely serious. His head spun. What kind of magical realism script was this? Siyu had awakened the chaos body. He had killed enemies above his level all the way from Earth. At Ancestral Land Academy, he was a seed genius seen once in 10,000 years. He had trained like a madman to become stronger. He had assumed his speed and his heaven-defying combat power were unprecedented. He believed he would soon catch up to his father. Reality struck him like a loud slap on his face as the son of destiny. His father was not just stronger than him. His father was unreasonably strong. From a low-level martial artist in a border star sector, his father had rocketed to the realm of suppressing the Holy Spirit God Clan and destroying ancient families in a few short years. The gap between them spanned not just 18 streets, but 18 galaxies. I thought I was the protagonist grinding levels to upgrade, Siyu muttered. It turns out Dad is a max-level character slaughtering gods in the newbie village. A sense of absurdity rose in his heart. The feeling lasted only a moment, before a hotter fighting spirit replaced it. The stronger his father was, the better his genetic lineage. Why could he, Suyu, not do what his father had done? What did a gap in power matter? One day, he would surpass his father with his own strength. It is solved, a steady voice said. Suwu appeared in front of Suyu out of thin air. Suyu looked at his father, who appeared like a god descending from heaven. His heart skipped a beat. His first reaction was not to verify his father's realm. Suyu jumped from the stone slab and rushed to Suwu. His usually cold eyes reddened slightly from longing. Dad, Suyu cried out. The father and son embraced. Ew, that is sickening, Little White muttered. The beast turned away in disgust. After a long time, Suyu asked, did you really find Mom and my sister? Are they safe? Were they injured? Blood ran thicker than water. Having drifted through the stars for so many years, dangling on the edge of life and death, Suyu had relied on the memory of his shattered home as much as his desire for strength. Suwu looked at the tall young man and felt a softness in his heart. He placed his broad palm on Suyu's shoulder. He nodded with a warm and firm expression. I found them. They are safe and recovering in the Lin ancestral grounds. Upon receiving the confirmation, Suyu's tense nerves finally relaxed. He let out a long breath. His eyes grew moist, but a bright smile split his face. Then our family will finally be reunited. Suwu nodded and pulled back his hand. Clean yourself up and come with me to the Holy Spirit Star Domain. You no longer have any reason to stay in Ao Lan Academy. You have learned what you need to learn. You must walk the remaining path on a broader stage. A feeling of rising with one's powerful connections washed over Suyu. He was now 100% certain that everything Little White had boasted about was true. His father intended to settle down in the Holy Spirit Star Domain and raise him as a top-level young master. If this had happened in the past, he might have hesitated, wanting to rely on his own strength. But now his mother and sister were there. He did not want to wait even 1 second. Fine, Suyu agreed simply. He seemed to think of something. A rare, unnatural expression appeared on his cold face. His ears turned a suspicious shade of red. But, Dad, Suyu stammered. Before going to the Holy Spirit Star Domain, I need to return to Earth. Suwu looked at his son, who acted so awkwardly, and understood everything in an instant. He coughed twice to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth and teased, oh, returning to Earth. Fine. Then we will stop by and pick up your little girlfriend on the way. That is right. There is also that girl named Su Lele, Little White added from Suwu's shoulder. Suyu usually acted very steady at the academy, but as his father and pet teased him, a distinct red flush spread across his face. He scratched his head in embarrassment. For once, he did not retort. Chapter 177. Suwu stopped teasing him. He turned his wrist, and a light flashed from his space ring. A stream of light emerged from his fingertips, rapidly enlarging in midair until it became the size of an ordinary off-road vehicle. It had a perfect, streamlined shape and a finish that exuded high technology. This was a top-tier flight vehicle Suwu had plucked from the Lin Clan treasury during his raid. It was small and lacked the imposing presence of heavy warships, but its engine thrust was extreme. You take this ship. Suwu pointed to the craft hovering in the air. He explained that it was small but fast. It far exceeded any curvature shuttle on the market. Most importantly, it contained a micro-space jump device that only the God Clans possessed. At its speed, returning to Earth and flying back would take no more than 1 week. You take this to go to Earth and pick up the people. Then you can return to the Holy Spirit Star Domain directly through the Stargate in the cavern. What about you? Suyu looked at the ship and turned to ask. Suwu tilted his head and glanced at the small white beast lying on his shoulder. He and Little White had to make a trip to the border of the Ao Lan Star Domain. He intended to settle some old scores for Little White. It was time for the Six-Eyed Race, one of the culprits who slaughtered the Divine Beast Clan, to pay a bloody price. On the first planet of Ao Lan Academy, inside the administrative tower and the Academy conference room, the Ao Lan Dean sat in the large main seat with his youthful body. Along the long table, the vice principals and core instructors who had returned from fighting in various battlefields sat in silence. Every person carried a heavy murderous aura. Their armor was broken, but it could not hide the shock and confusion in their eyes. Everyone. The dean scanned the group. Start your report. A vice principal with a broken left arm stood up. His eyes filled with lingering fear as he reported. Dean, on the second planet, we were surrounded by dozens of star demon sect powerhouses. One moment they were forming a formation, and the next moment, they had all turned into ice powder. We did not even see who attacked. The third planet was the same. Another instructor agreed. A crimson thunderbolt descended from the sky and split the three-headed Rakshasa commanders, besieging us into nothingness. That kind of power definitely transcended the realm of a domain lord. The report sent shockwaves through the dean's heart. He began to ponder. This precise, lightning-fast eradication, combined with the true body of the pulse-conserving demon god that had been killed instantly in space, pointed to a single conclusion. The dean frowned. He tapped his fingers on the table unconsciously and fell into deep self-doubt. Such terrifying and unparalleled strength. Could it really be the ancestor of the Li family? But that is not right. The Li family ancestor is a great power of the pulse-conserving realm, but to kill a demon god of the same level so cleanly and easily should be impossible. Who exactly made the move? Could it be that the God Clans have hidden pulse-conserving powerhouses? Just as he pondered, a subtle ripple appeared in the center of the conference room without warning. A moment later, a cold young figure stood naturally on the giant conference table. Who is it? Enemy attack? The sudden change startled everyone. The dozen vice principals and top instructors present were all veterans who had killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their reactions were swift. Almost the moment Suwu appeared, they retreated and activated various ancient treasures and martial arts. They locked their focus onto the figure standing on the table. Weapons unsheathed, they acted as if facing a major threat. The AO Land Dean sat in his main seat, his body stiff. As a high-level domain lord, he knew better than anyone that someone who could cross space and land in the center of the conference room without him noticing possessed unfathomable methods. The sense of overwhelming pressure made all defense feel useless. If the other party wanted to kill, everyone present, including himself, would be a corpse before they could even react. Stop everything. Stand down. The dean issued a harsh order, driving away the high-level officials who prepared to strike. Suwu stood on the conference table with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept over the crowd indifferently. He released no pressure, but his aura, which seemed to blend with heaven and earth, made everyone in the room unable to breathe. Do not be nervous. I am not from the Rakshasa race, nor am I from the Star Demon sect. I am not here to kill anyone. Suwu's voice was calm, carrying an unquestionable dominance. I am just notifying you of a small matter. I am taking Suyu, a second-year core student, away. Do not list my son as a battle casualty when you take attendance. Is that clear? A notification. This was not just a word, but a command from a superior to a subordinate. Facing such incredibly arrogant behavior, not a single high-level official present dared to refute him. Very good. Suwu nodded slightly without wasting another word. He shifted his figure. With a soft sound, he vanished from the conference room, as if he had never appeared. Silence remained. Only the heavy breathing of the crowd echoed. A vice principal slumped into his chair, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked with a trembling voice, "Dean, who exactly was that person?" The dean's youthful face showed an incredibly complex expression. At the moment Suwu appeared, his divine sense had keenly captured a trace of the aura that the other party had not yet fully restrained. That aura came from the same source as the power that killed the demon god in space. It was not the ancestor of the Li family. Could it really be a hidden trump card of the God clans? Du Dong, Suyu's instructor, and the vice principal who knew Suyu stood frozen in place. Suyu, he has such a strong father. Why did you come to AO Lan Academy then? Chapter 178. The Star Sea stretched deep and vast. After bidding farewell to the high officials at the AO Lan Academy, Suwu set off with Little White. He flew straight toward the front line border, where the AO Land Star Domain met the Andromeda Galaxy. Crossing the Star Domain no longer required slow, lumbering ships for Suwu. He took a single step that looked deceptively slow. The laws of space collapsed the physical distance between the 2 points, shortening it to nothing. 3 hours passed. The Star Domain border appeared within Suwu's consciousness. This ground buried the bones and blood of countless humans and aliens. The scene here differed starkly from the bustling, vibrant planets in the heart of Aolan. No warmth from a star shone down. On this side of the Milky Way defense line, artificial planets lined up along the long border. Metal forged these planets. Their surfaces bristled like hedgehogs with massive planet-killing cannons and energy shield generators. Millions of human warships hovered like swarms of bees around these steel fortresses, patrolling in anticipation of battle. A wide belt of asteroids stretched between the human defense line and the Andromeda Galaxy. This place was a true death trap. Endless wreckage of warships, broken alloy cannon barrels, and the frozen, ruined corpses of countless human soldiers and Rakshasa soldiers floated without rhythm in the zero-gravity vacuum. He passed through the ruins of this asteroid belt, which stretched for several light years. On the Andromeda Galaxy side, the Rakshasa border defense came into Suwu's reach. It felt like a black tide, oppressive and severe. It loomed even larger than the human defense line by 30%. Dense alien warships and fortresses formed an impenetrable black wall of defense. Since he was passing through, he might as well finish this off. Suwu hovered in the asteroid belt. He gazed at the endless steel line of the Rakshasa defense. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. The Star Demon sect had lost their demon god and suffered heavy damage. If he struck the Rakshasa border now, they too would suffer grave losses. This would stop them from causing trouble every few days. Suwu could destroy the entire Rakshasa home star system now. That task would consume too much time. It did not make for a profitable trade. Destroying just one border defense line felt simpler than stepping on a nest of ants. Suwu expanded his blade domain and ice sword domain to their maximum potential. He sped along the Rakshasa border. Soon, a spectacle of destruction like divine punishment unfolded on that black steel line, silent and terrible. The Rakshasa heavy motherships, thousands of meters long, the impregnable space fortresses, and even the high-level Rakshasa commanders stationed within, vanished. They were wiped clean from the starry sky. The Rakshasa iron wall had stretched endlessly, causing headaches for the AO Land Star Domain human army for tens of thousands of years. Generations had filled it with their lives. Now, it turned to ruins. Hours later, inside the super radar monitoring room of the human military frontline command post, a radar operator pointed at the massive holographic star map. He rushed toward a high-level commander, his face pale as if he had seen a ghost. "Report, Commander. What is it? Did the Rakshasa launch a massive offensive again?" The scarred human commander shouted. "No, not that." The operator pointed to a blank area on the star map. He shouted, incoherent with panic. "They are gone. Everything is gone." Just now, the radar detected a series of short, high-energy signals. Then, on the Andromeda border, every signal from the Rakshasa warships, every life source signal, and even the energy force fields of the space fortresses, all vanished in a single instant. Days later, the human high command summoned the courage to send a scout suicide squad. They crossed the asteroid belt that saw constant combat, and went to the Andromeda galaxy border to investigate. The human generals watching the scene through the scout ship holographic cameras stood stunned, unable to speak. The dense, heavily fortified Rakshasa positions had vanished completely. A silent, endless expanse of ruins replaced them. Countless broken warship remains floated aimlessly in space. Severed limbs of Rakshasa soldiers, and blood froze into large ice sculptures in the vacuum. It looked like a massive graveyard in the stars. They did not know that Suwu alone had destroyed an entire galaxy defense line. Suwu finished this minor task. He took Little White and sped along the asteroid belt between the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way. Among the myriad races of the vast starry sky, the Starbeast clan lived and propagated differently. Unlike humans or the Rakshasa, who needed to occupy habitable planets and build massive empires, Starbeasts lived in the void and grew from the stars. Most branches of their race did not build camps in conspicuous star systems. They relied on their racial gifts to search the vast universe for a special, hidden natural space, known as a micro-universe. It was a small, independent pocket. This micro-universe hid within the cracks of space in the main universe. The entrance proved difficult to find. The interior space did not span far, perhaps only the size of a few solar systems. Planets appeared rarely. The environment often turned harsh and violent, filled with fatal space storms and high-energy radiation. For ordinary humans or other races, this micro-universe served as a hellish death trap. However, for the Starbeast clan, which evolved by devouring the energy of heaven and earth, it provided the perfect sacred ground for cultivation. Within this micro-universe, the violent energy concentrated to an extreme degree. It gave birth to a pure energy substance called starlight. Starbeasts could directly absorb this energy to accelerate their evolution and growth. Because of this unique way of survival and dependence on starlight, powerful Starbeast clans often appeared extremely mysterious in the universe. Unless one possessed a deep foundation like the Lin God Clan, so trying to find a Starbeast group in this vast sea of stars would prove harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 179. The desolate expanse between the Milky Way and the Andromeda galaxy was a sea of drifting asteroids, silent and motionless. After a short time, Suwu descended, landing on the surface of a massive asteroid. It was half the size of the moon. He raised his right hand. A strange compass with an ancient design appeared in his palm. Wang Qingtian had personally gifted him this secret treasure before he left the Wang ancestral grounds. Legend claimed the device contained the core formation used by the ancient god clans to explore the void. It specifically detected ripples from the micro-universes hidden within the folds of the main universe. Suwu injected a trace of his origin energy. A faint blue light shimmered across the surface of the compass. In the center of the dial, a slender needle shaped like an ancient sword began to vibrate violently. It spun wildly across the dial a few times, then finally settled, pointing directly into the deep, dark void to the right. The tip of the needle emitted a faint but steady glow. Suwu followed the direction of the needle. The distance was absolute nothingness. Not even a speck of asteroid debris existed there. The silence felt unnerving. Ordinary eyes or standard radar could not detect a single clue. This is the place. A smile curved Suwu's lips. Entrances to micro-universes remained hidden, but Suwu sensed an anomaly behind that void through his perception of the law of space. Little White, perched on Suwu's shoulder, bristled. Its white fur stood on end, its sapphire eyes fixed on the void. The bloodline inheritance of the Imperial Star Beast clearly detected that aura. Do not worry. Today, they will pay for their blood debts. Suwu reached out to soothe the head of the small beast, then took a sharp step forward. A translucent, yellowish light flashed in his eyes. The third-tier law of space roared to life. He reached out and grabbed the void. It felt like tearing through a tangible curtain of fabric. He pulled his hands apart with immense force. The vacuum of space groaned with a harsh, piercing shriek. Suwu tore open a space rift several thousand meters long, black as ink. The rift looked like any other crack in space. However, the moment the rift formed, a violent storm of energy erupted from its depths. Multicolored, high-energy cosmic rays mixed with space turbulence capable of shredding meteor metal. The environment was far more dangerous than the normal harshness of outer space. An ordinary martial artist of the Star-Lord realm would be reduced to bones in an instant if they touched even a sliver of the storm. Yet, this storm, which might cause despair in others, felt like a gentle breeze against Suwu. It failed to move the fabric of his clothes even slightly. Suwu did not hesitate. He transformed into a stream of light and dove into the depths of the rift, meeting the violent torrent of energy head-on. Upon entering this micro-universe, a violent storm of energy rushed toward him. The environment was chaotic. Countless thick cracks in space spread out like centipedes. High-energy rays ravaged the area like a torrential rain. The environment was a forbidden zone for life. Naturally, this served as the training ground most beloved by the Starbeast clan. The starlight energy bred in such extreme conditions acted as the ultimate tonic for them. Suwu felt a hint of surprise. The area of this micro-universe was much smaller than he anticipated. Through his perception, the diameter of this independent space spanned only the size of 3 solar systems. With the vast divine sense Suwu possessed, A single thought covered every corner of the micro-universe completely. I have found them. Suwu focused his gaze. In the central region of the micro-universe, a massive planet floated. The planet radiated a terrifying, intense heat. Even across the vast distance, Suwu could clearly sense 5 powerful life auras lurking deep within the planet. All of them possessed the fluctuations of the World Lord realm. 4 of them hovered between the 3rd and 5th tier of the World Lord realm. The most massive aura had clearly reached the 9th tier of the World Lord realm. Let us go. Suwu flickered through the void. Each space jump crossed a distance of over 1 million miles. After only a moment, the man and the beast arrived silently in the outer orbit of the massive planet. He looked down. The surface of the planet looked riddled with holes. Huge crustal rifts crisscrossed the surface like hideous scars. Dark red magma erupted from the depths of the core, gathering into scorching rivers hundreds of miles wide that flowed across the land. Thick, toxic sulfur smoke filled the atmosphere, blocking out the sky. On the edge of the largest volcanic crater below, 5 terrifying star beasts covered in dark blue, hard scales lay on rocks of hot magma. Their bodies resembled those of ancient giant lizards, with spikes growing on their backs. Most chilling of all, their heads bore 6 red compound eyes arranged in a circle. The 6 eyes conveyed an innate brutality, greed, and thirst for blood. These were the culprits who had united with the Star Demon sect to slaughter the Divine Beast clan, the 6-eyed star beasts. At this moment, these 5 World Lord level 6-eyed star beasts, who stood at the peak of their race, remained immersed in cultivation. They had no idea Suwu hovered in outer space above them. Suwu floated quietly in space. He raised his right hand toward the 5 giants below and clenched his 5 fingers in the void. The 3rd tier law of space erupted instantly. The space around the volcanic crater below twisted and folded violently in 1,000th of a second. 5 huge ripples of space appeared out of thin air. They acted like 5 invisible nets, locking the 5 6-eyed star beasts in place. The next moment, space displacement occurred. The 5 World Lord level giant beasts, who had been contentedly devouring energy in the magma a second ago, felt their vision blur. An irresistible force dragged their massive bodies into outer space. They hovered in a neat line in front of Suwu. Furthermore, the surrounding space seemed to turn into unbreakable, transparent glass. The 3rd tier law of space transformed into countless invisible chains, pinning their limbs and heads in place. No matter how crazily they drove the World Lord level energy within their bodies, they could not move even a single finger. A human of the pulse-conserving realm. The largest 6-eyed star beast, locked in the center, flickered with anthropomorphic shock and panic in its 6 red compound eyes. It could not understand how its race had hidden in this secret micro-universe for 10 million years, only for such a terrifying human expert to descend upon them. Could this be someone from the Kyushan Empire? As its 6 eyes rolled wildly, its peripheral vision caught the small white beast standing on the shoulder of the human youth. The pupils of the 6-eyed star beast shrank. Fear filled its heart. A divine beast. How could an imperial divine beast still be alive under this starry sky? Little White saw its enemy. The rage in its eyes could no longer be suppressed. It left Suwu and walked to the front. A vertical eye appeared on its forehead. Its body began to grow larger. Its white fur transformed into a deep gray-black. It let out a roar filled with murderous intent, eager to pounce and tear the flesh of its opponent apart. Chapter 180. Suwu calmed the small beast, Little White. He understood that although these 5 beasts were bound tight by his spatial laws, the physical defense of a World Lord level star beast remained immense. Little White possessed such meager cultivation that even if the beast stood still, the little creature might break its own teeth before ever piercing the scales. Suwu raised one hand. Lightning and fire laws wove together. 5 thick, purple-red thunder firestorms ignited on the surface of the 5 6-eyed star beasts. Suwu had a clear goal. He did not need to kill them instantly. He only needed the violent power to burn their limbs and bones, stripping away all defenses. He would leave these 5 crippled sandbags for Little White to finish. However, the moment the thunder fire touched the 6-eyed star beast that had reached the 9th tier of the World Lord realm, a sudden change occurred. Facing this desperate situation, the 9-tier World Lord 6-eyed star beast roared. The beast glared at Suwu, its roar echoing in the void. You want to wipe out my 6-eyed clan? Then you must die with me. The beast's forehead, covered in hard-bone spurs, split open with a bloody fissure. A dazzling purple light, thin as a hair, squeezed out of that fissure and shot toward Suwu. The light appeared tiny. The moment it surfaced, the rules of this micro-universe seemed to crash. Dense, web-like black lightning appeared out of thin air around the purple light. The lightning emitted no deafening roar. It remained as quiet as a deathly sigh. Yet, that silence caused a shudder from the deepest parts of the soul. This was no ordinary thunder. Before this purple light, the lightning law controlled by Suwu felt like a subject meeting a king. A strong feeling of submission and retreat emerged. The violent space storms and high-energy rays nearby vanished into nothingness the moment they touched the purple light. What is this thing? Suwu felt his heart shrink. A strong life and death crisis covered his entire body. His intuition screamed a warning. This purple light possessed a terrifying power capable of killing him instantly. Even though he was a pulse-conserving realm expert, if this light grazed even a sliver of his skin, his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. Danger. Extreme danger. In the flash of an instant, before Suwu could think, survival instinct took over. He activated the chaos change. A booming sound echoed. At this critical moment of life and death, Sowu's realm forced its way into the immortal realm. Sowu pushed his hands forward. The void collapsed. A massive angel manifestation, 10,000 meters tall with 6 dazzling golden wings, condensed behind him. 6 wheels of law spun wildly behind the head of the manifestation, emitting terrifying power that suppressed the heavens. Suppress. Sowu opened his eyes wide, blue veins bulging on his forehead. An ancient character, glowing like a golden sun, appeared in the center of the holy forehead of the giant angel manifestation. It erupted with brilliant golden light and slammed down onto the purple light. Space within 10,000 miles went still. The storm stopped. The magma solidified. Even the terrified expressions on the faces of the 5 six-eyed star beasts froze in place like a photograph. The purple light, wrapped in tiny black lightning and carrying a fatal threat, froze in midair under the suppression of the immortal level manifestation. It shook and struggled wildly within the golden light, attempting to tear the static space apart, but the power held it down. Sowu hovered in front of the manifestation, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. A layer of cold sweat coated his forehead, and his heart pounded like a drum in his chest. That moment had truly been a brush with death. If he had reacted even 0.01 seconds slower, and failed to summon the manifestation, that purple light would have ignored all his defenses and shredded his body and soul. What kind of power is this? It makes even me feel despair. Sowu stared at the frozen purple light with apprehension. On the other side, the 9th-tier World Lord 6-eyed star beast remained conscious despite its body being frozen. When it saw the 10,000-meter angel manifestation with 6 wings, extreme shock flooded its 6 red eyes. Angel manifestation. The immortal realm. The 6-eyed king wailed in its heart. It never imagined that this seemingly young human was actually a supreme immortal realm expert. This purple light was a heaven-defying trump card the 6-eyed race had obtained after surviving a desperate journey through ancient ruins. It had been their final kill switch against other powerful star beasts. Now, in the face of absolute suppression, even this final trump card had become a useless struggle. It is over. Sowu's gaze remained cold. He would not give these beasts another chance to turn the tables. The long blade in the hands of the manifestation swung gently. Aside from the purple light, which he carefully sealed away using spatial laws, the limbs and bones of the 5 World Lord level 6-eyed star beasts shattered instantly under the impact of the immortal level power. Their hard scales peeled away, and blood showered down like a waterfall. Their massive bodies turned into piles of mud, stripped of all resistance. Little White, it is yours. The little beast roared, its desire for slaughter long since past its limit. Its body expanded in midair, transforming into a terrifying beast, 8 meters in size. Like a bolt of lightning, it pounced in front of one of the 6-eyed star beasts. Sharp claws pierced the 6 red compound eyes. It opened its bloody maw and bit the throat of the beast in two. Biting. Violent, frantic biting. Blood stained Little White's fur. The hatred for the genocide of its race, accumulated over many years, turned into the most primal release of beastly instinct. The 5 arrogant World Lord level star beasts were eventually torn into pieces under Little White's claws. Chapter 181. The 5 culprits lay dead. Sowu showed no mercy. In just 30 minutes, his massive divine sense enveloped the entire micro-universe. Blade energy fell like rain. Ice swords filled the air. He slaughtered every 6-eyed being within the micro-universe, from the adults to the cubs waiting to be fed. Sowu adhered to a principle of absolute eradication. He spared no living soul. The 6-eyed star beasts in this micro-universe met their end. Not a single one remained. This cruel race, which subsisted on the consumption of other species, deserved no pity. Sowu finished his work as a scavenger. He took Little White, who had finally avenged its kin, and left the micro-universe. In the asteroid belt bordering the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way, a spatial rift flashed. Sowu and Little White reappeared in the silent vacuum. Sowu oriented himself. He became a streak of light, rushing toward the Milky Way. During his journey, his focus drifted entirely to the sealed purple light within his space ring. He extended a tiny wisp of divine sense. He probed the inside of the ring with caution, studying the slender purple light hovering silently within the sealing array. What exactly is this thing, he wondered. His heart overflowed with doubt and caution. Its volume was so small, yet it contained a terrifying destructive power. Even his immortal realm manifestation had needed to exert its full strength to suppress it. The aura that transcended the laws of the universe defied reason. Just as Sowu pondered, a change occurred. The purple light, which had remained quiet inside the space ring, sensed the aura of the lightning law within Sowu's soul sea. It acted like a living creature. It broke free from the spatial sealing array Sowu had cast. Whoosh. The purple light disregarded the space ring with dominance. It pierced straight through the metal and transformed into an uncatchable purple bolt of lightning. It shot towards Sowu's brow. What the hell is this? Sowu cried out. He had seen the destructive power of this thing with his own eyes. He halted his momentum. Reflexes kicked in. He prepared to summon his manifestation to block the incoming strike. The purple light moved too fast. In a blink, it vanished into Sowu's brow. It rushed into the depths of his soul sea without resistance. Cold sweat broke out on Sowu's skin. He closed his eyes. His consciousness sank into his soul sea to inspect his own body. Across the vast, boundless sky of his soul sea, 6 massive imprints floated silently. These represented the 3rd-tier laws of water, fire, lightning, space, wood, and ice. The purple light that had intruded into the Soul Sea possessed a clear target. It flew straight toward the imprint formed by the purple-black lightning of the lightning law. No abnormalities occurred. The purple light acted like a drop of water merging into the ocean. It melted silkily and directly into the lightning imprint. At the moment of fusion, Suwu felt something deep within his soul awaken. Countless profound insights regarding thunder, like the rules and secrets of the first bolt of lightning at the dawn of the universe, poured into his consciousness like a sudden awakening. His body trembled slightly in space. He felt that he was no longer a martial artist controlling lightning. He had become lightning itself. He had become the absolute monarch in this universe, dominating the birth and destruction of all thunder. With a single thought, he could sense the flow of static electricity on the other side of the galaxy. If he wished, he could make all the lightning laws in this starry sky go on strike. He could also make them erupt in destructive power that exceeded all limits. This sense of control remained unprecedented. Even when he had first obtained the Thunder God body, he had not felt such a strong pulse of connection to the source. What is happening? Suwu asked. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. He quickly summoned the system panel, attempting to find an answer. A translucent, light blue screen unfurled before his eyes. His gaze scanned the Insights column. Insights, 3rd tier water law, 3rd tier fire law, 3rd tier lightning law, 3rd tier space law, 3rd tier wood law, 3rd tier ice law. Suwu froze. It still read 3rd tier lightning law. The text on the system panel showed no changes or upgrades. How could it still be 3rd tier? He muttered, clenching his fists. He felt clearly that his control over the lightning law had undergone a qualitative leap compared to a moment ago. Before this, although he had reached the 3rd tier of the lightning law and used it with proficiency, the feeling resembled watching lightning through a thick sheet of glass. He could see its violence. He could borrow its power, but he could never touch its deepest mysteries. Now that glass, that window paper blocking him from peeking at the truth of the universe, had been pierced instantly by the purple light. The essence of lightning, the laws of its movement, and even its rules in the universe unfolded clearly before his eyes. He seemed able to modify the attack trajectory of lightning with ease. He could even compress ordinary static electricity into a world-destroying thunderbolt capable of shattering stars. Most importantly, Suwu sensed that this thing had greatly enhanced his lightning attacks. He estimated that if he released lightning with the support of this power, while in the pulse-conserving realm, he could even kill an immortal. Of course, this remained merely his speculation. It still required verification. However, this qualitative change definitely exceeded the definition of any rank. Of course, Suwu did not yet know that the purple light merging into his soul sea was not ordinary law power. It was a wisp of power that only those who stepped into the authority realm could touch and control. It was the power of authority. It was a wisp of the lightning authority. How such a powerful and precious item fell into the hands of the six-eyed race remained unknown. He could not figure it out. Suwu studied it for a long time, yet remained confused. However, feeling the surging and docile power of thunder within his body, he felt relieved. He showed no abnormalities. His combat power had certainly increased. Currently, he detected no hidden dangers or backlash. Suwu closed the panel. When I return to the Holy Spirit Star Domain, I will go to the Lin God Clan and flip through those ancient scrolls, he thought. The Wang family possesses a deep foundation. Perhaps I can find the origin of this thing. He temporarily suppressed his doubts. Suwu flashed his figure once more and vanished. Chapter 182. Earth, the outskirts of the Kanglan base. This place used to be the busiest highway hub of the old era, but nature had long since reclaimed it with its unstoppable force. Cracked asphalt was covered in waist-high mutant weeds, and thick vines strangled the rusty shells of abandoned cars. A faint, earthy scent hung in the air. The crunch of dry vegetation broke the silence. 5 figures crept forward, keeping low behind the rusted cars and crumbling walls. At the end of their path, a beast the size of a small armored vehicle lowered its head to graze on the mutant vegetation. It was a mature iron-armored rhino. Its body stretched over 4 or 5 meters, armored in heavy black chitin. This beast rivaled the power of a mid-stage human grandmaster. Leading the 5-person squad stood a young woman with a high ponytail, dressed in tight black combat gear. Her pretty face carried a sharp, heroic air. She gripped an alloy sword that glinted in the light, her bright eyes locked on the prey. The woman was Su Lele. Time flew. The martial arts university freshman of the past had shed her youthful awkwardness. After graduation, she had plenty of opportunities to stay in the Jiangnan base, with its superior resources and promising future. To everyone's surprise, she rejected every offer. She resolutely chose to return to the relatively remote Kanglan base to join the military's peripheral wilderness management team. Outsiders assumed she simply disliked the intense competition in Jiangnan, where a new grandmaster struggled to stand out. Only Su Lele knew the truth. She returned because this was Kanglan, his hometown. She wanted to wait quietly on the land he had walked and fought upon, waiting for the boy who had promised to return among the stars. Her parents understood her stubborn nature and did not interfere, silently supporting her choice. Prepare to move. Su Lele lowered her voice to coordinate the tactics. Pan Xiaota, you and Xiao Zhao handle the frontal feint. Grab its attention, but do not take the hits head on. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, flank from the left and right blind spots. Wait for its neck to expose, then smash through the armor. Understood. The 4 teammates nodded in unison. Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li were the most experienced veterans of the team, while Pan Xiaota and Xiao Zhao were rising stars out for training. With the plan set, the group dispersed instantly. Hey, Big Oaf, look over here. Panziota and Xiao Zhao leaped from the grass, rushing to within 30 meters of the front of the iron-armored rhino. They waved their blades, making as much noise as possible to provoke the wilderness hegemon. The rhino let out a mighty bellow. The feeding beast stopped, instantly enraged by the two humans. It let out a roar, and a vicious glint filled its scarlet eyes. The ground shook as it lowered its head, aiming its horn, like a black spear, directly at Panziota and Xiao Zhao. It stomped on the asphalt, its massive body charging like a runaway heavy tank. Damn, this pressure is no joke. Xiao Zhao, rake left. Panziota felt the stench of the beast's breath, and broke into a cold sweat. They did not dare to be reckless, rolling aside just in time to dodge the rhino's terrifying charge. The rhino missed, its huge frame skidding for dozens of meters before coming to a halt. It shook its massive head in fury, preparing to turn and continue the pursuit. During that brief window as the beast turned, "Now, Uncle Li, move." Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li, who had been lying in wait on the flanks, saw their chance. Without a word, just a shared glance, they erupted with power. They blurred forward like shadows, swinging their heavy hammers with the force of a thunderbolt. They struck the junction of the rhino's neck, exposed as it turned. Bang! Crack! A dull sound of metal striking metal echoed, followed by the crisp crunch of shattering armor. Their combined strike smashed the black neck armor of the iron-armored rhino. Spiderweb cracks spread across the plate, and black blood oozed through the fissures. The rhino bellowed in pain and rage. Its tail, thick as a steel whip, whipped through the air with a sonic boom, lashing out at Uncle Zhang on the right. What a beast! Uncle Zhang reacted fast. His years of experience on the edge of death kicked in. He leaned back, and the spiked tail swept past his nose. The violent gust of wind stung his cheek, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Move! As the rhino went berserk, a sharp shout exploded in the air. Su Lele seized the fleeting opportunity. She bent her knees, the blood energy of a mid-stage grandmaster surging within her. Boom! She launched herself into the air, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, and appeared directly above the iron-armored rhino. Using the momentum of her fall, she plunged her sword into the crack Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li had made. Swish! The sound of blade meeting flesh filled the air. Her sword, infused with grandmaster energy, sank into the rhino's neck without resistance, severing the carotid artery. Hot black blood sprayed out like a fountain. The mountain-like body of the iron-armored rhino froze. It gave one mournful, unwilling roar. Its limbs twitched weakly before it collapsed heavily onto the weed-choked road. A single killing blow. Clean and efficient. Chapter 183. The battle concluded. The tense and murderous atmosphere in the air dissipated instantly. Su Lele withdrew her long sword with a light motion. She spun the blade in a graceful arc to clear away the blood. Well done, little Su. Uncle Zhang rubbed his shoulder, which had grown numb from the blast of wind earlier. He strode forward and looked at the massive prey lying on the ground. He gave a thumbs up and smiled. Although Su Lele possessed the highest cultivation level in this 5-person squad and acted as the acknowledged core, the group interacted with genuine warmth. This setup followed her own request. They were comrades in arms, and excessive formalities felt unnecessary. The term Little Su remained a special privilege reserved for the two veterans of the squad. Uncle Zhang provided excellent cover. Without your armor piercing, I would not have landed but hit so easily. Su Lele tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and responded with a smile. Lele, you are incredible. That sword strike was simply cool. Panziota trotted over to Su Lele. His eyes sparkled, and his tone overflowed with undisguised worship and adoration. Panziota held a unique position. He was the grandson of Pan Hong, the current governor of Kanglin Base. This young master, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, rejected the comfortable environment of the governor residence. He chose to endure the hardships of this peripheral squad. The reason for his presence remained an open secret among everyone in the team. He stood 2 years younger than Su Lele. From the moment he first laid eyes on this heroic young grandmaster, the seed of his secret crush took root and sprouted. Su Lele watched Panziota hovering nearby like an adoring fan. She rolled her eyes in helplessness. She raised her hand without hesitation and flicked him on the forehead with a crisp snap. Ouch! Panziota clutched his forehead and let out an exaggerated cry of pain. I have told you many times. Use my full name, or call me Captain. Su Lele straightened her face and reprimanded him. Hee, I know. I will definitely change it next time. Panziota rubbed his forehead. Despite his verbal apology, his eyes curved into crescents. Inside, his mind raced with joy. Big Sister Lele touched my head. I have decided not to wash this forehead for a month. Just as the group stood around the carcass of the iron-armored rhino, laughing and talking, the anomaly descended. The air hummed with a sharp vibration. The previously calm sky suddenly rippled with intense spatial fluctuations. Su Lele stopped smiling instantly. Uncle Zhang and the others turned pale. They gripped their weapons and looked toward the sky in a state of high alert. Directly above them, at an altitude of a few dozen meters, a strange ship the size of a standard off-road vehicle appeared out of thin air. What kind of aircraft is this? Uncle Zhang clutched his warhammer. His palms dripped with cold sweat. He had never witnessed such a bizarre ship in his entire life. Everyone be careful. The origin of the opponent remains unknown. Su Lele locked her gaze on the ship. A hiss echoed through the air. Just as the tension among the group reached a breaking point, the side hatch of the ship slid upward with the sound of a pressure valve releasing. Oh, I was about to suffocate. This piece of junk my father gave me offers high speed, but the space inside is too cramped. Stretching out is a struggle. A young male voice, filled with casual complaint, drifted out from inside the hatch. Under the watchful eyes of the group, a young man squeezed out from the narrow hatch with difficulty. He wore simple dark casual clothes, and his hair appeared messy from the long flight. Except for Su Lele, Uncle Zhang, Pan Xiota, and the other 3 members did not recognize this sudden arrival. They maintained their defensive postures, weapons raised. This guy looks somewhat handsome. He dresses cleanly, and his entrance is flashy. He is not here to flirt with big sister Lele, is he? Pan Xiota muttered to himself. However, when the young man stuck half his body out of the hatch and his familiar face entered her field of view, Su Lele, who stood at the front of the team, froze as if paralyzed by a spell. Click! The alloy sword in her hand slipped and hit the ground with a crisp sound. Her beautiful eyes, usually so determined, widened in that moment. Over the years, she had sketched out countless scenarios in her mind of how this scene might unfold when the boy who left Earth or the vast starry sky returned to her. She had always believed that when the day truly arrived, she would feel excited and happy. She might even rush up and punch him for leaving for so long. Yet, when this living Suyu descended before her without warning, Su Lele found all her rehearsed lines and actions wiped clean. She stood there dazed. The edges of her vision blurred. A layer of tears welled up without control. Is it you? Is it really you, Suyu? Suyu squeezed out of the ship and hovered in the void. His arrival caused the 4 people below, including Uncle Zhang, to gasp. Floating in midair, this represented the mark of the Martial King realm. The moment he stepped out of the hatch, Suyu locked his eyes onto the girl with the high ponytail, who stood frozen in place. The sounds of the surroundings, the flow of the wind, and even the passage of time seemed to press pause for the 2 of them. Suyu kept his gaze fixed on Su Lele. He looked at the face that had lost its youthful awkwardness. His heart softened completely. He moved his thoughts slightly. The ship beside him turned into a stream of light and retreated into his space ring. Then, Suyu appeared before Su Lele in an instant. He smiled, watching the girl he had missed day and night. He tried to hide the turmoil in his heart and spoke in a tone as relaxed and casual as if they had met only yesterday. Hi. Long time no see. This simple greeting felt like the final wave crashing against a seawall for Su Lele. Her lips trembled violently. She wanted to respond. She wanted to call out his name, but her throat could only produce broken, choked sounds. She remained standing there in a daze. Suyu looked at the girl. He could no longer suppress his emotions. He ignored the 4 spectators standing nearby with their jaws hanging open and grabbed Su Lele's hand. Feeling the genuine warmth from her palm, Su Lele's body trembled. She offered no resistance. Let us go, Suyu whispered. The moment his voice fell, under the gaze of Uncle Zhang, Pan Xiota, and the others, the figures of Suyu and Su Lele vanished into thin air. Chapter 184. At the same time, some 50 miles away from the Kanglin base, on another abandoned mountain road, the air rippled. Suyu held Su Lele's hand. The 2 figures appeared out of thin air on the edge of this road. Dusk fell. The setting sun sank slowly toward the horizon. The vibrant evening glow dyed most of the sky gold and red. The fading light spilled over this wasteland-style landscape like warm golden gauze. It looked intoxicating. The weightlessness of the spatial teleportation faded. Su Lele did not fully regain her senses. She stared blankly at the young man before her, then looked down at the large, strong hand gripping hers tightly. Everything felt like an unreal dream. Just as she prepared to speak, Suyu threw his arms open. He gave her no chance to hesitate. He pulled the girl he had missed for so long into his embrace. I am back, Suyu whispered against her ear, his voice trembling slightly. At this moment, all the waiting, the grievances, and the loneliness she swallowed alone in the dead of night vanished. Su Lele extended her hands. She gripped his broad back tightly. Her tears wetted the fabric on his shoulder. They stood in the sunset, on the weed-grown road. They embraced in silence, feeling each other's warmth. A long time passed. Suyu loosened his arms. He did not step back. He cupped Su Lele's tear-stained, yet beautiful face in his hands. His black eyes sparkled with unprecedented sincerity and affection under the glow of the sunset. His years of struggle in the starry sky, dancing on knife edges, and witnessing the cruelty of life and death, made him understand one thing. The people beside him were the most precious treasures in the vast universe. Suyu stared into Su Lele's eyes. He drew a deep breath. Lele, come with me. Leave Earth. See the starry sky outside. Suyu rubbed her cheek with his thumb. He spoke the promise he had rehearsed countless times in his heart. Let us get married. No romantic words, just a straightforward declaration. Su Lele's body trembled slightly. She did not ask how far the starry sky was, or what dangers she would face. She buried her head in Suyu's chest. She wrapped her arms around his waist tightly. She feared that if she let go, this man would disappear into the vast sea of stars again, as he did years ago. She pressed her face against his chest. She made a soft, firm sound of agreement. Amen. The sun set. On the abandoned road, the 2 embracing figures looked like a painting frozen in the wasteland world. Yanjing Base, Beijing Martial Arts University, at a certain villa. This place served as the old residence where Suwu lived when he was on Earth years ago. Although Suwu had left Earth for many years, the university did not take the property back. In the backyard, at the stone table, 2 figures sat facing each other. One of them was Lin Feng, who fought alongside Suwu years ago. Sitting opposite Lin Feng was Suwu, with his cold expression and the appearance of someone just over 20 years old. A small white beast yawned lazily on Suwu's shoulder. They drank tea while seated. The scene appeared harmonious. Only Lin Feng knew that the hand holding his teacup trembled unnaturally under the table. Lin Feng observed his old comrade, who had become even more unfathomable. Instinctive fear welled up within his heart. This fear did not stem from Siwu showing hostility or killing intent. Siwu's attitude remained peaceful, without even a hint of an aura. He acted like an ordinary mortal. Yet, this return to simplicity made others feel despair. As the top powerhouse on Earth, Lin Feng possessed sharp martial intuition. Sitting before Siwu, he found the feeling impossible to describe. It felt like an ant that just learned to crawl, finding itself on the nose of an ancient divine dragon dormant in the depths of the universe. Here, you take this. Siwu set down his teacup. He tossed something casually. A space ring landed steadily on the stone table before Lin Feng. What is this? Lin Feng blinked in surprise. A space ring, Siwu explained in a casual tone. It contains some cultivation resources I collected outside over the years, high-level techniques, and a few ancient treasures for self-protection. Inside, there is a divine sense recording explaining how to use them. Siwu provided no detailed explanation. In reality, this seemingly unremarkable ring held top-tier resources carefully selected from the Lin God Clan treasury. If he fully digested these resources, it would not just be about ruling Earth. These resources were enough to forcefully pile a martial artist like Lin Feng, whose talent was not top-tier, all the way to the Star Saint realm using massive amounts of resources. This was a grand gift. Lin Feng stared at the ring. He did not decline. He put the ring away. I am taking Siwu and the others back to the Holy Spirit Star Domain soon. There is a broader world there. Siwu paused. Are you really not considering coming to the Holy Spirit Star Domain to develop with me? Hearing Siwu's invitation again, Lin Feng fell silent. He raised his teacup. He drank the now lukewarm tea in one gulp. He looked at Siwu. His eyes held curiosity about the starry sky, but more than that, he felt a sense of belonging firmly on the ground. No need. Lin Feng shook his head. No matter how big or wonderful the outside world is, I am a native Earthling after all. I still prefer to stay on this home planet filled with memories everywhere. Besides, Lin Feng stood up. He walked to the center of the courtyard. He looked up at the blue sky. His back appeared less towering and godlike than Siwu's, yet it held an unshakable weight. This vast universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Since the outside world is so dangerous, someone must stay behind to guard the gates of this solar system. Chapter 185. Half a month later. The Holy Spirit Star Domain, the 7th Star Sector. The former Lin Clan ancestral grounds have a brand new look. The newly built palace and villa complex is decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers. Above the main hall entrance, a huge golden-edged plaque hangs high. The characters Clan ancestral grounds are carved in a dragon-like style. Siwu personally carved these 4 characters with blade energy. Today marks the wedding day of Siwu and Su Lele. The scale of this wedding reached the absolute peak. The high and mighty ancestor of the Lin God Clan broke precedent, personally visiting with heavy gifts to offer congratulations. With the number 1 person in the star domain showing his face, the family heads of the other 7 god clans had to prepare the most top-tier rare treasures, even if their legs trembled in fear. They arrived with smiling faces to pay respects to this newly emerged pulse-conserving realm powerhouse. Inside the banquet hall, world lords and domain lords filled the space. This grand feast serves as a blessing for the newlyweds, and is the formal coronation ceremony for the Su clan under this starry sky. At the main table, Su Lele's parents beamed with red faces. They appeared nervous yet excited. They never dreamed that the boyfriend their daughter found could make these legendary figures, capable of destroying stars with a wave of their hands, stand respectfully, and offer toasts. Night deepened. The noise from the front hall vanished behind layers of formations. Behind the garden, outside an independent main bedroom, the most serene and energy-rich location for a wedding room, Siwu stood dressed in a luxurious wedding suit, with a dark red background embroidered with golden dragons. He stopped before the door carved from 10,000-year warm jade. He drew a deep breath and released it slowly. This cold-faced Shura, who fought star saints in space and faced the siege of 12 star emperors without blinking, stood before the door. A layer of fine sweat broke out on his palms for the first time. His heartbeat thudded, the rhythm of his heart beat faster than when he broke through life and death barriers in the past. Siwu rubbed his hands, pushed down the impulse in his heart, and pushed open the door. A creak echoed. Inside the room, several pairs of giant red candles made from grease burned, the firelight flickering. The air smelled of a faint, strange spiritual incense that warmed the blood slightly. After bypassing a huge screen engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns, Siwu slowed his steps. On the wide, soft wedding bed, Su Lele sat quietly. She wore a magnificent wedding dress handwoven from ice silkworm silk mixed with fire sparrow feathers. The fiery red skirt spread out on the bed like a blooming peony, gorgeous and resplendent. The heroic girl who usually wore a high ponytail showed a touch of tenderness and stunning beauty that belonged to a young woman tonight. Hearing Siwu's approaching footsteps, her hands, which were twisted in front of her on the bright red clothes, tightened. Her knuckles turned white from nervousness. Her long eyelashes trembled like a frightened butterfly. She lowered her head. A touching red flush spread instantly across her fair cheeks. That scarlet hue spread all the way to her long, snow-white neck and delicate earlobes, staining them with a light pink color. Lele. Siwu's voice rasped. His Adam's apple bobbed. He walked to the bed and sat down beside Su Lele. Her familiar body fragrance mixed with the strange fragrance in the wedding room. Su Yu's breathing turned heavy. The mattress sank slightly. Su Lele sensed the burning body temperature beside her. Her body swayed slightly. She raised her head slowly. Her beautiful eyes, usually filled with stubbornness and heroism, now swirled with mist. They looked like a pool of spring water, shyly meeting Su Yu's burning gaze. "Why do you stare at me like that?" Su Lele bit her red lower lip. Her voice sounded like a mosquito. A trace of panic and shyness clouded her tone. Her eyes even dodged, afraid to look directly at Su Yu. The expression of hesitation and loss of composure contrasted sharply with her usual straightforward nature. Looking at the girl who waited for him for so many years, Su Yu's heart softened. Infinite tenderness and love welled up in his eyes. He reached out his hands and gently cupped Su Lele's flushed face. "Is it against the law to look at my own wife?" Su Yu hooked his lips into a mischievous smile. His fingertips rubbed her delicate cheeks lightly. Her body trembled uncontrollably. "You just love to talk nonsense." Su Lele gave a coquettish scold, but she did not push his hands away. She sensed the temperature of Su Yu's palms. Her drifting heart finally settled securely in this moment. She closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled. She obeyed and pressed her cheek close to Su Yu's warm palm, like a docile kitten that finally found a safe haven. Su Yu lowered his head slowly. His warm breath hit Su Lele's ear, stirring a numb itch. His broad chest leaned close. One hand wrapped around her slender, soft waist, and the other hand removed the complex and luxurious hair ornament from her head with extreme gentleness. The hair flowed down like a black waterfall, scattering on the fiery red bed. "Lele, I love you," Su Yu whispered. He did not hesitate anymore. He lowered his head and kissed those soft red lips. A subtle hum escaped Su Lele. Her hands climbed onto Su Yu's broad shoulders. She closed her eyes and responded in a youthful yet passionate manner. The candlelight flickered more cheerfully. Their figures overlapped behind the bed curtains, their breathing intertwined. On this quiet and beautiful starry night, all longing and affection transformed into the most primitive impulse and lingering tenderness. Chapter 186. A few days later, in a palace within the Su family ancestral grounds, where vital energy swirled, Su Yu stood in the center of the great hall. He felt refreshed after his short honeymoon. The joy of the new marriage removed the chill of his usual murderous aura, replaced by the vitality of a young man. Take this, Su Wu said. He sat on the main seat of the great hall. He tossed a space ring, colored in gold and blue, across the room. Su Yu caught it. He probed the space inside with his divine sense. Hiss. Even though he prepared himself, he still gasped in shock. This tiny ring contained a mobile treasury. Mountains of 10,000-year star marrow liquid, top-grade origin stones emitting halos, and even several divine medicines capable of washing marrow and cutting bones, forcing a breakthrough in perception, filled the space. Any one of these items, if thrown into the outside world, would trigger a bloody war. These are the top-tier heavenly treasures that allow you to raise your cultivation level in the shortest time, Su Wu said. He looked at his son, his expression becoming solemn. The envoys of the Qiushan Empire may descend at any time. The foundation of that behemoth is unfathomable. We have at most 2 years left. You must raise your strength as quickly as possible. Do not hold me back then. To deal with the terrifying dimensional reduction strike capable of crushing the entire galaxy, Su Wu only had one method. He needed to pull the level of Su Yu, the human charging bank, upward frantically. As long as Su Yu leveled up, he would soar simultaneously. This served as the Su family's greatest confidence to confront the Qiushan Empire. "Understand," Su Yu said. He nodded and put the ring on his finger with care. The atmosphere in the hall grew subtle after he finished discussing the resources. Su Wu sat in the chair. He pressed a clenched fist against his chin. A trace of rare embarrassment flashed in his eyes. He looked at his son, full of drive. His lips moved, as if he weighed his words. An electronic jade slip, looted from the Lin Clan treasury, lay quietly in his space ring. It recorded a top-tier secret technique called body splitting and shaping. This technique defied heaven. It allowed the cultivator to strip away their own special constitution and use that as a foundation to forcibly shape an external avatar with independent combat power. If one possessed multiple special constitutions, one could even execute the terrifying tactic of one man becoming an army. The upper limit of the avatar's strength depended entirely on the grade of the stripped constitution. For example, Su Wu's tyrannical supreme chaos body, if used to condense an avatar, could inherit 90% of the main body's terrifying combat power. Divine bodies like the lightning god body and the cold god body, which were slightly inferior, could still inherit 70% of the power. However, the cultivation conditions for this secret technique were shockingly harsh. The primary condition, the cultivator's cultivation must enter the immortal realm. Only upon reaching immortality, where the physical body and soul fused perfectly, did the soul origin become thick enough to withstand the soul tearing during the stripping of an avatar. Moreover, once a special constitution shaped an avatar, the main body would temporarily lose the blessing of that constitution. This meant that if Su Wu stripped away his supreme chaos body, he could not use chaos transformation until the avatar returned. The cost was significant. Yet, Su Wu coveted this secret technique. creating a few top-tier fighters to beat up enemies in groups later sounded wonderful. The problem lay in his lack of time for slow cultivation. He had to make his offspring learn this secret technique first, so he could trigger critical strike rewards and acquire the perfection realm for free. Suyu, however, had only just entered the Star Emperor realm. The gap between him and the high and mighty immortal realm spanned 8,000 miles. Handing this secret technique to Suyu felt like stuffing a manual on nuclear physics into the hands of an infant who just learned to walk. It posed difficulties. Cough, cough. Suyu cleared his throat. He forced the embarrassment in his eyes away. He flipped his wrist. The electronic jade slip recording the secret technique appeared in his palm. He pushed it slowly towards Suyu. You, take this, Suyu said. He tried to sound earnest, like a strict father racking his brains. This is a lone copy of a secret technique I found in the Lin Clan treasury. The threshold is extremely high. For your current realm, it might not provide much substantial help. But, father, say no more, Suyu interrupted. A sense of absolute trust erupted in Suyu's eyes. He received the electronic jade slip with both hands. I understand everything. Suyu gripped the electronic jade slip tightly. He looked at Suyu with burning eyes. His voice trembled slightly from being moved. He understood. What did he understand? In Suyu's brain, his father possessed great foresight. He stood unfathomable. Items brought out by his father could never be useless objects. This served as his father's way of knocking sense into him, testing his perception, and laying the foundation for his path to the supreme Tao. His father claimed it offered little help now, out of fear that he would reach for what was beyond his grasp. This showed deep, ocean-like paternal love. Father, rest assured, Suyu patted his chest. He promised with certainty. I will use all my spare time to study it day and night. I will not fail your painstaking efforts. Suyu sat in the chair watching his son, who appeared moved by himself, as if he had seen through everything. His mouth twitched in secret. Understand. You understand nothing. Suyu grumbled in his heart. He had no idea what this kid imagined. However, since Suyu agreed to cultivate, Suyu just needed to sit back and reap the rewards. 3 months of calm passed in the blink of an eye. This afternoon, Suyu wore loose casual clothes. He lay comfortably on the rocking chair on the villa balcony, enjoying a warm sunbath. A breeze blew past, carrying a burst of fragrance. He adopted the style of a retired senior official enjoying the quiet years. At that moment, a crisp electronic prompt rang in his mind. Ding. The system detected that the offspring Suyu, relying on his heaven-defying perception, successfully mastered the entry level of the Immortal Realm secret technique, body splitting and shaping. The system triggered the father relies on Sun critical strike feedback. Congratulations, host. Your body splitting and shaping secret technique bypassed all cultivation barriers and broke through forcefully to the perfection stage. Body splitting and shaping, those who reach immortality, using a special constitution as a foundation, can condense an external avatar. The strength of the avatar depends on the constitution's grade. The host's current mastery has reached perfection. You may strip and shape at will. During the shaping process, the main body's special constitution temporarily leaves the body, but does not dissipate. It returns perfectly and automatically after the shaping ends. Chapter 187. Swish. Suyu's eyes snapped open. Intense joy erupted in his gaze. He sprang from the rocking chair. This brat, is he a reincarnated cheater? Suyu swore under his breath. Cheaters attract cheaters, and the results felt twice as good. Every time Suyu broke the rules, Suyu received even greater upgrades. That secret technique required the immortal realm to cultivate. Suyu, currently at the Star Emperor realm, had forcefully gained insight into the basics. While it remained only the basics, Suyu's system worked differently. Once the record of 0 broke, the system triggered a critical strike to reach level 100 instantly. Massive amounts of esoteric information, complex energy circulation paths, and the absolute control required to strip away soul and constitution flooded Suyu's consciousness. Within a few breaths, this obscure secret technique became instinct, carved into his bones. He hesitated for not a second. Suyu shifted his intent, and the surrounding space rippled. He vanished from the balcony, crossing through space, and landed within a cultivation chamber. Suyu inhaled, his eyes sharpening. The experience with body splitting and shaping reached perfection, but the physical requirement remained. The cultivator must be in the immortal realm. His normal cultivation stood at the pulse-conserving realm. The pulse-conserving realm could not achieve the absolute unification of body and soul. Forcibly stripping the constitution would only lead to soul collapse. Normal cultivation lacks the necessary realm. Then let the chaos transformation make up for it. A confident smirk played on Suyu's lips. Chaos transformation. Activate. The next moment, Suyu's realm skyrocketed to the immortal realm. This stolen immortal realm provided only a half-hour experience card. It sufficed to demonstrate and familiarize himself with a perfection-level secret technique that had already merged into his instincts. Suyu closed his eyes. His hands moved in a blur before his chest. Streams of profound energy light, containing the power of immortality, struck into the void ahead. The surrounding energy went wild, forming a small energy vortex. The first one. Suyu opened his eyes, and a gray color flashed in his pupils. Strip away. The moment he spoke, an indescribable, extreme tearing sensation spread through his entire body. It felt as if someone had forcibly pulled away half of his bone marrow and soul. The domineering, all-encompassing chaos origin power within him surged out along his meridians. In the void directly in front of him, a dense, gray chaos energy stream gathered and compressed rapidly. Suwu endured the agony of his soul tearing. Without hesitation, he sliced off a wisp of his origin consciousness and injected it into the chaos energy stream that was shaping itself. Flesh grew, and bones reorganized. Within a few breaths, the chaos energy stream dissipated completely. A smooth, naked youth, identical in appearance and build to Suwu, floated silently before him. Even the cold sharpness in the youth's eyes mirrored his own perfectly. The brand new avatar had no clothing, but pure chaos blood energy swirled around it. Every inch of skin seemed to contain the power to shatter stars. Suwu endured the weakness following the extraction, and inspected the true combat strength of the avatar immediately. The next second, a surge of uncontrollable joy flooded Suwu's eyes. 90% of his strength remained. But this 90% did not represent his normal strength at the pulse-conserving realm. It captured his state after activating chaos transformation. This meant the avatar, condensed from the supreme chaos body, possessed a true combat power reaching the 9th tier of the pulse-conserving realm at the great perfection level. However, an even more incredible surprise awaited Suwu. According to the description of body splitting and shaping, stripping the special constitution meant the main body would lose all the blessings that constitution brought. Suwu inspected his body. He stared in shock. The origin representing the supreme chaos body had indeed transferred to the avatar opposite him. His physical body now retained only the lightning god body and the cold god body. But the half-hour of immortal realm strength brought by the chaos transformation, which relied on the chaos body, showed no signs of fading. Hiss. Suwu gasped. He had found a bug in the system. The system determined the activation condition for chaos transformation only at the moment of activation. Once activated, stripping away the chaos body did not remove the buff already attached to his body. It would continue for the full half-hour. This maximized the benefits of this secret technique to an absurd level. Invincible. Suwu grinned, looking at the avatar identical to himself. The avatar slowly opened its eyes, gray chaos color swirling in its deep pupils. The two shared a single mind but possessed independent bodies. Suwu felt playful. Through his main consciousness, he controlled the chaos avatar to raise its hand and offer a natural greeting. Hello. The voice of the avatar sounded identical to Suwu's, but it carried an eerie quality within the confined cultivation chamber. Chapter 188. How wondrous. Suwu stood still, waves of shock rolling through his chest. He saw the world from two angles. With his physical eyes, he gazed at himself, the version of him surrounded by gray chaos. Through the eyes of the chaos avatar, he observed the stunned expression on his own face. They stood as two independent bodies, two minds torn apart, yet they functioned as one. Different perspectives, independent senses of touch and hearing, even the perception of surrounding energy, flowed seamlessly through a single soul. Not a single hitch hindered them. This differed from split brain control that required divided focus. This existed as a true second life, possessed of independent battle instincts and judgment. He left a clone behind. Even if his physical body fell in a future battle, he could slough off the skin like a cicada, preserving his capital for a comeback. Suwu breathed in deep. He forced the ecstasy down and steadied his mind. Time remained short. The half-hour of the chaos transformation ticked away, second by second. He had to hurry. Suwu narrowed his eyes. His hands formed the complex, obscure seal of the body splitting and shaping technique once more. The second avatar, the thunder god body, detach. A low shout escaped his lips. The violent lightning origin energy within his body revolted. Countless violet black destructive electric arcs poured out through his pores. They resembled thousands of wild snakes dancing in the air, interweaving, twisting, and compressing in the space to the left of the training room. Deafening thunder echoed in the sealed space. It shook the defensive patterns on the surrounding walls until they flickered madly. After a few breaths, the lightning faded. The second avatar stood firmly in midair. Pure destructive thunder light danced between the opening and closing of the avatar's eyes. He twisted his neck casually, and his bones popped with a series of cracks. Hum, hum, hum. Thunder patterns rippled out from his body. Wait. This avatar possessed immortal realm strength, not merely ordinary immortality. Suwu felt the level of the Thunder God avatar. It reached the 9th tier of the immortal realm. It stood on the verge of the demigod realm. The Thunder God body should have yielded only 70% of the original strength. It should have only reached the pulse-conserving realm. It should not have exceeded the 9th tier of the pulse-conserving realm. Did the purple light cause this? Suwu remembered the purple light that entered his soul sea when he wiped out the six-eyed race. He had searched the Wiang ancestral archives after returning to the Holy Spirit Star domain, but found no records. He had ignored it since that light provided such benefits. Suwu looked inward at the imprint of the lightning law within his soul sea. Well, a good thing remained a good thing. Leave it be. Continue. The hand seal changed abruptly. The aura transformed into a deathly silence capable of freezing all things. The third avatar, the cold god body, detach. The temperature plummeted. A thick wall of ice spread rapidly across the walls of the training room. In the void to the right, extreme cold energy gathered into a deep blue vortex. Crack, crack. With the crisp sound of breaking ice, the third avatar stepped out from the deep blue vortex, its feet crunching on the frost. This cold god avatar held only the strength of the 7th tier of the pulse-conserving realm, yet that terrified the mind as well. Within 10 minutes, 3 versions of Suwu stood in the training room. The 3 avatars represented chaos, thunder, and ice. The main body looked at his handiwork. He let out a long breath, and pulled 3 black trench coats from his space ring. He tossed them to the 3 avatars. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 avatars moved in unison. Even the angle of their raised hands matched perfectly as they donned the coats. 4 men stood facing each other. They smiled at the same time. The sight of a man watching himself, of a man smiling at himself, felt eerie and chilling to any outsider. Time slipped away in the silent standoff. Suwoo waited. He waited until the 30-minute limit arrived. The aura of the main body dropped sharply. The immortal realm pressure vanished quickly, returning to the pulse-conserving realm. Deprived of that power, Suwoo felt an indescribable emptiness and fatigue. He ignored the weakness. He looked up, his eyes fixed on the 3 external avatars. The aura radiating from the 3 avatars did not fade in the slightest. The Chaos avatar in the center still hugged its chest, radiating the aura of the peak of the 9th tier of the pulse-conserving realm. The Thunder God avatar on the left continued to radiate the terrifying aura of the immortal realm. The Cold God avatar on the right remained at the 7th tier of the pulse-conserving realm. Not a trace of decline appeared. Could he really exploit such a huge loophole? Suwoo paced around the 3 clones. His heart could not calm down for a long time. The core mystery of the body splitting and shaping technique lay in separation and shaping. It stripped away the source energy concentration and realm state of the main body at the very moment the technique activated. Once the avatar condensed into a physical form, an energy entity independent of the main body, it locked in the factory settings of that moment. It completed a save file of that state. The expiration of the chaos transformation only ended the temporary external boost on the main body. It could not interfere with the avatars that had solidified and possessed independent energy circulation systems. This equaled 3 super fighters, stronger than his normal state, obtained for free from a 30-minute experience card. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Suwoo understood this layer of logic. He could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. He stood in the empty training room and burst into laughter. Chapter 189. Time flew. 9 months passed in silence. 100 million light-years away from the Milky Way, within a pocket universe, space folded. A vast cluster of star systems glowed under the radiance of infinite laws. A scene of prosperity unfolded, far surpassing the imagination of humanity in the Milky Way. The deep cosmic vacuum seemed ignited. Countless barren natural stars had been hollowed out and remodeled by an unfathomable, grand power, turning them into cold, metallic super war fortresses. These metal stars ignored natural gravitational orbits, cruising steadily along complex, secret routes through space. Between the stars, the void was no longer dead. Energy highways connected the planets. On these highways, starships measuring hundreds of thousands of meters in length, or even the size of asteroids, flowed like a river. In the Milky Way, these giants would serve as ancestral treasures, but here, they functioned only as common transport. This was the Kiashan Empire, the overlord ruling over millions of star systems. The empire possessed a prosperity that defied comprehension. Even on the edge of the empire, the concentration of vital energy exceeded the ancestral grounds of the so-called God clans in the Milky Way by 10,000 times. The capital, Kiashan Star, stood as an artificial supersphere forged by the founding emperor, built from the cores of hundreds of stars gathered by human strength. It measured tens of thousands of times larger than the sun. In the imperial palace, suspended high above Kiashan Star, luxury and majesty reached their peak. The dome of the Great Hall consisted not of bricks and tiles, but of a single, flawless piece of transparent star meteorite glass. On both sides of the hall, hundreds of divine general statues stood, each 10,000 meters tall. These statues were not dead objects. Each sealed the undying remnant soul of an ancient immortal realm expert. The pressure radiating from them forced any domain lord, or world lord, who dared step foot inside to prostrate themselves, robbing them of the courage to even raise their heads. At the end of the hall, above wide steps paved in void white jade, a majestic figure sat on a supreme throne, shrouded in endless chaos light. No one could see his face or stare directly at the light. This person was the true master of a million star systems, the current ruler of the Kiashan Empire, the Kiashan Emperor. 10 million years ago, in the war for imperial power that engulfed half the universe, he had climbed to the top, stepping over mountains of corpses and seas of blood with iron-blooded methods. The passage of 10 million years had not weakened his majesty, but had instead rendered his aura unfathomable. Footsteps echoed, sharp and hurried, breaking the silence. A high-ranking official in purple-gold imperial robes walked quickly into the hall. Rules restricted this hall, forcing even an immortal realm expert to travel on foot. This minister, who could make countless star system rulers kneel in greeting, possessed a true cultivation reaching the 2nd stage of the immortal realm. Beneath the feet of the emperor, however, he felt as humble as dust. When he reached a point 300 meters from the white jade steps, he bent his knees and collapsed, pressing his head deeply against the cold floor. He dared not show the slightest disrespect. Emperor, the minister said, his voice trembling with tension. The Heaven Surveillance Division just intercepted a message from the far border of the empire. From within the chaos light on the throne came a grand, icy voice. Where is the message from? That it would disturb me. The minister swallowed hard, then summoned his courage to utter the words considered taboo by the upper echelons of the empire. The coordinates indicate the transmission comes from the land of crime blood. The land of crime blood. The light on the throne froze for a brief moment. After half a minute of dead silence, the grand voice rose again, carrying mockery and reminiscence. My eldest brother, 10 million years have passed, and I almost forgot this old matter. The Emperor tapped the armrest, as if recounting a trivial affair. When our father fell, to stabilize the unrest, I spared the lineage of my brother out of fraternal feeling. I did not kill them all, but instead crippled him and his loyal remnants, exiling them to a wild, abandoned star system to let them fend for themselves. I specifically chose 8 obedient guard dogs to supervise this group of crime bloods for generations. The Emperor's voice turned icy, filled with inviolable majesty. 10 million years have passed. Have those lowly crime blood descendants not died out yet? What trouble have those guard dogs caused? The minister shivered, reporting rapidly. Please look into this, Emperor. According to the analysis, the Lin Clan, which supervised that star scepter, seems to have met with disaster. The message claims a variable has appeared among the crime blood descendants. It condensed a Dharma image and possesses combat power comparable to the pulse-conserving realm. The Lin Clan sent back the coordinates at the cost of their lives, begging the Empire to send troops to suppress it. Dharma image. Pulse-conserving realm. The Qiushan Emperor let out a low laugh, filled with deep contempt. A mere ant at the pulse-conserving realm counts not even as a speck of dust in the vast universe, yet it disturbs me. It seems the comfort of these 10 million years has allowed not only the crime bloods to linger, but has also turned those guard dogs into trash, unable to solve even a single crime blood, losing all face for the Empire. In the Empire, the pulse-conserving realm served merely as the threshold for high-level military commanders. It could not catch the Emperor's eye. Please calm your anger, Emperor, the minister said, not daring to lift his head. How should we dispose of this matter? Shall we completely level the land of crime blood? The Emperor snorted. Do I have the spare time to deal with a mess? Have you forgotten the Empire's top priority? The minister kowtowed repeatedly. Your servant is foolish. The primitive land opens soon. Selecting peerless geniuses stands as the top priority. Good. All immortal realm divine generals and demigod-level guests must focus their energy on searching for talent. The Emperor pondered for a moment, making a casual decision, as if ordering groceries. As for that variable, pick someone idle from the outer guests to go and take a look. Your servant obeys. Chapter 190. Time flew by, and 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Suwu still wore loose, comfortable loungewear, lounging lazily on the wide balcony's rocking chair. He squinted, feeling the breeze brush against his cheeks. Suddenly, a beautiful electronic voice rang in his mind. Ding. Offspring Suyu, having accumulated strength over time, successfully broke through to the first stage of the Star Saint realm. Congratulations, host. Your physical body and soul have broken through the dimension of life, synchronizing your cultivation to the first stage of the immortal realm. Your perception of the 4 laws of water, fire, thunder, and space has synchronized, rising to the 5th stage. The moment the prompt faded, an unprecedented life transformation exploded within Suwu. This time, it did not rely on the borrowed, temporary experience card of chaos transformation, but a true step into the realm of immortality. A sense of realization, thousands of times more pure than any supernatural power, flooded Suwu's consciousness. His already unparalleled physical body began to reorganize and sublimate. Storms raged deep within his soul sea. The sea of soul power, vast and liquid like mercury, began to boil. The soul power began to flood into Suwu's physical body through incredible meridian paths, blending seamlessly into every muscle, every drop of blood, and every cell. The boundary between physical body and soul vanished. They intertwined, inseparable. If the body survived, the soul lived. If the soul existed, the body remained immortal. At the same time, the miniature star vortex deep within his dantian underwent a massive change. Under the massive, terrifying power of the 5th stage laws, the nascent universe inside the star vortex spun out of control. A muffled explosion echoed, audible only to Suwu. A true Big Bang occurred within his body. The stable nebulae and their internal law chains shattered under the violent force, dissolving into primitive chaotic matter. Destruction paved the way for rebirth. The fragmented chaotic matter reorganized under the limit of the explosion, compressing and condensing in a more advanced, mysterious way. Within a few breaths, a more stable, perfected universe, faintly exuding the aura of a creator, took shape in his dantian. The 6 laws of water, fire, thunder, space, cold ice, and wood became 6 pillars supporting the sky of this inner universe. A terrifying power surged uncontrollably from Suwu's body. The space of the entire Sa family ancestral grounds groaned under the pressure. The pressure vanished instantly as Suwu drew it back into his body, not letting a single trace escape. Nearby, Whitey, sleeping on a soft mat, perked its furry ears. It lifted its head, a flash of deep confusion in its sapphire eyes. A moment ago, it sensed a terrifying pressure that made its soul tremble, as if an ancient god had awakened nearby. When it turned toward Suwu on the rocking chair, it found its boss lying there quietly, without a trace of energy fluctuation. Illusion, must be from overeating that star source fruit yesterday. Whitey scratched its head, unable to figure out the reason. It yawned, buried its head back into its paws, and continued dreaming. Suwu stood up. He clenched his fist, feeling the absolute power at his fingertips capable of crushing the void and controlling everything. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had stepped into the true immortal realm. If he unleashed his trump card, the chaos transformation's supernatural power, his strength would cross the limit of immortality and reach the supreme realm of the demigod level. No time to delay. He would experience this demigod power himself. Suwu vanished from the balcony, crossing through layers of clouds to appear in the boundless high altitude, tens of thousands of meters away from the ancestral grounds. Chaos transformation. Activate. He gave a low roar. Rumble. As the supernatural power activated, the immortal realm origin within Suwu changed once more. His aura shot into the sky. Second stage, fifth stage, ninth stage, great perfection. Click. A crisp sound of shackles breaking echoed deep within his soul. Suwu's aura smashed through the wall between immortality and divinity, entering a new realm. The demigod realm. Suwu's physical body underwent an earth-shaking change. Purple gold divine light sprayed from every pore. The light carried the majesty of creation, making others want to worship it. He had read snippets about demigod powerhouses in the ancient books of the Lin God Clan. The books stated that those who reached the demigod realm shed their mortal coil, reshaped their origin, and transformed their bodies into supreme divine vessels, undying through 10,000 calamities. Suwu finally realized how terrifying and mysterious this divine body truly was. First, divine patterns. Suwu lowered his head and spread his hands. Dense, mysterious divine patterns had surfaced on his fair, tough skin, flowing with profound light. These were not formations carved later, but the recognition of this divine body by the laws of the universe. Blue patterns for water, red for fire, purple-black for thunder, transparent for space, dark blue for ice, and emerald green for wood. 6 law patterns woven tangled across his limbs and bones, flowing like miniature dragons beneath his skin. With the blessing of these 6 patterns, Suwu's physical strength increased exponentially. He had a strong intuition that he did not need to use any energy or martial skills. With just the physical force of this divine body, he could smash an immortal realm 9th stage expert into the air like an ant. The defense was even more insane. After the all-encompassing characteristics of the supreme chaos body merged with the demigod form, a rogue mutation occurred. Any attack below the demigod realm, even from dozens of peak immortal realm powerhouses, would not scratch him. Upon touching the divine patterns, the energy would be automatically decomposed, devoured by the chaos divine body, and converted into pure energy to nourish him. Chapter 191. Second, the power to gather, disperse, shrink, and expand at will. This transcended the physics of carbon-based organisms. Suwu's intent shifted. His solid form disintegrated in an instant. It turned into a cloud of pure chaos energy, drifting and tumbling through the air for several miles. In this state, physical lockdowns and single-target attacks proved ineffective. The massive energy cloud gathered in the sky several tens of thousands of miles away. It condensed back into Suwu's shape. He could shrink his divine body until it became a speck of dust, invisible to the naked eye, hidden within a mustard seed. He could also expand his body until it reached tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of meters high, transforming into an ancient god as massive as a star, capable of crushing a living planet with one hand. Third, rebirth from a drop of blood. This remained the true life-saving miracle of the demigod physique. The soul and the cells of the physical body had achieved perfect fusion. Every drop of his blood, every strand of his hair, and every flake of skin contained a complete imprint of his soul origin and laws. If he encountered an unbeatable enemy in a future battle, and his body was blown into fine dust or scattered as rain, he could still recover. As long as the enemy did not deliberately target and erase every trace, and as long as one drop of blood, or one cell remained in the vast universe, he could draw on cosmic energy to reshape his divine body. The cost of this rebirth remained high, as it required a long time. Depending on the severity of the damage, the rebirth could take 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million years of slumber. This is the power of a demigod. Suwu stood in the air. He let the wind blow through his short black hair, savoring the terrifying bonuses of his divine body. Surprise flashed in his deep black eyes. With this trump card, even if the Qiushan Empire sent an envoy from the immortal realm, he clenched his fists, which were wrapped in law patterns, he would have the strength to fight. Several days later, at dawn, inside the council hall of the Sa family ancestral grounds, Suwu sat in the seat of honor, dressed in black, his expression as calm as water. Seated on both sides of the hall were the 7 most powerful supreme experts of the Holy Spirit Star Domain, the supreme heads of the 7 great god clans, led by the ancestor of the Lin Clan. The Lin Clan ancestor, a woman in a purple dress with a high slit, sat in the first seat to Suwu's left. She lifted her teacup, masking her gaze as she scanned Suwu. With just one glance, this woman, who had lived for countless ages, felt an uncontrollable surge of shock. This monster has grown even stronger. The woman in purple exclaimed silently to herself. 1 year ago, she could still vaguely sense his aura. Now, Suwu sat there with his aura restrained to the extreme, resembling a bottomless black hole. Her divine sense could not detect his approximate realm. This unfathomable fear made her attitude towards Suwu even more cautious and respectful. Speak. Suwu set down his teacup. The porcelain clinked against the saucer, shattering the silence in the hall. He scanned the 7 ancestors seated before him. His tone remained flat and direct. You have visited together today. Have you received confirmed news? Is the envoy from the Qiushan Empire arriving soon? The Wang family ancestor, seated at the head of the right side, set down his cup. He bowed solemnly. Senior possesses divine foresight. Yes, last night, all 7 of us received a warning from the Imperial Envoy. The envoy communicated with extreme arrogance, demanding all detailed information about you and ordering us to prepare to receive the envoy at any time. The other ancestors nodded with bitter expressions, confirming the words of the Wang ancestor. Faced with a behemoth like the Qiushan Empire, these local emperors, who usually sat high above, felt no different from humble ants. So Wu narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious. The Li clan ancestor shook her head and let out a sigh. Her beautiful purple eyes filled with deep worry. She added, the time for that envoy's arrival should be today. She paused and raised her voice. Furthermore, the visitor is likely a true supreme expert of the immortal realm. Immortal realm. As soon as this heavy term left her lips, the other ancestors in the hall breathed more heavily. So Wu sat in the main seat, his fingers tapping the armrest. He repeated the realm under his breath. The Li clan ancestor nodded. Her cold, beautiful face showed helplessness. This is already the lowest standard the empire can send. The Qiushan Empire possesses a deep foundation. Their ordinary guests and envoys start at the level of immortal realm experts. They would never send a weakling from the pulse-conserving realm to handle this. Immortal realm. So Wu pondered. A nearly imperceptible smile touched the corner of his mouth. If it is only the immortal realm, with my current trump card as a demigod, solving this situation will not be a difficult dead end. On the surface, So Wu maintained his profound majesty. His gaze swept over the people in the hall like a hawk, kicking the ball back to them. Since the situation is clear, and you all possess extensive experience, do you have any good strategies to deal with this crisis? Chapter 192. The hall fell into a brief silence. Moments later, the Li clan ancestor furrowed her brow, weighing the pros and cons in her mind, and finally broke the deadlock. Senior So, forgive my frankness. The Qiushan Empire holds immense power, like a vast sea of stars. Our galaxy is but a drop in that ocean. Striking a rock with an egg is not a wise move. If we can seek a peaceful solution, that is the best strategy. She paused, then continued. Actually, there is no need to obsess over the rumors about the crime blood. The direct descendants of the eldest prince's line had bloodline curses cast upon them by the second prince long ago. Those pure-blooded descendants could not live past 1 million years. The pure line of the eldest prince has long since vanished into the river of history. The humans now multiplying in the galaxy, labeled by the Empire as crime blood, are merely descendants of peripheral subordinates, or even unrelated servants of the eldest prince. They do not constitute a genuine threat to the royal family. The Wang family ancestor heard this, and nodded repeatedly in agreement, his tone heavy with persuasion. Li ancestor speaks reason. The attitude of the empire toward us is merely a matter of routine, not an irreconcilable feud with the royal power. The Wang ancestor looked at So Wu, his eyes filled with anticipation. With the heaven-defying talent and strength you have displayed, even in the Qiushan Empire, you would be a peerless genius courted by all parties, as long as you are willing to submit to the empire. The other ancestors of the god clans chimed in one after another. Yes, senior. Submitting to the empire will not only preserve the So family, but will also be a blessing for all living beings in our star domain. In the eyes of these old foxes who had lived for countless ages, survival always ranked above dignity. If you cannot beat them, join them. This was the simplest truth in the universe. So Wu sat upright in the seat of honor. He listened to the advice from below, his face calm and unreadable, offering no response. He stopped tapping his long fingers against the armrest. He understood the power of the Qiushan Empire. He also knew that the plan for a peaceful solution and compromise proposed by these ancestors was, from a rational perspective, the best way to cut losses for now. Submit. That would require the other side to agree. He could only take things one step at a time. Perhaps they wanted nothing more than to kill him. It was precisely because he guarded against this that he had arranged for Wang Qingtian to transfer his family, including Lin Waner and So Yungzi, to the Lin God Clan ancestral grounds days ago. Even if the negotiations collapsed today, he could unleash his full strength and fight to the death without any regrets. So Wu sat in thought. Thunderous, terrifying tremors erupted from outside the dome of the hall without warning. The vibration was so violent that the sturdy hall began to shake madly. Deep cracks appeared across the massive jade pillars supporting the ceiling. The jade cups on the coffee table tumbled and shattered. The 7 ancestors of the god clans turned pale. They stood up from their seats in shock, their vital energy surging instinctively. They have arrived. So Wu rose slowly, his gaze fixed on the sky above. Let us go and greet our guests. So Wu snorted coldly. His body blurred, and he vanished from the hall. The 7 ancestors followed without hesitation, turning into streaks of light as they rushed out. Outside the palace, high above, the sky over the So family ancestral grounds, which had been clear and blue, shattered like fragile glass. The sound of space tearing echoed through the clouds. A deep black starship, stretching over 10,000 meters in length, crashed through the spatial barrier above the So family ancestral grounds. Around the massive hull, black spiderweb cracks spread and expanded across the sky along the trajectory of the starship's impact. In that moment, the entire sky seemed sliced into fragmented pieces by the vessel. The 10,000-meter deep black heavy starship came to a steady halt in midair. A sharp hiss of pressure release cut through the air. A massive alloy hatch on the belly of the ship opened slowly. Blinding white light poured out from within like a waterfall, condensing in midair to form a holographic energy staircase that extended straight down to the white jade plaza at the center of the ancestral grounds. A middle-aged man clad in dark silver streamlined armor, with the unique star map emblem of the Qiushan Empire on his chest, stepped out. He walked down the light staircase with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was gaunt, his eyes deeply sunken, and his pupils held a haughty gaze that looked down upon the galaxy, treating all living beings as grass. This was the special envoy sent by the Qiushan Empire to deal with the crime blood variable. His cultivation was as deep as the abyss, belonging to a true expert at the 5th stage of the immortal realm. The moment he stepped out of the starship and felt the thin, volatile vital energy in the surroundings, the envoy frowned without restraint, his eyes filled with disdain and disgust. What a string of bad luck, to be sent to such a desolate, god-forsaken wilderness. The envoy cursed silently to himself, his belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. The once-in-a-century primitive land selection of the empire was about to begin, and the upper echelons of the Qiushan Empire were in a frenzy. If he could have remained in the prosperous imperial capital to search for peerless geniuses under 100 years of age in the core star systems, a single successful recommendation would have earned him massive resources and supreme rewards from the imperial family. That was a grand opportunity that could have made a low-level immortal realm expert like him instantly rich, or even allow him to cross social classes. Instead, fate had kicked him to this barren wasteland of the empire to clean up the mess for a group of crime blood descendants who should have died out 10 million years ago. Cutting off a man's path to wealth was akin to killing his parents. How could he not be furious? Which one is the variable causing trouble? Get out here and die. The envoy stood proudly in midair, not even bothering to glance down. His voice rumbled like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding over the Sa family ancestral grounds. Along with this angry shout, the terrifying pressure belonging to a 5th stage immortal realm expert transformed into a tangible gravity storm, bearing down ruthlessly upon the ground below. Chapter 193. Bang, bang, bang. On the plaza, the ancestors of the 7 great god clans, having just rushed out of the hall, turned pale as paper. Before this pure, high-dimensional pressure of the immortal realm, they felt a sudden weight on their shoulders. Their legs shook violently, ignoring their commands. They collapsed, forced to their knees in a wretched display of submission. Silence gripped the square. Everyone struggled to breathe under the crushing weight of this destructive power. Only one person remained standing, straight and tall. Suwu raised his chin slightly, studying the imperial envoy. The imperial envoy uttered a soft sound of surprise. His indifferent gaze followed the source of the resistance and landed on Suwu. He looked at the young man, whose expression remained cold and harsh even under the baptism of his pressure. A flicker of surprise crossed the envoy's eyes. He really has a few tricks up his sleeve, which explains how he forced those trash guard dogs to beg the empire for help. The envoy sneered. But you think you can turn the world upside down just because you know a little something, even while establishing a name for yourself within imperial territory? The envoy unleashed the vast aura of the 5th stage immortal realm. Facing the envoy's thunderous rage, Suwu did not retreat a single step. He glared at the arrogant face hovering in midair. You keep calling this place a wasteland, and you keep telling me to get out and die. Suwu spoke in a low voice, but it brimmed with anger. The moment the words fell, the dormant star vortex within Suwu exploded. The aura of the 1st stage of the immortal realm rose to meet the overwhelming pressure of the envoy. The two energies clashed head-on. Crack! 2 supreme powers, both belonging to the immortal realm, collided violently in the sky. The space within 100 miles collapsed and shattered instantly. Violent energy ripples turned into a tangible ring of shockwaves, tearing the thick clouds into shreds. Even the massive starship parked in midair shook violently under the aftershock of the collision. The ship lit up with the bright red glare of defense formation alarms. What? The arrogance on the face of the imperial envoy froze instantly. A look of undeniable horror spread across his features. He stared fixedly at Suwu below. The immortal realm. The envoy went numb. The intelligence provided by the Heaven Surveillance Division clearly stated that the target was just a native at the pulse-conserving realm, who had condensed a Dharma image. This pressure was not that of a pulse-conserving expert. This was a true, legitimate immortal powerhouse. How could a barren star system with exhausted energy and incomplete laws possibly raise a supreme expert of the immortal realm? Shock turned to caution. The envoy narrowed his eyes and formed seals with his hands, quickly activating a profound ocular technique called prying the void. This technique could not reveal the specific cultivation path of an enemy, but it could pierce through the appearance of the physical body to reach the soul origin. It allowed for a precise judgment of the opponent's true bone age. In the vast starry sky, old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years always accumulated the muddy impurities of time and the erosion of the river of history within their souls. Even if they maintained the appearance of a young man, they could never fake that. The envoy's eyes flashed with an eerie, deep purple light. 2 invisible lines of sight locked onto the center of Suwu's brow. His divine sense acted like a needle, piercing through layers of illusion to reach Suwu's soul sea. A second later, the envoy gasped as if struck by lightning. His body swayed in midair. Under the gaze of his prying the void technique, Suwu's soul sea was not only vast and boundless, with laws woven like a net, but it was also terrifyingly clear. It was as pure as a piece of peerless crystal carved by hand. There were no traces of the muddy, stagnant marks of time. It was full of vitality and youthful spirit. 100 years. No, this is definitely less than 100 years. The envoy's breathing became rapid. A true bone age of less than 100 years. And heaven-defying cultivation at the 1st stage of the immortal realm. In the core territories of the Qiushan Empire, where resources piled up like mountains, and the laws were perfect, the royal talents cultivated with top-tier divine objects barely reached the pulse-conserving realm before the age of 100. And they were already considered exceptional talents. Among the 10 highly anticipated candidate seeds currently being prepared for the Empire's primitive land selection, some only possessed cultivation, at the 9th stage of the pulse-conserving realm. This young man before him, who came from the crime blood lineage, and lived in such a harsh, barbaric environment, had entered the immortal realm, before the age of 100. What did that mean? This was an absolute monster capable of suppressing all the talents of the current empire. I hit the jackpot. I am going to be rich. A heaven-defying opportunity just landed on my head. The envoy roared hysterically in his mind. The killing intent in his eyes vanished instantly. If he could recommend this unprecedented genius, whom he had discovered himself, to the Imperial High Command, he would receive more than just generous rewards. He would likely be granted a title of nobility, or bestowed with supreme cultivation techniques that pointed directly to the god realm. That was a certainty. He never imagined that a tiresome task avoided by all his colleagues would allow him to pick up such an earth-shattering treasure in a garbage dump. Misunderstanding. This is all just a huge misunderstanding. The Imperial envoy, who had been murderous and arrogant a second ago, changed his face faster than turning a book. The arrogance on his face melted away instantly, replaced by a radiant smile warmer than a spring breeze. He even took the initiative to withdraw all his pressure, descending lower and lower until he was almost level with Suwu. Little brother. The envoy stared at Suwu with shining eyes, his tone so intimate it sounded like they were long-lost brothers. Are you under 100 years old? Oh my, I am an envoy of the Qiushan Empire. My eyes were dull just now, and I did not recognize the genius standing before me. Please do not blame me. Do not blame me. Suwu stood frozen in place, watching the Imperial envoy bow and scrape. He had secretly accumulated power, prepared to unleash the chaos transformation to kill him. What is this situation? Do I have to check the household register and ask for age before fighting? Suwu narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the envoy whose attitude had done a 180-degree turn. Anything abnormal must have a demon behind it. This old fellow was just calling him a savage native and demanding his death a moment ago. Now he had changed his face to call him little brother. He was definitely scheming something. But on the surface, Suwu remained calm. The vital energy within his body remained ready, waiting to deal with any dirty tricks, while he watched the other party's next performance. Chapter 194. Suwu stood his ground. He kept his eyes locked on the envoy. A fine bead of sweat formed on the man's forehead. The envoy opened his hands wide, a gesture meant to signal he was unarmed and sincere. Little brother, ease up. No need to hold on to that killing intent. We are on the same side. The envoy wore a warm, practiced smile. His tone sounded like that of an old friend reunited after many years. I have zero malice toward you. We are both subjects of the Qiushan Empire. We share the glory of the Emperor. All this talk of crime blood and savage natives is just history from 10 million years ago. It means nothing now. The words dripped with charm. The hearty laughter erased any trace of the arrogance he had displayed moments before. He stepped forward, reaching out with his right hand. I am Xiao Yi. I serve as a humble envoy of the Empire. It is a genuine honor to meet such a talent on the edge of the star domain. Let us be friends. Wind swept across the white jade plaza. Leaves tumbled across the ground. Suwu crossed his arms. He stared at the hand suspended in the air. He did not move. He did not buy the act. 1 second, the man wanted to crush him like a bug. The next, he wanted to be brothers. This was a veteran liar changing masks faster than a page turning in a book. Suwu scoffed internally. He knew better. Something strange was happening. This felt like the setup for a larger conspiracy. He had no intention of playing along. 5 or 6 seconds passed. Xiao Yi's hand remained frozen in midair. The silence grew heavy and awkward. Xiao Yi pulled his hand back. He cleared his throat, using the gesture to mask his embarrassment. He was not annoyed. He mused silently. A genius who rises from the absolute edge of existence will naturally be proud and guarded. If he took the bait of a little flattery, I would be the one suspicious. To recruit talent like this, one must boil the frog slowly. He moved on to the 7 ancestors standing near the ground. He dropped the fawning expression he had reserved for Suwu. His authority returned. He pointed at the ancestor of the Wang clan. Your ancestors were sent by the Empire to guard this place. Good. Come and help me set up the spatial coordinate transmission point. Xiao Yi turned and flew toward the massive black starship. The 7 ancestors stood behind. They looked at each other, confused. The Wang ancestor turned to Suwu and lowered his voice. Senior Su, what should we do? Suwu watched Xiao Yi walk away. His brow furrowed. He could not decipher the motive behind the envoy's erratic behavior. He thought for a moment before lifting his chin. Go, just watch for any sudden moves. The 7 men were full of questions, but they dared not defy the envoy. They took to the air and followed Xiao Yi. On the light stair leading to the ship, Xiao Yi caught sight of the 7 old men following close behind. A sly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The talk of setting up spatial coordinates was nonsense. The super-intelligent core inside the 10,000-meter starship could build any array with a single command. He did not need these local rulers to intervene. He had called them over for one reason only. He needed to dig for information on Suwu. He slowed his pace. When the ancestors caught up, he leaned in toward the Wang ancestor. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Old man, give it to me straight. What is the name of that little brother? The Wang ancestor jumped at the sudden question. He bowed his head and spoke with deep respect. Envoy, his name is Siwu. Xiao Yi stroked his chin. He tasted the two words as if they were fine wine. He nodded in praise. Good. A single name. Simple and direct. It carries the sharp spirit of a blade. It sounds like the name of a man who will shake the stars. The ancestors trailed behind. They heard his words and felt nothing but confusion. Their expressions were twisted and strange. A moment ago, the man was shouting about variance and crime blood. Now, the name was one that would shake the stars. Had the envoy damaged his brain while their auras collided? They could only offer awkward, fearful smiles. No one dared to speak. Xiao Yi felt the atmosphere was prepared. He lowered his voice again. His tone carried a hint of gossip. Does brother so have any particular hobbies? Maybe he likes certain divine weapons or rare treasures. Tell me if he has a preference for a certain style of beauty. The Wang ancestor felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He spoke with a bitter expression. Envoy, we truly do not know. Night fell. In a quiet hall of the Su ancestral grounds, a spirit lamp flickered. You mean the envoy dragged you over there, ignored the actual work, and just spent the time asking about me? Siwu frowned. His eyes held a flicker of suspicion. The group nodded. Their faces showed the same confusion. Senior, it is true. The envoy asked for your name. He probed into your lineage, your cultivation path, and even asked what kind of tea you prefer. The ancestor of the Li Clan rubbed her temples. He went through all this trouble to find out my secrets. Is he brewing some hidden, poisonous scheme? Siwu spoke to himself. His mind raced. In a universe that functioned like a dark forest, a high-level envoy would not shower a local savage with attention unless something was wrong. He must have seen through my foundation, he thought. Maybe he suspects I hide a great treasure, or perhaps he wants to find my weakness to set a trap for my soul. He played out the worst scenarios in his mind. The smiling tiger was the most dangerous kind of predator. Siwu imagined a complex, dark conspiracy. He had no way of knowing that Xiao Yi had no intention of harming him. Xiao Yi was busy planning how to package Siwu, this peerless genius, and present him to the empire so he could climb the social ladder. One man thought the other wanted to hollow out his bones. The other thought of the man as a god to be worshipped and a golden goose. In the core command room of the 10,000-meter ship, Xiao Yi stood before a light gold communication device. He poured his vast immortal energy into the core. A high, clear hum cut through the dimensions. Information flowed across light years, connecting to the central command system of the Qiushan Empire. The screen flickered. A hazy, majestic silhouette appeared. What is it? I ordered you to clear out those crime blood remnants. Why are you calling so soon? The voice on the other side sounded lazy and bored. My lord, something big happened. Something wonderful. Xiao Yi shook with excitement. He gripped the control panel. The intelligence was wrong. I found a peerless genius here. His name is Siwu. His bone age is under 100 years. Yet, he has stepped into the first stage of the immortal realm. The voice on the other side lost its laziness. Surprise rang through the connection. Under 100 years old. Are you certain? Even in the imperial capital, such a monster is rare. How can a barren wasteland produce an immortal? Xiao Yi pounded his chest. I stake my life on it. I checked his soul origin with the prying the void technique. His soul sea is pure. It holds no trace of time or deception. Xiao Yi burned with fervor. He is a piece of uncut jade. With a little polish, he will crush all rivals in the primitive land selection. If we use him for the empire, he will become a pillar of heaven. The silhouette on the screen fell into a long silence. The news carried enough weight to stop a high-level official in their tracks. Finally, the majestic voice returned. It carried a heavy, expectant tone. This matter is critical. If you stake your life on it, I will trust you once. Keep him stable. Do not make an enemy of him. I am going to the imperial palace now. I will see the emperor myself. The connection paused. The voice offered a promise that made Xiao Yi gasp with joy. If this is true, and the emperor issues an order to recruit him, the nomination for the primitive land selection will be yours. You will get your share of the imperial reward. Thank you for your guidance. I will do everything in my power to keep him secure. The connection cut. The light faded. The command room fell into silence. Xiao Yi's heart beat wildly. I am the sponsor of an immortal genius. He paced the deck. He rubbed his hands together. He saw the path to the center of power opening before him. Endless resources, noble titles, and guidance from divine beings beckoned to him. He knew this was his one chance to change his destiny. As long as Siwu shined in the primitive land, he would rise with him. Xiao Yi stopped. He turned toward the window. He looked at the Su ancestral grounds with hot, hungry eyes. He threw his head back. He could not stop the joy. He let out a loud, thunderous laugh. Heaven wants me to be rich. Nothing can stop me now. Ha, 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 ha. Chapter 195. The atmosphere in the Su ancestral grounds remained strangely harmonious for the next few days. The imperial envoy, Xiao Yi, seemed like a different person. He spent his days chatting with the 7 ancestors and used them to maneuver closer to Siwu. Siwu watched it all from his lounge chair in the villa. He rubbed the edge of his teacup with his thumb while his mind raced. He thought of the adage that one who offers gifts without cause has either a secret motive or evil intent. A high-ranking imperial envoy, a powerhouse at the 5th stage of the immortal realm, acted so submissively toward a person from a forsaken bloodline. The only explanation was that Siwu possessed something he desperately craved. Siwu felt his tension, which had been tight for days, finally loosen. The scariest enemy was not the strong one, but the unknown malice. If the other party had a desire, it meant a transaction. Transactions meant room for negotiation. He did not fear a plot, only an adversary with no desire. Tied interests were stronger than any verbal covenant. As long as he demonstrated enough utility, the Qiushan Empire would likely not move against him easily. This aligned perfectly with his goal of a peaceful resolution. After several days of observation, So Wu understood some of Xiao Yi's background. The envoy did not seem to hide any murderous intent. With this confirmation, So Wu finally agreed to the long-awaited meeting. Inside the main hall of the Su ancestral grounds, sandalwood smoke curled into the air. So Wu sat in the main seat and watched Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi sat in the guest seat below So Wu. He rubbed his hands together nervously. A fawning smile filled his gaunt face as he broke the silence. "Brother Su, you must have seen my sincerity over the past few days." Xiao Yi leaned forward. His tone was thick with forced camaraderie. "I will not beat around the bush. I am not here to mince words. I am here to ask for your help. I want you to represent our Qiushan Empire and fight in a place called the Primitive Land." So Wu lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. He did not even lift his eyelids and made no move to answer. This oppressive silence made Xiao Yi sweat. He steeled himself and tossed out his chips. "You do not need to rush to refuse, Brother Su. After all, when the nest falls, no egg remains. We are now grasshoppers tied to the same boat." Grasshoppers on the same boat. So Wu's eyes, previously calm as a still pond, flickered. He set the cup down and furrowed his brow. What kind of logic was this? The Qiushan Empire ruled over 1,000,000 star systems and possessed unfathomable power. So Wu, at his best, was merely a newly ascended immortal who had just secured a foothold in this border region. The gap in their scale was like an elephant compared to an ant. This galactic elephant had come to tell an ant that they were in the same boat. "Envoy Xiao, do not speak nonsense." So Wu looked directly into Xiao Yi's eyes. His voice turned cold. "I am a native, and I cannot climb high enough to reach the towering existence that is the Empire. Where does this talk of being in the same boat come from?" Seeing So Wu finally engage, Xiao Yi felt a surge of joy and straightened his posture to explain. "Brother Su, you are unaware. The universe we inhabit is currently at an extremely dangerous cyclic node, the annihilation period. The great Tao of the universe is ruthless. It conducts a cruel liquidation of all things at regular intervals. Although the Qiushan Empire appears prosperous, it is in danger of this very liquidation. If we cannot acquire more sacred objects in a short time to stabilize our national fortune, then when the liquidation arrives, the 1,000,000 star systems under the Qiushan Empire will turn to dust in an instant and disappear." So Wu narrowed his eyes at the mention of the annihilation period. "It is a cyclical disaster phase of the universe," Xiao Yi continued with a heavy face. "It arrives punctually after long spans of time. During the annihilation period, the underlying rules of the universe fall into complete disorder. Various bizarre and terrifying liquidation forces emerge from the void to conduct an indiscriminate elimination of all races in the universe. Races with weak strength and insufficient foundations are often uprooted and erased ruthlessly in this flood of liquidation. Although my Qiushan Empire has a deep foundation and serves as a minor hegemon in the starry sky, we are walking on thin ice in the face of such heavenly disasters. The sacred objects stored in the imperial treasury are about to be exhausted. If we cannot survive this hurdle, we will not escape the end of destruction." "You mentioned sacred objects," So Wu said, catching the keyword. Xiao Yi took a deep breath. "Yes, sacred objects are rare treasures. They contain a primal force known as sacred light. This light can block the disorder of heavenly rules and form a safe barrier to protect the vast territory of the Empire." Xiao Yi pointed outside the hall at the sky. His expression turned solemn. "Brother Su, why do you think the Milky Way and the sacred spirit star domain have survived until now under the liquidation? It is precisely because the Empire's sacred light is secretly protecting this world." So Wu nodded. If Xiao Yi spoke the truth, the Qiushan Empire was not rotten to the core. At the very least, they had not abandoned this land of exile viewed as a crime blood territory. They had shared a sliver of sacred light to preserve the basic foundation for humanity to multiply in the Milky Way. If this is true, and the Earth has remained safe, and the humans here have lived in peace until now, then the Qiushan Empire possesses a small debt of gratitude. So Wu calculated this internally, and the wariness in his eyes faded slightly. "Then where do these sacred objects come from?" So Wu asked. "They come from the Primitive Land," Xiao Yi gestured with his hands. "The Primitive Land is a strange world independent of our universe. You can understand it as another newborn universe. It opens once every 10,000 years. When the time comes, the Empire sends 10 of its top, peerless talents into it to search for and seize sacred objects to extend the Empire's fortune." So Wu felt confused again. "Talents?" So Wu asked. "Envoy Xiao, are you playing games with me? The Qiushan Empire rules 1,000,000 star systems and has countless strong individuals under its command. Even excluding the immortal realm, there must be many supreme experts at the demigod and god realm levels. You are leaving so many powerful old monsters unused and insisting on coming to this desolate border to go to such lengths to ask me, a mere first-stage immortal, to risk my life for the Empire. This is too absurd." Facing So Wu's stern questioning, Xiao Yi did not get angry. Instead, he smiled, looking as though he had expected this. He lifted his teacup, blew on the floating leaves, and explained leisurely. "Brother Su, you are unaware. The rules of this primitive land are extremely special. This space is extremely exclusionary. Any creature from the outer universe with a bone age over 100 years that forces its way in will instantly face terrifying rejection from the entire world and suffer the backlash of the Great Tao. Even a God Realm expert would suffer severe damage to their origin or die upon forcing their way in. Xiao Yi set down the cup. You are a peerless monster who could step into the immortal realm before the age of 100. Even in the imperial capital, such people are rare. Brother Su, your bone age is absolutely under 100 years, yet you have stood firmly at the first stage of the immortal realm. Your shocking, heaven-defying talent makes you the one and only candidate tailored specifically for the primitive land. Chapter 196. Night fell, engulfing the villa. Su stared at the ceiling. His mind drifted back to the words Xiao Yi had spoken earlier that day. Is the situation difficult to resolve? Lin Waner curled against his side and asked in a soft voice. Su let out a hum of acknowledgement. He turned his head toward Lin Waner. Her gentle gaze smoothed the furrow in his brow. The weight of his worry eased. If Xiao Yi spoke the truth, entering the primitive land was necessary. He had people to protect. Waner, Su Yungzi, Whitey, and so many others relied on him. He reached out with a broad palm. He tucked a stray lock of dark hair behind Lin Waner's ear. His fingertips slid over the smooth warmth of her cheek. He savored the living reality of her touch. No matter how dangerous the primitive land proves to be, and no matter how the universe attempts its reckoning, Su said. His voice dropped low, vibrating with absolute, ironclad certainty. With me here, even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Tears welled in Lin Waner's eyes. The 20 years of suffering in the ice prison had made her crave the embrace of this man more than anyone could understand. She did not speak. Instead, she lifted her chin. Her slender arms wrapped around Suwu's neck. Her soft lips pressed against the corner of his mouth. The kiss was gentle, yet filled with profound affection. It carried the faint, lingering scent of soap. Like a soft spring rain, it washed away the frustration and agitation born from the looming crisis in the stars. Suwu's eyes darkened. His arm, wrapped around his wife's waist, tightened. He pulled her soft body flush against his own. He turned the tables, claiming the initiative. He parted her lips and drank greedily of her sweetness. She let out a soft, stifled moan. Her body went limp. She could only cling weakly to Suwu's broad, solid shoulders, allowing him to take what he wished. The temperature in the bedroom began to climb. Faint starlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows. It spilled onto the wide bed, illuminating the silhouettes of the two figures as they moved together. Suwu's breathing grew heavy and hot. Those hands, accustomed to the violence of a blade, touched her now with a tender, heart-stopping gentleness. His hand slid beneath the hem of her silk nightgown. The heat of his palm seared the delicate skin of her waist. She shivered involuntarily in his arms. A woo. Her voice softened until it seemed ready to melt. The look in her eyes was full of unshakable spring and bashful longing. Her chest heaved with rapid breaths. The loose collar of her nightgown slipped down during their entanglement. It revealed the curve of her shoulder and her delicate collarbone, which radiated a fatal allure in the dim light. Suwu looked at his wife. Her face was flushed like a peach, and she looked ready to be plucked. He found his answer. He rolled over, pinning her warm, jade-like body beneath him. He pulled the silk quilt over them, hiding the scene from the world. The night wind blew silently outside the window. Inside the room, only soft whispers and lingering tenderness remained. The next morning, the clouds still hung heavy over the Su ancestral grounds. Suwu wore a clean, fitted black martial outfit. He leaped into the air alone. He turned into a blur and streaked directly into the starship hovering high in the firmament. Xiao Yi waited inside the command cabin of the starship. Was everything you said yesterday about the annihilation period true? Suwu asked. He did not pay attention to the luxurious furnishings surrounding him. He locked his gaze onto Xiao Yi's eyes, searching for any trace of a lie in the envoy's micro-expressions. Xiao Yi frowned slightly at the blunt question. He set his wine glass down on the metal table. It made a sharp clinking sound. Brother Su, at our level of cultivation, what is the point of telling a lie that can be exposed so easily? Xiao Yi spoke with certainty. His tone brooked no doubt. The universe carries out its reckoning, and the great Tao is merciless. If this sword of extinction hanging over our heads were not growing closer, why would a behemoth like the Qiushan Empire go to such great lengths? Why would we exhaust the resources of our national treasury to search the stars and cultivate talents? Xiao Yi paused. He sensed the caution in the depths of Suwu's eyes. He switched to a smile and added, even stepping back, you have no reason to worry. When the time comes to enter the primitive land, it will not just be me, your sponsor, who benefits. As a candidate fighting for the Empire, you will receive preferential resources, martial arts techniques, ancient combat styles, pills. As long as you stay alive and return with the sacred objects, the Empire will reward you. This is a win-win situation. Suwu listened to the end without saying a word. He had reached a decision. Very well, I agree, Suwu said. His tone was sharp and decisive. Xiao Yi did not show any wild joy or surprise at this answer. Suwu's decision matched his expectations perfectly. After all, once a rational person saw even a glimpse of the Imperial starship and learned the terrifying truth of the annihilation period, they knew what choice to make. In the face of survival and destruction, no one could refuse the protection and resources of the Empire. Since you agree, we are grasshoppers on the same boat. Follow me, Xiao Yi said. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk out of the command cabin. Suwu followed behind. The two men passed through long, deep corridors made of unknown star meteorite alloy, which shimmered with a cold luster. Along the way, the heavily armed mechanical guards and engineering drones patrolling the ship bowed their heads to Xiao Yi as he passed. Soon, Xiao Yi led Siwu to a tightly guarded, sealed room in the middle of the ship. After passing the identity verification, the heavy alloy airlock door slid open silently. The room was surprisingly empty. There were no extra furnishings. Even the light seemed dim. In the center of the room, a strange, circular frame stood more than 3 meters high. It was not gold or wood. Its body possessed a deep, dark silver color. The surface was engraved with countless tiny, profound patterns that pulsed with the fluctuations of spatial laws. The array of technology and the martial Dao were perfectly combined in this creation. I will take you back to the imperial capital, Xiao Yi said. He pointed to the open space in the center of the frame, his tone flat. Chapter 197. Return to the imperial capital. At these words, Siwu froze. Stunned disbelief crossed his face. The Milky Way lay on the edge of the starry void. Between it and the capital star domain, located at the heart of the universe, stretched countless star clusters. The straight line distance spanned at least 100 million light-years. 100 million light-years was a distance beyond comprehension. Even now, Siwu had stepped into the immortal realm. He could manipulate spatial laws to perform long-distance folding jumps. Yet, to cross such a vast river of stars using his physical body alone, he would need to travel for over 100 years without food, drink, or rest. Now, Xiao Yi claimed he could take Siwu back to the imperial capital directly through a mere 3-meter-tall circular frame on a starship. This ship contained a warp stargate capable of ignoring hundreds of millions of light-years for direct point-to-point transmission. The sheer scale of such a feat defied belief. Xiao Yi noticed the shock in Siwu's eyes and curved his lips into a smug smile. He relished the impact the Imperial Foundation had on a genius who had never seen the world beyond his corner of space. Brother Su, look away from it. This is a miniature quantum stargate, built jointly by the Imperial Heaven Surveillance Division and the Heavenly Engineering Institute. Xiao Yi walked to the circular frame. He tapped a series of commands into a control panel. He explained with patience. This device is not meant for casual use. Even a regular Legion commander of the Imperial fleet lacks the authorization to activate it. After all, punching through a spatial barrier of 100 million light-years requires an astronomical amount of energy to start. The 3-meter-tall circular frame emitted a low hum as Xiao Yi entered the commands. The patterns engraved upon its surface ignited with a blinding azure light. Under normal circumstances, this type of miniature stargate would never be used lightly. Xiao Yi turned his head towards Siwu. His tone carried a weight of undisguised respect. But to deliver an immortal genius under 100 years of age to the Imperial Lord as quickly as possible, it is worth it. The void inside the frame twisted violently. Blue light wove together into a shimmering veil, like the surface of a rippling lake. A deep passage toward the unknown shore of the galaxy formed before Siwu. The two men stepped into the azure veil. The moment they crossed the light, the surrounding illumination vanished. An indescribable and terrifying spatial pulling force surged from every direction without warning. Siwu stood as a master of the immortal realm. Even so, a wave of intense dizziness flooded his brain. His vision stretched into infinity. A sensation threatened to pull his soul from his body. The roar of space detonated in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. The array force of the stargate seized them. They hurtled through a twisted, fragmented deep space passage. This passage possessed no concept of up or down. Violent spatial turbulence filled the area. Countless shattered starlight fragments turned into colorful streams of light. They vanished behind them at speeds far exceeding light. Spatial barriers collapsed and reconstructed around them. Siwu endured the tearing sensation and the dizzying pressure. A sense of awe gripped him. This experience of ultra-dimensional transport overturned his understanding of reality. He thought of the so-called cross-star district stargates he had traveled through in the Milky Way, and the sacred spirit star domain. Those spatial jumps felt as gentle as paddling a small wooden boat on a calm lake. This miniature quantum stargate from the Kyushan Empire carried them through a spatial storm at breakneck speeds. Minutes later, the distorted light before Siwu vanished. His vision sharpened. He stood within a vast room possessing a cold, metallic texture and a distinct high-tech style. This room remained empty, save for the 3-meter-tall circular stargate under his feet, which flickered out of existence. Let us go. Xiao Yi exhaled a long breath. He led Siwu out of the room with large strides. The airlock slid open. A figure stood with hands clasped behind their back, waiting in silence. The person stood tall, dressed in a well-tailored imperial official robe that shimmered with a dark purple luster. Siwu caught the detail that the robe was not made of ordinary silk or satin. Tiny energy circuits pulsed like a heartbeat across its surface. It consisted of a high-tech nanomaterial. The official in purple swept his gaze over Xiao Yi and Siwu. He gave a slight nod as a greeting. "Is this Siwu?" the official asked. His voice lacked any inflection. He looked at Siwu with a professional detachment, before turning his attention back to Xiao Yi. "Yes," Xiao Yi replied. He turned to Siwu and gave a final instruction. "Brother Su, follow this official to meet the Imperial Lord. Keep your manners." Siwu gave a slight nod. He walked behind the official toward the end of the corridor in silence. Only when he stepped outside of the massive metallic building did Siwu look up. He realized the place he had occupied moments ago was a skyscraper piercing the clouds and extending into the atmosphere. The building materials surpassed the concrete and glass of his past life. A semi-transparent crystal formed the structure. Siwu scanned the landscape. The capital city looked similar to the mega-cities of his previous life, yet it pulsed with a level of prosperity 1,000 times greater. Three-dimensional transport networks woven from pure energy crisscrossed the sky. Exotic floating vehicles and spindle-shaped starships wove through the lanes. Holographic advertisements did not flicker in the neon glow. Instead, grand array runes floated in midair, stabilizing the spatial structure of the entire city. This was the fusion of technology and the martial path. Chapter 198. A stark contrast forms between the bustling futuristic city below and the sky above. At the highest point of the clouds, a magnificent ancient floating palace stretches for thousands of miles. It suppresses the entire supercity from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming pressure that compels submission. Siwoo feels a prickle of curiosity. He releases a wisp of his immortal realm's spiritual sense to probe the reality of that heavenly palace. Bang! The moment his spiritual sense touches the void outside the palace, a sharp, needle-like pain stabs into his brain. His spiritual sense vanishes as if it dropped into a bottomless ocean. An intense defensive force rebounds, striking back at him with brutal efficiency. Do not waste your energy. The official in the purple robe walking ahead senses Siwoo's subtle movement. He speaks without turning back. He stops and presents a metal token glowing with an eerie light to Siwoo. The Imperial Palace is a restricted zone, and all illegal probing is forbidden. Only with this token can you avoid being shredded by the air restriction formations and reach the palace directly. Siwoo accepts the token, keeping his expression neutral. The official in purple flicks his broad sleeves and takes to the air. Siwoo follows close behind. They transform into two streaks of light, shooting toward the sky. The token in Siwoo's hand emits a soft, gentle glow, resonating with the floating palace high above. It dissolves the killing formations along their path one by one. As they climb, the hyper-prosperous cyber city below shrinks, eventually turning into a vast ocean of colorful light. During the flight, Siwoo detects a strange discrepancy in the spatial scale. When looking up from the ground, the Imperial Palace appears within arm's reach. As he flies through the void, he realizes with a jolt that the actual distance is far greater than what his eyes suggest. This application of top-tier spatial technology hides the Imperial Palace within layer upon layer of independent spacetime folds. The two men fly at full speed through the folded sky for a long time. When the breathtakingly magnificent Imperial Palace finally appears before them, the official in purple does not pause. He leads Siwoo through thick layers of mist, diving directly toward the massive main hall at the center of the palace complex. They land steadily on the vast white jade plaza in front of the main hall. As soon as his feet touch the ground, Siwoo scans both sides of the plaza. He nearly lets out an oath. On both sides of the broad steps, rows of Imperial Guard soldiers stand straight as spears, clad in high-tech heavy dark gold armor. They possess cold expressions, gripping energy halberds without shifting their gaze. Each of them radiates a terrifying aura. They are all, without exception, experts at the pulse-conserving stage or higher. Siwoo curses silently. The Milky Way only had 2 experts above the pulse-conserving stage, including himself. Yet here, in the Imperial Palace of the Kushan Empire, they use those who have reached the pulse-conserving stage simply to stand guard at the gate. The foundation of this empire is monstrously deep. Enter, follow the steps and proceed directly into the main hall. The emperor is already waiting inside. The official in purple stops and makes no move to lead the way further. As a peripheral high-ranking minister, his status is significant, but without a direct summons from the emperor, he lacks the qualifications to cross the threshold of the main hall. He is not worthy. Siwoo nods and takes a deep breath, suppressing the roiling emotions within him. He ascends the broad stairs paved with white jade. As he walks, he calculates rapidly. The emperor is waiting. The words reach his ears in the common tongue, but the meaning feels surreal. A hegemon who rules over 1 million star systems sits in this hall, waiting specifically for an immortal realm first-stage cultivator from a border system. The treatment is absurd. Filled with suspicion, Siwoo crosses the towering threshold and enters the main hall. The doors stand wide open. The interior space is impossibly vast, as if it constitutes an independent world. Siwoo looks up and sees ancient god statues standing 10,000 meters tall on both sides of the hall. These statues glare with wide eyes, holding various divine weapons capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The pressure they emit surpasses even the Imperial guards outside. Beneath these enormous statues, 2 rows of people stand in neat order. To the left stand civil officials in complex, colorful robes. To the right stand generals in heavy armor. The hall is deathly silent. The moment Siwoo steps into the hall, over 100 gazes snap toward him. These looks are full of scrutiny and investigation, attempting to see through the young man from the land of crime blood. Siwoo ignores the weight of their stares. He walks forward with a steady, firm gait. At the end of the hall, 999 white jade steps rise into the clouds. At the summit sits the supreme throne of imperial power. A majestic figure sits upon it. However, a ball of constantly churning chaos light shrouds the figure completely. No matter how much Siwoo focuses his vision, he cannot distinguish the appearance, the build, or even the gender of the person. Siwoo instinctively looks up, staring straight into the chaos light for a brief second. Boom. That momentary glance makes Siwoo feel as if a giant hammer has struck the depths of his soul. A sharp pain surges through him instantly. He nearly groans out loud. God realm, or perhaps authority realm. Fear grips Siwoo. He lowers his head quickly, locking his sight on the white jade tiles beneath his feet. He dares not cast another presumptuous glance at that figure. He walks to the bottom of the stairs and stops. He stands still, his spine straight as an arrow. The hall remains deathly quiet. Suddenly, a majestic, scolding voice, loud as a booming bell, explodes within Sowoo's mind without warning. You stand before the emperor, yet you do not kneel. Chapter 199. Damn it. The sudden scolding caused Sowoo's eardrums to ring. An unknown anger flared within him. Who was making that noise? Sowoo tilted his eyes left, then right. He attempted to find the person behind the telepathic pressure among the many imperial officials. The ministers of the empire stood with their eyes focused on their noses, their expressions as rigid as stones. No one showed any reaction. Kneel. Sowoo gritted his teeth. His knees felt like reinforced steel, refusing to bend even an inch. In his life, his knees never bowed to any force. If he knelt under pressure today, his invincible heart for the path would be covered in dust. The pressure in the air grew heavier. Just as the pressure in the air increased, a grandiose, ethereal voice drifted from the chaos light at the top of the stairs. The voice lacked emotion, yet carried absolute authority. As the emperor granted exemption from courtesy, the solid pressure in the hall vanished instantly. An indescribable sensation of scrutiny descended upon Sowoo. It felt like someone stripped away all his clothes. Every aspect of his body, and every thought in the depths of his soul stood exposed under this gaze. Hiss. Several seconds passed. It felt like an entire century. The emperor on high seemed to see through everything, or perhaps nothing at all. The figure within the chaos light nodded slightly. Sowoo. The emperor's massive voice echoed once more. There were no pleasantries and no questions about the destruction of the Lin family. The decree came directly. Enter the primitive land selection as candidate sequence 5. Grant the candidate the highest level of resource allocation. Furthermore, I title you the Lord of the Galaxy. You shall govern the Milky Way and the 12 surrounding star systems. All lands under your jurisdiction belong to your fiefdom. As the words fell, a brilliant dark golden light shot from the chaos. It hovered accurately before Sowoo. The light faded. A heavy king's seal made of star marrow and carved with galaxy totems floated above Sowoo's palm. The moment the seal appeared, the officials who had been watching coldly finally showed emotion. We pay our respects to the Lord of the Galaxy. Led by several high-ranking ministers, the officials bowed in unison. The thunderous congratulations echoed throughout the hall. He had become a king just like that. Sowoo gripped the heavy seal and felt stunned. Dismissed. The emperor on the throne tossed out the order before Sowoo could even process his rapid promotion. Sowoo remained in a state of shock. His mind could not shift gears. On his way here, he had imagined countless dangerous scenarios involving interrogation, trouble, or bargaining. After standing for a few minutes, he had not said a word. He received a king's seal and a fiefdom of 12 star systems, and now he had to leave. That was all. There was no oath of loyalty and no contract to sign. The administrative efficiency of the Qiushan Empire seemed far too sloppy. Sowoo knew that speaking more would yield nothing in such a dignified setting. He bowed slightly toward the figure on the throne. His voice remained steady. Thank you, Emperor. He tucked the seal away under the gaze of the officials. He turned and walked out of the hall with a stiff gait. Even after crossing the threshold, his mind spun with confusion. Inside the hall, the officials exited one by one as Sowoo's back disappeared. Only the empty hall and the lonely figure at the top of the stairs remained. The chaos light rippled like water. The Emperor of Qiushan leaned forward. His eyes, usually as calm as water, now flared with intense emotion. He furrowed his brows, which remained hidden within the chaos. A low whisper echoed in the hall, audible only to himself. His bone age is under 50 years. He runs 6 laws simultaneously within his body. They include water, fire, thunder, space, ice, and wood. He even mastered a trace of the authority of thunder. The emperor leaned back against the throne. His breathing turned erratic. Xiao Yi was a fool for only noticing that Sowoo was under 100. He, the supreme ruler of 1 million star systems, saw the truth clearly. That young man was not even 50 years old. In a remote land of exile, with scarce spiritual energy and broken laws, such a monster who defied the laws of the universe had appeared. This talent and this destiny. The emperor stared into the void of the hall, as if looking through the long river of time to the past. Could he be the one from the prophecy predicted by my father? Chapter 200. Stepping through the gate, which stood 300 meters high, Sowoo felt the terrifying pressure finally recede like the tide. He let out a long breath. His immortal realm body had leaked fine beads of sweat during that brief meeting. The Qiushan Emperor, shrouded in chaotic light, possessed strength that defied all limits of his understanding. That being existed far beyond the level of a demigod. The entity had surely reached the authority realm. Sowoo looked down at the heavy purple gold lord seal in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. It was a good outcome, at least. The fiefdom of 12 star systems mattered little. He valued the emperor's promise of priority access to candidate resources above all else. A kind yet dignified voice drifted from the side. Congratulations, Lord Su. Sowoo turned toward the source of the sound. An elderly man with white hair and beard approached. He wore a well-tailored dark silver silk robe and a smile. The old man moved with light steps. No powerful vital energy pulses radiated from his body. He projected an aura of return to simplicity and deep, hidden wisdom. Sowoo did not dare to be arrogant. He offered a slight nod in return. Anyone walking freely outside the main hall of the imperial palace was no ordinary person. The old man cupped his hands. His tone was humble but carried a calm self-assurance. I am Lei Yan, the chief of the Tianshu secret vault. Since the emperor named you the 5th candidate for the primitive land, imperial rules dictate that I must take you to the vault. You will receive your first batch of allocated resources. Tianshu Secret Vault. Suwu's eyes flickered. Correct. It is one of the 3 major vaults where the Kushan Empire stores its core strategic materials. Only core members of the imperial family, and those in the top 10 sequence of the primitive land, may withdraw resources from it. Lei Yan explained with a smile and gestured for Suwu to follow. Then I trouble Chief Lei to lead the way. Suwu complied readily. The two soared into the air, transforming into 2 understated streaks of light. They flew toward the other side of the imperial palace. They flew side by side, weaving through the floating palace complex, which resembled a miracle of the starry sky. Below them stretched endless pavilions, halls, fairy islands, and waterfalls. The scale of the imperial palace was truly magnificent. Suwu maintained a calm exterior, but joy bloomed within him. The Kushan Empire possessed vast wealth. It was truly a superhegemon ruling over 1 million star systems. He marveled to himself. In the main hall, the emperor had not asked a single question regarding his origin, cultivation methods, or the secret of his breakthrough to the immortal realm before the age of 100. The ruler did not probe his background or attempt to intimidate him. The emperor simply threw money, status, and resources at him. This unreasonable, domineering style suited Suwu's tastes perfectly. Sugar-coated cannonball. I will swallow the sugar and the cannonball together. As long as I get the resources, I will toss them to Xiaoyu for his seclusion. This is the core vault of the empire. The items inside will surely surpass anything possessed by country bumpkin-rich families like the Lin God Clan. Suwu pondered. His current cultivation growth was tied to his son, Suyu. As long as he used massive resources to force Suyu's strength upward, his own combat power would soar like a rocket. This business of shearing the empire's wool to raise his son was a venture with immense returns. Soon, Lei Yan led Suwu down to a heavily guarded plaza. Before them stood a massive ancient tower cast from an unknown black metal. The tower reached into the clouds. It possessed no windows. Countless dense, ancient defensive array patterns glowed with blinding red light as they crawled across its surface, emitting an aura that caused the soul to tremble. Lei Yan stepped forward 2 paces. He withdrew a golden token from his sleeve and held it high. His hands blurred, casting tens of thousands of complex incantations in a single second. Rumble. A dull sound of mechanical friction echoed. The heavy door at the base of the ancient tower finally slid open. A rich medicinal fragrance and a primal aura, sealed away for countless years, rushed toward them like a tangible wave. The two did not venture deep into the tower. They stopped at the handover hall on the first floor. The hall remained dim, supported by thick stone pillars carved with coiled dragons. Click, click, click. A faint sound of footsteps drifted from the shadows deep within the hall. An elderly man in gray robes, withered as a piece of dead wood, walked out slowly. His eye sockets were sunken. His eyes lacked any vitality, as if he were a corpse that had survived for hundreds of millions of years. A sense of horror rose instantly. This person is surely in existence above the demigod realm. Suwu's pupils contracted. Awe filled his heart. The gray-robed elder remained silent. He scanned Suwu and Lei Yan with dead, fish-like eyes. After verifying the gold medal in Lei Yan's hand, he expressionlessly extended a hand, withered like a claw, from his wide sleeve. He passed over a simple storage bracelet that pulsed with silver starlight. Lord So, this is your first quota as the 5th candidate, Lei Yan explained from the side. Suwu stepped forward and took the bracelet with both hands. He sent a faint wisp of spiritual sense silently into the interior of the bracelet. Hiss. Even though Suwu had looted the treasure house of the Lin God Clan and considered himself a man of the world, he nearly lost control of his expression. He drew a sharp breath. The space inside the bracelet was ridiculously large. It spanned over 10,000 cubic meters. It was the largest storage device he had ever seen in his life. In this vast space, resources and treasures piled up like mountains, emitting colorful light that pierced the sky. There were mountains of 10,000-year star marrow crystals emanating rich life essence, mysterious true blood, shimmering with brilliant gold, soaked in transparent jade tripods. Rows of cultivation manuals and martial arts techniques remained sealed in jade slips. Over 80% of these resources were treasures Suwu had never heard of in the Milky Way. They did not even appear in the ancient books of the Lin God Clan. Such generosity. This is true foundation. Suwu suppressed his wild joy and put the spatial bracelet on his wrist without changing his expression. With these items, Suyu's strength would surely experience an epic explosion. Lord So, each resource and treasure within the bracelet comes with detailed illustrations and instructions for use. Do not use them recklessly. Lei Yan offered a kind reminder from the side. Thank you for the reminder, Chief Lei. Suwu cupped his hands politely. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.